Wilbur was a man of peculiar habits, a collector of oddities and artifacts, each piece meticulously chosen and displayed with care in his Victorian-style home. The house itself was a relic, standing defiantly against time with its intricate woodwork and stained glass windows that sang when the light hit them just right. I met Wilbur at a cafe where he sat alone, nursing a cup of coffee and reading an old leather-bound book. There was a magnetic pull about him, a quiet charisma that drew you in and made you want to know more. Our first conversation was about literature, a safe yet deeply personal topic for both of us. Wilbur had a voice that was smooth and velvety, each word enunciated as if it were a precious artifact from his collection. He spoke of rare editions and obscure authors with a fervor that was infectious. Over the course of several months, we became close, and he invited me to his home, often sharing stories of his latest acquisitions, each one with a history as rich and layered as the dust on their surfaces. Entering Wilbur's house was like stepping into another world. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and polished wood. Every corner held a secret, every room a new discovery. There were bookshelves that stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with volumes that seemed to whisper their tales into the quiet. Odd sculptures caught the eye, each positioned to draw attention at just the right moment. It was a place where time felt like it had folded in on itself, where the past mingled with the present in a delicate dance. It was during one of my visits that I first noticed something unsettling. We were seated in his study, a room dimly lit by a single lamp that cast long shadows across the walls. Wilbur was speaking animatedly about an artifact he had acquired from a distant auction, a small statue carved from ebony that seemed to absorb the light around it. As he turned to place it carefully on a shelf, my gaze drifted to a large, ornate mirror hanging on the opposite wall. Its surface was impossibly clear, reflecting the room with eerie precision. But there was something off about the reflection. The angles, the way the light played on the surfaces, it didn't match what was before me. It was as if the mirror was showing a version of the room that existed just a fraction of a second behind the present. I dismissed this as a trick of the light, a result of the dim illumination and the strange angles of the room. Yet the feeling of unease lingered, like a shadow at the edge of my vision, always just out of reach, but never fully gone. Wilbur seemed oblivious to my discomfort, engrossed in his collection and the stories he wove around them. As our relationship deepened, I found myself spending more time at Wilbur's house. I was drawn to its mystery, the allure of the unknown that seemed to pulse beneath its surface. But with each visit, my sense of unease grew stronger. It was as if the house itself was a living entity, aware of my presence and keenly observing my every move. The creaking of the floorboards, the whisper of the wind through the cracks in the walls, all seemed to conspire to create a symphony of sounds that filled the silence with an unspoken tension. The first real disturbance came one evening as we were having dinner in the grand dining room. The table was set with fine china and silverware, each piece perfectly placed, as if part of an intricate ritual. Wilbur was in high spirits, telling a story about a painting he had recently acquired. As he spoke, I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. Turning slightly, I saw that the shadows cast by the flickering candlelight seemed to shift unnaturally, gathering in a corner of the room where no source of light reached. Startled, I blinked, and the shadows were gone, leaving only the dim corners and the gentle flicker of the flames. I tried to shake the feeling of disquiet, blaming it on fatigue and the shadows' dance. But the sense that something unseen was watching, waiting, never left me. Wilbur seemed blissfully unaware, his attention focused on his tales and his collection. His enthusiasm was intoxicating, pulling me back each time my thoughts strayed to the strange occurrences that seemed to haunt his home. I began to wonder if the house was affecting my mind, seeping into my thoughts and twisting them, making me see things that weren't there. Despite my growing unease, I couldn't resist the pull of curiosity. I began to explore the house more thoroughly, drawn to the secrets hidden within its walls. Wilbur encouraged this, seeing it as a sign of my growing interest in his world. He would often accompany me, pointing out items of note, sharing their histories and the stories that had been woven into their being. It was during one of these explorations that I stumbled upon a room I hadn't seen before. Tucked away at the end of a narrow hallway, its door was slightly ajar, as if inviting me to enter. The room was small, filled with an assortment of objects that seemed to have no rhyme or reason. There were old photographs, faded with time, their subjects staring out with expressions frozen in time. Strange artifacts were scattered across shelves, each one a piece of a puzzle that defied understanding. In the center of the room was a large cabinet, its doors intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under my gaze. Compelled by a need to know more, I reached out and opened the cabinet doors. Inside, I found rows of small glass jars, each containing a curious item suspended in liquid. Some held fragments of what looked like ancient parchment, others what appeared to be small figures carved from bone, their features smooth and unrecognizable. The sight filled me with an indescribable sense of dread. There was something deeply wrong about these items, as if they held secrets too dark to be uncovered. A cold chill ran down my spine, and I quickly closed the cabinet, backing away from it as if it were a sleeping beast that might awaken at any moment. I decided not to mention my discovery to Wilbur. There was a part of me that feared what his reaction might be, and another part that whispered that some things were better left unknown. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial, a piece of the puzzle that could explain the strange occurrences and the heavy air that hung over the house. The situation escalated on a night when the air was charged with the promise of a storm. The wind howled around the house, rattling the windows like a restless spirit seeking entry. Wilbur and I were in the study again, the room bathed in the soft glow of lamplight. He was absorbed in reading, while I sat in a comfortable chair, my thoughts drifting as the storm's song played around us. Without warning, the lights flickered, casting the room into brief periods of darkness. In those moments, the mirror on the wall seemed to pulse, with an unnatural light of its own, drawing my attention once more to its unsettling reflection. The room in the mirror was subtly different, its angles slightly off, the shadows deeper and more pronounced. As I stared, the reflection shifted. The figure of a woman appeared behind Wilbur, her features hidden in shadow, but her presence undeniable. She stood silently, her gaze fixed on him, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. My heart pounded in my chest, and I opened my mouth to warn him, but no sound emerged. Wilbur looked up, noticing my distress. "What is it?" he asked, his voice calm, as if he was used to such occurrences. I pointed to the mirror, but when I turned back to the reflection, the woman was gone, leaving only the distorted image of the room and our own reflections staring back at us. Wilbur regarded me with a mixture of concern and curiosity. "You look as if you've seen a ghost," he said with a slight smile, as if trying to lighten the mood. I laughed nervously, brushing off the incident as a trick of my imagination. But inside, the fear had taken root, spreading its tendrils through my mind. The house was alive with secrets, and I was beginning to feel like a trespasser in a world I didn't understand. The climax came on a night when I found myself alone in the house. Wilbur had gone out to a meeting, leaving me with the company of the house's silence. I tried to busy myself with a book, but my mind kept drifting back to the strange occurrences and the feeling of being watched. As the night deepened, the oppressive weight of the house seemed to close in around me. The creaks and groans of the old structure became louder, echoing through the rooms like whispers. I tried to ignore them, but a sudden sharp noise drew my attention. It came from the small room with the cabinet, the one I had found during my explorations. Compelled by a mix of fear and curiosity, I made my way down the narrow hallway. The door to the room was ajar again, and as I approached, the temperature seemed to drop, a chill seeping into my bones. Inside, the room was dark, the air heavy with a sense of anticipation. The cabinet stood open, its contents glowing faintly in the dim light. But it was the mirror on the opposite wall that caught my eye. It was the same ornate mirror from the study, though how it had moved here, I couldn't say. The reflection it held was of the room, but not as it was. The jars in the cabinet were filled with swirling shadows, each one a vortex of darkness that threatened to spill out into the world. And then, from the depths of the mirror's surface, the figure of the woman reappeared. Her features were still obscured, but her presence was overwhelming, a force that commanded attention. She stepped forward, as if trying to cross the threshold between her world and mine. I stood frozen, unable to move, as the air around me crackled with energy. In that moment, I understood that the house, the artifacts, even Wilbur himself, were all connected to something much older, something that defied the boundaries of reality. The woman in the mirror was a guardian, a keeper of secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. As quickly as it began, the moment passed. The mirror returned to its lifeless reflection, the figure gone as if she had never existed. But the fear lingered, a reminder of the thin veil that separated our world from the unknown. When Wilbur returned, I didn't tell him about the encounter. I had come to realize that some things were beyond explanation, beyond the grasp of reason. I left his house that night with a heavy heart, knowing that I could never return, never again walk the halls of that strange and wondrous place. But the shadows of Wilbur's collection followed me, haunting my thoughts and dreams. The lingering fear was a constant companion, a reminder of the hidden horrors that lay in plain sight, waiting for the moment when they could once again reach out and touch the world of the living. There's a particular silence that fills the air of old houses, a quietude that's more an accumulation of echoes than the absence of sound. Grandfather's house was no exception. It sat on a gentle rise in Portland, a decrepit manor with weathered shingles and a crooked chimney. It was where I spent many of my childhood summers, a place that seemed to exist in a time capsule of its own making. The house was as much a character as any person in our family history, its creaky floorboards and dusty corridors holding stories whispered from generation to generation. The house presented itself as an architectural anomaly, an amalgamation of styles that had evolved over decades, each addition a testament to the changing tastes and fortunes of my ancestors. Yet, amidst the cluttered charm and ghostly elegance, one feature stood out with an unsettling peculiarity. A door painted a vibrant, albeit faded, yellow. It seemed at odds with the rest of the house's muted palette, a splash of color added for no discernible reason other than to draw the eye. This door nestled discreetly at the end of the upstairs corridor, was perpetually locked. As a child, my curiosity had often led me to that door, my small fingers tracing the intricate carvings along its edges. Whenever I asked Grandfather about it, he would only chuckle softly, his eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some doors are better left closed, my dear," he would say, his voice a blend of warning and amusement. His response, though cryptic, was always enough to dissuade any further inquiry. Years passed, and I grew older, my visits to the house becoming less frequent as life pulled me in various directions. Yet the memory of the yellow door lingered in the back of my mind, a persistent itch that demanded scratching. When news came of Grandfather's passing, a sense of nostalgia, tinged with a shade of melancholy, drew me back to Portland and to the house that had been a second home. The day of the funeral was draped in a shroud of gray, the sky overcast as though sharing in our mourning. After the ceremony, family members gathered at the house, their voices a soft hum beneath the weight of shared grief. I wandered through those familiar rooms, now imbued with a strange emptiness. Everything was as it should be, yet everything felt different, altered by the absence of the man who had animated it all with his presence. Eventually, my wanderings led me back to that enigmatic yellow door. It stood there, unchanged, its promise of mystery as compelling as ever. With Grandfather gone, I found my curiosity rekindled with an urgency I couldn't quite explain. That night, after everyone else had retired and the house was once more enveloped in its nocturnal hush, I decided it was time to confront the enigma that had haunted me for so long. I retrieved the keys from Grandfather's desk, a heavy iron ring containing keys of various shapes and sizes. Though my heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, my hands moved with deliberate calm as I selected a key that seemed to match the style of the lock. The key turned with unexpected ease, the tumblers clicking softly as though acknowledging a long-awaited visitor. The door swung open with a whisper, revealing a room cloaked in shadows. A single window allowed the moonlight to spill across the floor, casting elongated shapes that seemed to shift and dance. As I stepped inside, there was a distinct chill, as though the air were somehow denser, more laden with the weight of history. The room was sparsely furnished. A small writing desk stood against one wall, a rocking chair sat in the corner, and a modest bookshelf contained volumes coated in the dust of years. But what caught my attention was a large gilt-framed mirror positioned opposite the door. Its surface was tarnished, the glass pitted with age, yet it reflected the room with an unsettling clarity. I moved closer, fascinated and unnerved by the mirror's presence. As I peered into its depths, the air seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening until the room felt more like a memory than a place. The reflection was wrong, subtly askew in a way that made my heart skip a beat. I saw myself, yet not. The woman staring back at me bore my likeness, but her eyes held a knowledge I couldn't comprehend, a darkness that seemed to seep from her very soul. Then, her lips moved. Words formed silently, a whispered echo that resonated in my mind rather than my ears. "Beware the door, beware the door." The phrase repeated, a mantra both warning and command, as though the reflection itself were imbued with a will of its own. I stumbled back, heart pounding, almost tripping over the edge of the rug. The room felt alive, pulsing with a presence that defied explanation. The air was thick with a feeling, an intense, pervasive sensation of being watched, of not being alone. Panic clawed at my throat as I turned to leave, my eyes drawn once more to the mirror. To my horror, the woman in the reflection remained where she was, staring after me with a knowing, sorrowful gaze. Her lips moved again, though this time I understood nothing, her words dissolving into the ether as I backed through the door and pulled it shut behind me. The lock clicked into place, severing the connection with a finality that left me breathless. I stood there for long moments, the wood of the door cool against my back, willing my heartbeat to slow, my mind to uncloud. Throughout the following days, I found myself drawn back to the door, though I dared not open it again. It seemed to hum with a life of its own, a tension that radiated through the wood. I could feel it pulsate beneath my palm, a rhythmic beat that matched the frantic pace of my heart whenever I ventured near. Family members came and went, the house a revolving door of condolences and shared stories. Yet none seemed to notice the shadow hanging over me, the unease that had settled in my bones. I became withdrawn, my nights plagued by dreams of the mirror and the entity that wore my face. Each time I closed my eyes, I found myself back in that room, the reflection whispering her cryptic warnings. As the days wore on, the sensation of being watched intensified. It was as though the house itself were alive, observing my every move with a silent, unseen presence. Objects would shift their positions when I wasn't looking. A book moved to another shelf, A chair turned slightly from where I had left it. Each instance was minor, easy to dismiss, yet together they formed an undeniable pattern. I took to wandering the halls at night, unable to shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond my perception. The house creaked and groaned around me, its voice an eerie symphony of age and decay. Shadows grew long, stretching and twisting in ways that defied the light of my flashlight. One evening, as I paced the dimly lit corridors, I heard a sound that stopped me cold, a faint rhythmic tapping emanating from the direction of the yellow door. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. Yet an unshakable compulsion drove me forward, my feet carrying me across the creaking floorboards. The door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning me with silent promises. The tapping continued, each beat a lure that pulled me closer. Hands trembling, I pushed the door open wider, the hinges emitting a soft whine. The room lay in shadow, the moon obscured by a cloud. Yet the mirror shone with its peculiar light, its surface rippling as though disturbed by an unseen hand. I stepped inside, drawn inexorably to the glass, my reflection meeting my gaze with a silent plea. Please, help me. The words formed in my mind, a desperate cry that resonated with a truth I couldn't ignore. The woman's eyes were wide with fear, a reflection of my own mounting terror. What do you want? I whispered aloud, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Her response was immediate, her lips parting in a soundless scream. The house shuddered around me, walls seeming to close in as the air grew dense with something malevolent. A cold hand brushed the back of my neck, and I spun around, expecting to find something there. But the room was empty, save for the oppressive weight of the mirror's gaze. The tapping had stopped, replaced by a low, mournful wail that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I backed away, retreating from the room, the mirror's reflection burning into my mind. I slammed the door shut, the lock snapping into place with a decisive click. The house fell silent once more, the air still and heavy with the echoes of the past. I leaned against the door, breathless and trembling, the reality of what I'd seen settling over me like a shroud. In the days that followed, I found myself unable to escape the mirror's influence. It haunted my dreams, its surface a portal to a world I couldn't comprehend. Each night I returned to that room in my sleep, the reflection's pleas growing more insistent, her fear a palpable force that reached out to envelop me. I knew somehow that the mirror held the key to everything, the restless spirit that lingered, the disturbances that plagued the house. Yet I was powerless to act, trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty. Each attempt to confront the entity was met with an overwhelming terror that left me paralyzed. And so the days stretched into weeks, the house a cage from which I couldn't escape. The family gathered less frequently, the bustle of the wake giving way to a more subdued routine. I remained, tethered to the house by an invisible string that refused to break. Eventually, I made the decision to sell the house. It was a painful choice, but one dictated by necessity. I couldn't live with the constant fear, the oppressive presence that seemed to seep from the walls. And yet, as the day of departure approached, I found myself drawn once more to the yellow door. This time, I brought with me a small hammer, a tool that would allow me to dismantle the mirror, to break the cycle that had ensnared me. My heart pounded in my chest as I unlocked the door, stepping into the room with grim determination. The mirror awaited, its surface as inscrutable as ever. Yet the reflection had changed. The woman now stood with an air of resignation, her eyes filled with a sorrowful acceptance. I raised the hammer, my hands steady with resolve. The first blow sent a spiderweb of cracks across the glass, the sound sharp and final in the stillness. As the shards fell, the air seemed to release a long-held breath, the oppressive weight lifting in an instant. I felt a warmth spread through the room, a gentle breeze that stirred the dust and filled the air with the scent of freedom. The mirror was no more, its power broken, the entity it had housed released from its prison. I stood in the midst of the wreckage, a sense of peace washing over me for the first time in weeks. The house was quiet, the shadows receding, and I knew that the curse had been lifted. In the years that followed, the memory of the yellow door stayed with me, a reminder of the secrets we choose to lock away. The house was sold to a new family, its history becoming part of their own. Yet the story of the mirror and the entity that had dwelled within remained a chapter closed, a tale whispered only in the darkened corners of my mind. Even now, I sometimes find myself wondering about the woman in the mirror, her fate entwined with mine in ways I can only begin to understand. And though the fear has faded, replaced by the passage of time, the memory lingers, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be truly closed. When I was a child, summers were always spent at my grandfather's house in Portland. The house was a sprawling Victorian, perched on a hill like a watchful sentinel over the city below. Its exterior was painted a deep shade of blue-gray, the kind that seemed to shift color with the mood of the sky. Encircled by ancient oaks and maples, it was a place both inviting and intimidating, a perfect setting for the tales of mystery and adventure that often occupied my young mind. Inside, the house was a maze of narrow corridors and hidden corners, filled with the scent of old books and the gentle creak of wood that seemed to whisper secrets of years long past. My grandfather, a retired historian, was a man of few words, but endless curiosity. His study was a haven of dusty tomes and ancient artifacts, each with a story that he would share with me over cups of sweet tea. Yet, amidst the warmth and comfort, there was one place in the house that stood apart: the yellow door. It was at the end of a dimly lit hallway on the second floor. Unlike the rest of the house, this door was painted a bright, garish yellow that seemed out of place against the muted tones of the Victorian decor. As a child, I was both fascinated and terrified by it. Grandfather would chuckle at my curiosity, but always issued a gentle warning: there are doors best left unopened. For years, the yellow door remained a mystery, an enigma wrapped in layers of childhood imagination, until one summer, when a disturbance shattered the illusion of normalcy that had so long been my refuge. It was a humid afternoon in July. the air heavy with the promise of a storm. I was alone in the house. Grandfather had gone to town to meet some old friends, and I found myself wandering the halls, lulled by the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the foyer. My feet led me, almost unconsciously, to the second floor, to the hallway at the end of which the yellow door waited like a patient sentinel. Without understanding why, I felt a pull, an urge to reach out and touch its peeling paint. The moment my fingers brushed against the wood, a shiver coursed through my body, as if the door itself had awoken from a long slumber. A soft, almost imperceptible hum resonated from behind it, like the distant murmur of forgotten voices. I stepped back, heart pounding, an unfamiliar fear taking root inside me. My rational mind dismissed it as a trick of the imagination, yet every fiber of my being knew something had changed, something that was beyond my control. In the days that followed, the house took on a different character. Shadows seemed to stretch further than they should, and the air carried a chill that defied the summer heat. Objects appeared to shift slightly from their places, and the usual warmth of the house was replaced by an unsettling stillness. But most unnerving of all was the sensation that the yellow door was watching, waiting. I confided my unease to my grandfather, hoping he would offer some rational explanation to dispel my fears. He listened with a thoughtful expression, his eyes clouded with something akin to regret. "Perhaps it's time I told you the story," he said, his voice a quiet rumble like distant thunder. "That door, it's more than just wood and paint. It's a remnant of a time before you or I, a passageway of sorts." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Your great-grandfather was the one who brought it here. He found it during his travels, claimed it was a relic with a history steeped in mystery, said it was cursed, though he never explained what that meant. I was just a boy then, much like you are now. I never opened it, never wanted to know what lay beyond." His eyes met mine, a silent plea not to pursue the matter further. But the seed of curiosity had been planted, and it took root in my heart, intertwining with the fear that had already begun to blossom. As summer dragged on, the disturbances grew more pronounced. It was as if the house was alive, breathing with an energy that was both enchanting and terrifying. I found myself drawn to the yellow door more frequently, each visit leaving me with an insatiable need to know what lay beyond. One evening, as a fierce storm raged outside, I found myself once again standing before the door. The hallway was bathed in an eerie twilight, the flickering light casting strange shadows that danced along the walls. The hum from the door was louder now, a symphony of whispers that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. Driven by a mixture of fear and an overwhelming need for answers, I reached for the doorknob. It was cold to the touch, as if it existed in a realm untouched by the warmth of the living world. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. What lay beyond was not what I had expected. It was a room, small and unremarkable, its walls lined with bookshelves filled with thick, leather-bound volumes. In the center stood a single wooden chair, facing a large, ornate mirror that dominated the opposite wall. As I stepped inside, the whispers ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed heavily on my mind. The mirror, reflecting the dim light from the hall, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. I approached it cautiously, the floorboards groaning under my weight. Staring into the mirror, I saw not my own reflection, but that of a boy, about my age, with eyes wide and filled with an ancient sadness. His lips moved, forming words that I could not hear, yet somehow understood. "Help me," he seemed to plead, his voice echoing in my mind like the beating of distant drums. The image wavered, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of a vast, dark landscape stretching endlessly behind him, a world enshrouded in shadow and despair. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled backward, nearly losing my footing. The room seemed to close in around me, the air thick with a suffocating presence that whispered promises of secrets best left buried. In a desperate bid for escape, I turned and fled, slamming the door shut behind me. The whispers resumed, fainter now, but haunting in their persistence as they followed me down the hall. I spent the rest of the summer in a state of anxious watchfulness, avoiding the second floor altogether. I immersed myself in the familiar comforts of my grandfather's study, seeking solace in the tales of distant lands and ancient histories that had always been a balm for my restless spirit. But the yellow door haunted my dreams, its presence an insistent reminder of the encounter that had shaken my understanding of the world. I could not shake the feeling that I had glimpsed a truth hidden within the fabric of reality, a truth that now lingered at the fringes of my awareness. When the time came to leave Portland and return to the routines of everyday life, I did so with a heavy heart. My grandfather, seeing the turmoil in my eyes, offered a gentle embrace, his silence an acknowledgement of the burden I carried. Years passed, yet the memory of that summer remained vivid, a haunting refrain that colored my perception of the world. I often found myself returning to Portland, drawn by a compulsion I could not name, each visit rekindling the unease that had settled in my soul. My grandfather passed away in the late autumn of my 25th year, leaving the house and all its secrets to me. Standing once again before the yellow door, I felt the weight of history bearing down on me, the echoes of the past whispering in my ear. I knew then that I could not leave it unopened, that some part of me had always known it would come to this. With a sense of grim determination, I turned the knob and stepped into the room once more. The mirror awaited, its surface calm and reflective, the boy's image already forming as if my return had been anticipated. This time, I was prepared, my heart fortified against the fear that had previously undone me. He spoke, his words resonating within the confines of my mind, clear and unmistakable. "You can end this," he said, his gaze steady and unwavering. "Break the mirror." The simplicity of the request was both shocking and profound, the implications of it reverberating through my consciousness. I knew instinctively that this was the task I had been unknowingly preparing for, the resolution to a story that had begun long before my time. With a deep breath, I picked up a small, ornate stool that rested against the wall and raised it high above my head. The mirror's surface wavered, the boy's reflection watching with a mix of hope and resignation. The impact shattered the silence, the glass exploding outward in a cascade of shimmering fragments that caught the light like 1,000 tiny stars. The room was filled with a rushing sound, like wind through the trees, as the oppressive presence dissolved, leaving behind a serene stillness. I stood there, breathless, as the last of the glass settled at my feet, the weight of the house seeming to lift at that moment. The whispers were gone, the shadows having retreated to their rightful places. The yellow door, now just a door, stood silent and unremarkable in the dim light. In the aftermath, I felt a sense of peace, a closure that had long eluded me. The house was mine now, its secrets laid bare, its mysteries resolved. Yet, the memory of that summer and the boy in the mirror remained, a lingering note in the symphony of my life. I left the room, closing the door gently behind me, its yellow paint now faded and benign. As I descended the stairs, the familiar creak of the wood underfoot was a comforting sound, an affirmation of the normalcy restored. Outside, the autumn sun cast a warm glow over the city, the air crisp with the promise of change. I knew that I would return, that the house and its stories would forever be a part of me. But for now, I walked away, the lingering fear replaced by a quiet resolve. I had faced the unknown and emerged whole, the echoes of the past now a haunting melody that would accompany me always, a reminder of the summer when I opened the yellow door. The single-room house was a study in simplicity. Its walls, painted a pale shade of blue, caught the gentle rays of the morning sun filtering through the lone window. Within its confines lay a modest assortment of furniture, a worn-out sofa, a small wooden table with mismatched chairs, and a creaky bed that had seen better days. To the casual observer, it was just another humble abode, but for me, it was home. Life here was predictably mundane. The rhythmic tick-tock of the old grandfather clock was my companion, its hands moving with deliberate slowness, marking the passage of time with an unyielding consistency. Each day mirrored the last, a cycle of chores and quietude, punctuated only by the occasional visit from my father. He was a man of few words, his presence as imposing as the thick iron door that stood at the far end of the room. This door was an anomaly, starkly contrasting with the otherwise modest setting. Its surface was smooth and unyielding, a slate of dark, forbidding iron that bore no handle or keyhole. As a child, I had often wondered about it, my fingers tracing its chilly surface, searching for secrets it might reveal. But its purpose remained elusive, spoken of in hushed tones and sidelong glances. Father had always been enigmatic about the door, forbidding me from asking questions or venturing too close. "Some things are best left undisturbed," he'd say, his voice laced with a warning that cut through the air like a knife. And so, I learned to coexist with it, the mystery of the door lying dormant, like a sleeping beast. It was on a particularly quiet afternoon that the first disturbance occurred. I was alone, as I often was, consumed by the comforting routine of dusting the shelves and rearranging the sparse collection of books that lined them. The house was steeped in a serene silence, the only sound my soft footsteps across the wooden floor. Then it happened. A low, resonant hum began to emanate from the door, a sound so subtle I almost dismissed it as a trick of the mind. But it persisted, growing in intensity, vibrating through the air with an unsettling cadence. I stood transfixed, the duster slipping from my grasp as the sound wrapped itself around me. With a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, I approached the door, drawn to it by an invisible force. The hum seemed to still as I neared, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed against my ears. I reached out a tentative hand, pausing just before my fingers could brush the cold surface. Before I could make contact, the door pulsed, a ripple passing across its surface as if it were a living entity. I stumbled back, heart pounding, a gasp escaping my lips. The door remained unchanged, its facade betraying nothing of the movement I had witnessed. I waited for the sound, for something, anything to happen, but the house had returned to its usual tranquility, the disturbance a mere memory. When Father returned that evening, I hesitated to mention the incident. Experience had taught me to tread lightly around him, his temper a volatile companion to his silence. But the need for answers gnawed at me, driving me to break my own rules. "Father," I began, my voice steady despite the quickened pace of my heart. "Something happened today. The door. It made a sound. A humming." He paused, his gaze fixating on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "The door is nothing to concern yourself with," he replied sharply, dismissing my words with a wave of his hand. "You should know better than to dwell on such nonsense." "But it—" "Enough!" His voice thundered through the room, echoing off the walls. "You will not speak of it again." I recoiled, chastened into silence, the sting of his reprimand lingering long after he had turned away. That night, as I lay in bed, the oppressive weight of the unknown settled over me, and I found myself haunted by dreams of doors and whispered secrets, of places yet unseen. Days passed, the disturbance fading into the background of our routine. Yet a tension simmered beneath the surface, an unspoken understanding between us that something had shifted. The door remained a silent guardian, its secrets locked away, but the memory of the hum lingered, a specter in the corners of my mind. The escalation came swiftly, without warning. It was a stormy night, the wind howling outside as rain lashed against the window. Father had gone out, leaving me alone once more, and I found solace in the warmth of the fireplace, its flames casting flickering shadows across the room. The door's presence was an ever-present shadow, and I found myself drawn to it, curiosity overcoming the fear that had held me at bay. As I approached, the air seemed to thrum with energy, a palpable tension that set my nerves on edge. I hesitated, wondering for the umpteenth time what lay beyond, what mysteries the iron barrier concealed. And then, as if sensing my presence, the door began to hum anew, a deep, resonant vibration that set my teeth on edge. I watched in disbelief as the surface shimmered, the iron turning almost translucent, revealing a swirling vortex of darkness beyond. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat in my chest, as the room seemed to tilt, reality warping around me. I took a step back, panic clawing at my throat, but the door beckoned, a siren's call I couldn't ignore. Fear and fascination warred within me, driving me forward even as my instincts screamed for me to flee. I reached out once more, my hand passing through the now ethereal surface, the sensation like stepping into a cold mist. My surroundings shifted in an instant. Gone was the single-room house, replaced by a landscape of swirling shadows and muted whispers. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, a chill that seeped into my bones. I stood at the threshold of an unfamiliar world, the door behind me a tenuous link to the reality I knew. For a moment, I hesitated, the enormity of what I faced overwhelming. But the whispers grew louder, calling to me, pulling me deeper into the unknown. Each step felt like a transgression, a defiance of the warnings I'd been given. Yet I pressed on, compelled by a force I could neither name nor resist. The world beyond the door was a strange and disorienting place. Shadows danced around me, amorphous shapes shifting in the periphery of my vision. The ground beneath my feet seemed insubstantial, a tapestry of darkness, woven with threads of light. I wandered through this surreal landscape, the whispers growing more insistent, guiding me toward an unseen destination. Time lost all meaning as I roamed, my thoughts a jumbled mess of fear and wonder. I felt as if I were walking through a dream, the boundaries of reality blurring, the edges of my consciousness fraying. It was only when I stumbled upon a clearing that I paused, the sight before me wrenching me from my reverie. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, shrouded in shadow, its presence commanding and terrible. I felt its gaze upon me, an all-seeing eye that pierced through the depths of my soul. The whispers became a cacophony, a chorus of voices speaking in a language I couldn't comprehend, filling the air with an oppressive weight. I faltered, the strength ebbing from my limbs as I faced the unknown entity. A sense of recognition bloomed within me, a connection I couldn't understand, as if I had always been meant to find this place, this being. It raised a hand, a gesture of invitation or challenge, I couldn't tell. But the pull was irresistible, an unseen bond drawing me closer. As I neared, the shadows parted, revealing a face that mirrored my own, yet was not mine. It was a parenthetical self, a reflection of what could have been, and I understood in that moment that the door was not merely an entrance to another world, but a passage to the hidden aspects of my own psyche. It was a confrontation with the past, with the secrets buried within the labyrinth of my mind. The entity spoke without words, a silent communication that resonated through my being. Memories flickered before my eyes, the fragments of a life I had never lived, choices unmade, paths not taken. I saw the echo of my father, his face twisted with anger, the shadow of his presence looming large in my mind. The reflection reached out, its touch a balm against the scars of memory, a promise of understanding and release. In that moment, the truth crystallized within me. The door was both prison and portal, a means of escape and a mirror to the soul. I realized with clarity that the abuse, the fear, the silence had been a shackle, binding me in a cycle I was destined to repeat unless I found the courage to break free. The climax was not a battle of wills, but a quiet acceptance, an embrace of the self that I had denied. I turned from the reflection, the weight of realization settling upon my shoulders as I retraced my steps back to the door. Each footfall was a choice, a step toward reconciliation with the past and a future untainted by fear. As I crossed the threshold, the world shifted once more, the solid certainty of the single-room house enveloping me in its familiar embrace. The door stood silent and immovable behind me, a guardian of secrets, but I no longer felt its oppressive presence. The air was different, lighter, a freedom I had never known. Father returned, and I met his gaze with a newfound strength, unafraid of the shadows that lurked in the corners of our lives. He hesitated, perhaps sensing the change, the shift in the power dynamics of our relationship. I held his gaze, unyielding, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The lingering fear was a whisper now, a memory that I could acknowledge, but not dwell upon. The door remained, an enigma within our home, but its power over me had waned. I understood that it was not the door that had held me captive, but the fear it represented, the control I had allowed it to exert over my life. In the days that followed, I found solace in the knowledge that I was not alone, that the shadows of the past could not dictate my future. The world beyond the door had shown me the depths of my soul, the potential for healing and growth. And though the door remained a fixture in the landscape of my existence, it no longer defined my boundaries. The house stood as it always had, a solitary beacon amidst the ever-changing tides of life. Yet, within its walls, a transformation had taken place, subtle yet profound. I was no longer a prisoner of silence, but a seeker of truths, a guardian of my own destiny. The door, with all its mysteries and promises, was a testament to the journey, a reminder of the strength I had found within. The house was a masterpiece of modern architecture, an expansive structure tucked away in the secluded folds of a lush, untamed forest. Glass walls opened up to the world outside, allowing the natural light to spill in and dance across the polished wooden floors. The ceilings reached high, as though yearning to touch the sky, and the spaces within were both vast and intimate, designed to inspire creativity and calm. Every piece of furniture was placed with precision, every object a testament to the house's understated elegance. It was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where time seemed to slow down, where the chaos of the outside world was kept at bay by walls that whispered serenity. When I first moved in, the tranquility was so profound, it felt almost palpable, a physical presence that wrapped around me like a warm embrace. I was there to write, to find inspiration away from the relentless pace of city life. The solitude of the location was both captivating and intimidating. The nearest neighbor was miles away, and the silence, punctuated only by the rustling leaves and distant calls of birds, was all-encompassing. It took me a few days to grow accustomed to the absence of urban noise. My days settled into a rhythm of writing, reading, and wandering through the verdant surroundings. It was during one such wandering inside the house that I first noticed the door. It was unassuming, nestled into a nook in the hallway leading to the guest bedroom. I must have walked past it a dozen times without giving it a second thought. Just another part of the house's seamless design. Yet, one afternoon, as I was heading back to my desk after a leisurely stroll outside, I felt an inexplicable urge to stop. My gaze lingered on the door. It was plain, made of the same polished wood as the other doors, but there was something different about it. Something that made me pause, a slight tension in the air, as though the house itself was holding its breath. The handle was cold under my fingers, an unexpected chill that sent a shiver up my spine. There was no lock, no sign that the door was meant to keep anyone out or anything in. Yet, when I tried the handle, it refused to budge, as if it were an integral part of the wall. I pulled and pushed, but the door remained resolutely closed. I stepped back, bemused and mildly frustrated. It was just a door, I told myself, nothing more. The days passed, and the door became a quiet fixation. It lingered at the edge of my thoughts as I wrote, a persistent whisper in the back of my mind. I could not explain why it drew me in so, why I found myself pausing outside of it, fingertips grazing the wood as though trying to absorb its secrets. I mentioned it offhandedly to a friend during a phone call, expecting them to laugh it off, but instead, they hesitated. Maybe it's a panic room or something, they suggested. Rich people love hidden rooms. We both laughed, but the idea took root. What if the door led to something extraordinary? A hidden library, a secret retreat. I began to dream about the door. I saw it in my sleep, standing alone in a vast, empty space. In my dreams, it called to me, a siren's song that lured me closer. I would reach for the handle, my heart pounding with anticipation, only to find myself awake, the morning light filtering through the curtains. Each dream left me more restless, more determined to unravel the mystery of the door. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn once more to the doorway. The house was silent, the kind of silence that hums in your bones. I stood before the door, determined to master the irrational fear that had begun to gnaw at the edges of my consciousness. "It's just a door," I whispered, trying to convince myself. The handle felt warm under my touch this time, as if it had absorbed the heat of my obsession. With a deep breath, I grasped it firmly and turned. The door swung open with a creak, revealing only darkness beyond. The air that wafted out was musty, untouched by the freshness of the house around it. I hesitated, blinking into the blackness, my imagination conjuring images of endless corridors and hidden secrets. I reached for the switch just inside the frame, and light flooded the chamber. It was a small room, barely more than a closet. The walls were bare, save for a few hastily scrawled notes pinned haphazardly, their edges curling with age. A single chair sat in the center, facing a blank wall. Disappointment washed over me, mingled with a strange sense of relief. There was nothing here, nothing to fear, nothing to find. But as I turned to leave, a movement caught my eye. The notes fluttered gently, though the air was still. I stepped closer, squinting to make out the scribbles. They were fragments of sentences, disjointed thoughts, and sketches of patterns that made no sense. My heart quickened as I realized they were written in my own handwriting. Yet, I could not remember writing them. The words were familiar, yet foreign, an echo of thoughts I had never formed. I backed away, the sense of intrusion growing. The room felt wrong, the air thick with the weight of unspoken secrets. I left the door ajar as I retreated to my study, the familiar comfort of the room doing little to calm my racing mind. I could not shake the feeling that something was watching, waiting in the shadows. The door loomed large in my thoughts, an open question demanding an answer. In the following days, my writing faltered. Words that had once flowed easily now seemed clumsy, their meaning lost in a fog of doubt. I found myself returning to the door, drawn by a compulsion I could not understand. Each time I entered the room, I would find new notes, more fragments of my thoughts that I could not remember writing. They were becoming more coherent, more insistent, and they spoke of things that I had never dared to articulate, fears and desires that I kept locked away. The house, once my refuge, began to feel like a cage. Every shadow seemed to hold secrets, every sound a whisper of something just beyond my grasp. I felt watched, not by the eyes of another, but by the house itself, as if it were alive, listening to my thoughts, feeding on my uncertainty. The door was at the center of it all, the eye of the storm that churned within me. I tried to avoid it, to focus on my work, but the pull was relentless. It was as if the door and I were connected, our fates intertwined in a way that defied logic. The more I resisted, the more intense the sensation became, until it was a constant presence, a low hum that vibrated through my bones. One morning, as the fog of uncertainty clouded my mind, I made a decision. I would confront whatever lay beyond the door. I could no longer live in the shadow of its enigma. I needed answers, an end to the questions that plagued my every waking moment. With grim determination, I approached the doorway, hoping that this time the room would give up its secrets. The door opened easily, as if it had been waiting for me. The room was unchanged, the chair still facing the wall, the notes fluttering gently. But there was something different, a presence that I could feel, but not see. I stepped across the threshold, my skin prickling with anticipation. The air seemed to thicken around me, pressing in with a tangible intent. I moved to the chair and sat down, gazing at the blank wall. What was I supposed to see? What truth did the room hold that had eluded me for so long? I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, letting the room speak for itself. A sensation rippled through me, a feeling of being pulled, stretched thin across a vast expanse. I opened my eyes, and the room was gone. I was nowhere and everywhere, a part of the house and apart from it. I could see the house around me, its walls and windows folding and unfolding, a kaleidoscope of space and time. And I realized, with a clarity that was both terrifying and exhilarating, that the door had not opened a room, but a part of myself that I had never known existed. I was the house, the door, the room. I was the notes, The thoughts I could not remember writing. I was every shadow and secret, every whisper of the wind through the trees. The realization flooded through me, overwhelming and complete. I was not alone, and I had never been. The house had called me here, not as a refuge, but as a reflection, a mirror to the darkest and most hidden corners of my soul. The sensation faded slowly, leaving me trembling in the chair. I was myself again, but forever changed. I stood unsteady on my feet and made my way back to the doorway. The house was silent, watching, waiting. I closed the door gently, knowing that it would never truly be closed. It was a part of me now, a constant whisper in the back of my mind. I resumed my life, but the house no longer felt like a sanctuary. It was a puzzle, a living entity that had revealed its secrets only to weave them deeper into my being. The door stood closed, but its presence was undeniable. I could feel it in the air, the way it folded around me, the way it echoed my thoughts. The world outside continued in its oblivious dance, but I was no longer a part of it. I was bound to the house, to the door that had folded me into its mysteries, and though I feared it, I was also drawn to it, an endless cycle of curiosity and dread. As the days slipped by, I wondered if I would ever truly understand what had happened, if the door would ever fully reveal its purpose. But deep down, I knew the truth. The door was a part of me, as much as I was a part of it. And though I might never find all the answers, I had found something more profound, a glimpse into the depths of my own soul. And so, I stayed, the house my constant companion, the door my eternal enigma. The fear remained, a shadow lurking at the edges of my mind, but it was tempered by a strange, unsettling peace. The door had folded me into its world, and I was content to let it be. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient stones of the Padmanabhaswamy temple. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the reverberating chants of the priests, echoing off the elaborately carved walls. Visitors mingled around the temple grounds, their whispers mingling with the breeze as they marveled at the architectural grandeur of this sacred site. It was a place of devotion and history, a repository of stories that spanned centuries. I had come to Thiruvananthapuram with a singular purpose, driven by a curiosity that bordered on obsession. For years, I had read about the mysterious vaults said to house untold treasures beneath the temple floors. Their existence was part of the temple's rich tapestry of legends, whispered about in hushed tones by the residents and visitors alike. Yet, these vaults were sealed, their secrets guarded by myth and mystery. As an anthropologist, my interest was more than mere curiosity. It was a desire to understand the cultural and historical significance of what lay beneath. The tales spoke of immense wealth, of gold and jewels amassed over centuries. But more intriguing than the treasures were the stories of a curse, of an ancient sentinel that protected the vaults from those who dared to disturb them. Many dismissed these as mere folklore, but there was something in these legends that resonated with a deeper truth, something that compelled me to uncover what lay hidden. The first few days of my visit were spent in the company of historians and priests. They were generous with their time, eager to share the official history of the temple. Yet, when the conversation turned to the vaults, their demeanor changed. I sensed a reluctance, a palpable tension that hinted at more than just reverence. It was as if they feared the very mention of what lay beneath, as if speaking of it might awaken something they preferred to remain dormant. Determined to learn more, I sought out locals who might be more candid. In a small tea stall not far from the temple, I met Rajan, an elderly man with eyes that had witnessed a lifetime of stories. He spoke in a low, conspiratorial tone, his voice barely above a whisper. They say the vaults are protected by the serpent god, Ananta, he told me, his eyes darting around as if expecting to see prying ears. Anyone who tries to open them will be met with his wrath. I pressed him for more, but he merely shook his head, his expression somber. Some doors are not meant to be opened, he said. Despite the warnings, my resolve only strengthened. I had come too far to turn back, and the allure of the unknown was too great. It was a compulsion that I could not ignore, a pull that seemed almost supernatural in its intensity. One evening, as the temple began to empty and the tourists dwindled, I found myself drawn to the area where the vaults were rumored to be located. The air was cooler now, and a certain stillness had settled over the temple. As I walked through the shadowed corridors, the silence was punctuated only by the distant chants of the priests, a haunting melody that seemed to reverberate through the very stones. I reached a section of the temple that was less frequented by visitors, a place where the shadows seemed deeper and the air felt heavier. The walls here were adorned with carvings of serpents and deities, their eyes watching silently over the passage of time. It was here that I felt it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a tingling sensation that crept down my spine. I paused, my heart thrumming against my ribcage. It would have been easy to dismiss it as mere nerves, a trick of the mind in a place so steeped in legend. But there was something tangible, something real about the feeling. It was as if the very air around me was alive, aware of my presence. The disturbance was subtle at first, a whisper of movement, a shadow flitting at the edge of my vision. I turned, expecting to find another visitor or a priest, but the corridor was empty. I was alone, or so I thought. As I stood there, peering into the gloom, I felt a shift. It was as if the shadows themselves were thickening, coalescing into something more substantial. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, but the darkness seemed to writhe, a mass of shadow and light that defied comprehension. And then I saw it. A serpentine form, massive and coiling, its eyes glinting like molten gold. It moved with a fluid grace, weaving through the air as if it were swimming through water. The sight was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a creature born of myth, yet standing before me in undeniable reality. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct to flee from something so wholly unnatural. But my feet remained rooted to the spot, an invisible force holding me in place. The serpent's gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. In that stillness, I felt a presence, an intelligence that reached out, and brushed against my mind. It was not hostile, but neither was it welcoming. It was ancient and powerful, a consciousness that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. "You seek what is not yours," a voice echoed in my mind, deep and resonant, filled with the weight of ages. "These vaults are not for the eyes of the living." My throat tightened, words failing me in the face of such overwhelming power. I could do nothing but stand there, my mind a maelstrom of fear and awe. "You must leave," the voice continued, softer now, almost sad. "There are things that should remain hidden, secrets that are better left undisturbed." The serpent's form began to dissolve, the shadows dispersing like mist in the morning sun. As it vanished, the weight that had held me in place lifted, and I stumbled back, gasping for breath. I left the temple grounds in a daze, the encounter playing over and over in my mind. It was a vision, I told myself, a hallucination, brought on by the stories and the atmosphere of the place. Yet deep down, I knew it was more. The presence of the serpent had been real as the stone beneath my feet and the air in my lungs. In the days that followed, I tried to push the experience aside, to rationalize it as an overactive imagination. But the memory refused to fade, lingering at the edges of my consciousness like a shadow that refused to be banished. The people of Thiruvananthapuram noticed a change in me. I became withdrawn, quiet, my thoughts consumed by what I had seen. Friends and colleagues expressed concern, urging me to return home, to leave the temple and its mysteries behind. But I couldn't bring myself to leave. It was as if the temple had claimed a part of me, binding me to its secrets with invisible chains. As the days turned into weeks, I made frequent visits to the temple, drawn to it like a moth to flame. I never ventured near the vaults again, but I found solace in the temple's presence, in the echoes of its history and the whispers of its legends. And yet, the serpent's warning stayed with me, a constant reminder of the boundaries I had dared to cross. It was a cautionary tale, a lesson in humility and respect for the ancient powers that lay beyond human understanding. The vaults remained sealed, their secrets intact, guarded by the spirit of a serpent god that had seen the passage of time. And I, a mere mortal, was left to ponder the mysteries of a world where myth and reality intertwined, where the forbidden held an allure that was both terrifying and irresistible. Even now, as I sit far from the temple, the memories linger, vivid and undiminished by time. The serpent's gaze haunts my dreams, a reminder of the encounter that changed my life, that opened my eyes to the wonders and dangers of the unseen. I have learned to live with the shadows, to accept that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, some doors not meant to be opened. The temple and its secrets remain, an eternal enigma shrouded in legend, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring mysteries of the human soul. I had never imagined that my fascination with history would lead me to a place where the past and the present blurred in such an eerie fashion. As a researcher of ancient architecture and a historian by passion, my journey to the Padmanabhaswamy Temple in Thiruvananthapuram was meant to be a matter of academic curiosity. Little did I know that it would become a deeply unsettling chapter in my life. The temple, known for its grandeur and the intricate carvings that adorned its walls, had long been a subject of intrigue. Among its many mysteries, the most alluring was the tale of its secret vaults, particularly the enigmatic Vault B. While other vaults had been opened, revealing unimaginable treasures that had lain undisturbed for centuries, Vault B remained resolutely sealed. Legends whispered of a curse that lay in wait behind its doors, a curse that promised doom to those who dared to disturb its slumber. My arrival at Thiruvananthapuram was marked by the humid embrace of the coastal city. The air was thick, carrying the scent of the sea and the bustle of life in equal measure. The temple stood as a silent sentinel, its ancient walls echoing with the prayers of the devout and the footfalls of countless pilgrims. Initially, my days were spent in the pursuit of knowledge, poring over manuscripts and speaking with scholars who had dedicated their lives to unraveling the temple's mysteries. The local lore was rich, wrapped in layers of myth and history, making it hard to distinguish fact from fiction. Yet, it was the tales of Vault B that drew me deeper, like a moth to a flame. It was during one of my study sessions that I first encountered the anomaly. As I sat in the temple library, a musty room filled with the scent of old paper and incense, I noticed a peculiar pattern. In every account of Vault B, there was a period of silence, a gap in the narrative that spanned generations. It was as if knowledge of the vault had been deliberately obscured, or perhaps forgotten. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I decided to delve deeper. I spoke to the temple attendants, old men with skin like parchment and eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. They were reluctant to discuss Vault B, their reticence becoming unnerving. When pressed, they would merely shake their heads, muttering prayers under their breath, as if the very mention of the vault could invoke its wrath. The first disturbance in my otherwise orderly investigation came one night as I wandered the temple grounds, lost in thought. The temple was quiet, the usual crowd of devotees having thinned out as the hour grew late. The air was still, the only sound the distant hum of the city. As I turned a corner, I saw a shadow flit across the stone walls. It was quick, barely more than a flicker at the edge of my vision, but enough to pause my steps. My heart quickened, a cold finger of fear tracing along my spine. I stood there, straining to hear, to see anything that might explain the anomaly. But there was nothing, just the oppressive silence of the temple. Dismissing it as a trick of the mind, I returned to my quarters, only to find an old scroll left on the steps outside my door. It was unlike anything I had seen before, the script unfamiliar, the parchment rough to the touch. As I unfurled it, my eyes widened in disbelief. The scroll detailed a ritual, a series of incantations that were meant to ward off evil. At the bottom, a single line stood out. He who seeks the vault seeks his own end. The next few days were marked by an escalation of unease. My dreams, once peaceful, became restless. I found myself standing before the sealed doors of Vault B, the air around me heavy with an unseen presence. In the dream, I could hear the faint whisper of voices, a language long forgotten, echoing from within the vault. Each time I reached out to touch the door, to push it open, I would awaken, my heart pounding in my chest, my skin clammy with sweat. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to the stress of my research. But the dreams persisted, each more vivid than the last. The temple, once a place of solace, now felt oppressive, its age-old stones seeming to watch my every move. Desperation drove me to seek answers. I reached out to an old colleague, a scholar of ancient languages, who had spent years studying the esoteric practices of the region. We met in a small cafe on the outskirts of the city, a place removed from the temple's shadow. Over cups of strong coffee, I recounted my experiences, the dreams, the scroll, the inexplicable sense of dread. He listened intently, his expression grave. When I finished, he leaned back, his eyes fixed on a point beyond me. "There are things," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "that are not meant to be understood. Vault B is one of them. It's said that the vault holds more than just treasures. There are forces, remnants of a past, that should never be disturbed." Despite his warnings, my resolve hardened. I couldn't simply walk away, not when I was so close to unraveling the mystery that had consumed me. That night, I made my way to the temple, the sky a canopy of stars above. The moon cast an ethereal glow on the temple walls, lending an otherworldly beauty to the scene. The temple was deserted, an unusual quiet descending upon it. With each step, the weight of the air seemed to increase, pressing down on me, urging me to turn back. But I was driven by a compulsion I couldn't quite explain, a need to know. As I approached Vault B, a shiver ran through me. The door loomed large and ominous, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the moonlight. I hesitated, the warnings echoing in my mind. Then, steeling myself, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold metal. In that moment, the air shifted. A low hum began to emanate from the vault, vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. The sound grew, a chorus of voices rising and falling, their cadence hypnotic and terrifying. My heart raced as I stumbled back, the hum reaching a crescendo before abruptly ceasing, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Terrified, I fled, the oppressive stillness of the temple closing in around me. As I retreated to my quarters, the events of the night replayed in my mind, each moment seared into my memory. I knew then that my actions had set something in motion, something that could not be easily undone. In the days that followed, the temple seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Shadows flitted at the edge of my vision, whispers filled the air, and a sense of foreboding lingered in every corner. The locals, once warm and welcoming, now regarded me with suspicion, their eyes filled with an unspoken accusation. The climax came one night when the dreams took on a new intensity. I found myself once again before the doors of Vault B, but this time they were slightly ajar. Cold air poured from the opening, carrying with it the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and malevolent. The voices, now clearer than ever, beckoned me forward. As I stepped toward the vault, a figure emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and indistinct. It raised a hand, a silent command that rooted me to the spot. In that moment, I understood. The vault was not merely a repository of treasures, but a prison, holding within it forces that defied comprehension. The curse was real, a sentinel against the folly of man, and I had dared to challenge it. When I awoke, I knew I had to leave. My research had become an obsession, one that threatened to consume me whole. I packed my belongings, my departure marked by a haunting sense of unfinished business. The temple would continue to stand, a monument to the mysteries of the past, and Vault B would remain sealed, its secrets intact. But even now, thousands of miles away, the memories linger. The smell of incense, the feel of the cold metal beneath my fingers, the whisper of voices in the night, they are etched into my mind, a reminder of the line between curiosity and madness. I find myself wondering if one day someone else will stand where I once did, driven by the same insatiable need to know. I shudder at the thought, hoping they will heed the warnings that I so foolishly ignored. The vault, with its dark promises and ancient curse, remains a testament to the dangers of seeking that which is best left undisturbed. The lingering fear stays with me, a shadow that refuses to dissipate, a reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved. As I write these words, I feel the weight of the temple's secrets pressing down on my soul, a testament to the timeless power of the past. The secrets of the Padmanabhaswamy temple, I realize, will continue to haunt those who dare to seek them, forever bound in a web of history, myth, and the unknown. The sun was setting over the ancient city of Thiruvananthapuram, casting a warm golden glow over the intricate spires of the Padmanabhaswamy temple. I had always found a peculiar comfort in this temple, with its grand corridors and the enigmatic aura that seemed to whisper secrets from times long past. As an archaeologist with a fascination for South Indian temples, I had come here under the guise of conducting research for a scholarly article. The temple, however, held deeper mysteries that had called to me for reasons I could not fully articulate. I was particularly drawn to the legend of the temple's secret vaults. There were 6 vaults, 5 of which had been opened over the years to reveal unimaginable treasures. The 6th vault, however, remained sealed, protected by rumors of curses and divine retribution against those who dared to disturb its sanctity. Locals spoke of it with hushed reverence, calling it Vault B, and claimed that it was guarded by supernatural entities. My curiosity had long been piqued, and the archaeologist in me struggled with the tension between scientific inquiry and the respect for cultural beliefs. During my initial days at the temple, I adhered strictly to my research schedule, studying the temple's architecture, its historical significance, and the stories enshrined within its aged walls. Each day, I would lose myself in these pursuits, the soft chants of the temple priests providing a background score to my explorations. There was an undeniable peace in these routines, a reassuring normalcy that cocooned me from the world outside. One evening, after a particularly engaging discussion with one of the temple historians about the significance of the serpents depicted in the temple carvings, I decided to take a solitary walk along the temple's perimeter. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the distant hum of evening prayers. It was then that I felt it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as though the temple itself had taken a deep breath. I paused, looking around, but saw nothing amiss. Yet, a sense of being watched settled over me, an unsettling tingle that traced its fingers down my spine. Brushing off the feeling as the product of an overactive imagination, I continued my walk, but the sensation clung to me like a shadow. I had heard tales of the temple's patron deity, Vishnu, manifesting to protect the sanctity of the grounds, but I was not a superstitious man. I believed in what could be seen and studied, yet I could not shake the feeling of unseen eyes following my every move. The following days were filled with similar disturbances, objects slightly out of place, drafts of cold air where there should be none, whispers at the edge of my hearing. The logical part of my mind sought explanations. Perhaps I was simply exhausted, or perhaps the stories I had heard were playing on my psyche. Nevertheless, the rationalizations did little to quell the growing unease. It was during one of these unsettling moments that I met Rajan, an elderly temple caretaker who had worked at the temple for over 50 years. His eyes, deep-set and wise, seemed to hold the temple's secrets. We spoke of many things, of history, of devotion, and eventually, of Vault B. Rajan, with a knowing smile, told me that the vault was protected by more than just its physical locks. He spoke of guardians, not the kind that could be seen, but those that existed beyond human perception. In the days that followed, my resolve to understand the mysteries of Vault B grew stronger. It was no longer just academic curiosity. It had become a need, a compulsion that gnawed at me. I delved deeper into the temple records, seeking any mention of the vault and its contents. My nights were consumed with dreams that were vivid and strange, filled with shadows that moved with purpose, and voices that spoke in languages forgotten by time. The temple, once a place of comfort, now seemed a living entity, watchful and enigmatic. The disturbances became more pronounced, and I found myself questioning my own sanity. Was it possible that something ancient and powerful was indeed watching over the vault, as Rajan had suggested? I wrestled with these thoughts as I continued my work, drawn ever closer to the forbidden vault. One night, unable to sleep, I wandered the temple grounds, the cool air a balm for my troubled mind. The moonlight cast eerie shadows on the temple walls, and I felt a pull toward the eastern corridor, the path that led to Vault B. Before I realized it, I was standing before the massive doors that had remained sealed for centuries. The air here was different, thicker, charged with a palpable energy that seemed to hum beneath the surface. As I stood there, I heard a sound, a deep rumbling that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. It was as though the temple itself was speaking, urging me to listen. Against my better judgment, I pressed my ear to the cold stone, and the sound grew louder, more insistent. It was not a voice, not exactly, but a presence, an awareness that seeped into my consciousness. A sudden flash of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see a shadow detach itself from the wall. coalescing into a form that defied description. It was as if the darkness itself had taken shape, an entity that flickered at the edges of my vision. My heart pounded in my chest, and I took a step back, unsure whether to flee or remain. The shadow moved, its form shifting with each step it took toward me. I should have been terrified, yet there was a strange calm that settled over me, as if I had been expecting this encounter all along. The entity paused a few feet away, its presence enveloping me in a cocoon of silence. "You seek what is forbidden," a voice echoed within my mind, resonant and ancient. It was neither threatening nor welcoming, merely a statement of fact. I nodded, unsure of how to respond. The entity seemed to understand my hesitation, its form wavering like smoke caught in a breeze. "Knowledge comes at a price," it continued, and I felt a weight settle upon my shoulders, a sense of inevitability that I could not shake. "You must be prepared to accept what you find." With that, the entity dissolved into the shadows once more, leaving me alone with the silence and the unyielding doors of Vault B. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the words echoing in my mind. It was a warning, I realized, but also an invitation, a challenge to uncover the truth that lay beyond the doors. The following days were a blur. My work at the temple continued, but my mind was consumed by the encounter. I kept my distance from the vault, yet I felt its presence, a constant whisper at the edge of my thoughts. The disturbances that had plagued me subsided, replaced by an uneasy peace that was somehow more unsettling. Rajan noticed the change in me, and one evening, as we sat together beneath the banyan tree, he spoke of the temple's history, of the kings and priests who had devoted their lives to its protection. He told me of the vaults and their guardians, and of the balance that must be maintained between the seen and unseen. "You have been chosen," he said, his words both comforting and ominous. "What you seek is not just treasure, but understanding. The temple knows its own, and it has called to you." His words lingered with me long after our conversation ended. I understood then that my quest was not just about opening a vault, but about confronting the mysteries that lay within my own soul. The entity's warning echoed in my mind, a reminder of the price of knowledge. It was only a week later that I found myself once again standing before the doors of Vault B. This time, there was no hesitation, only a quiet resolve. I had prepared myself for this moment, accepting the risks and the uncertainties. The temple was silent, its shadows lengthening in the fading light. As I reached for the lock, a tremor ran through the stone, and I felt the presence of the entity once more. This time, it was not a shadow, but a force that surrounded me, a warmth that seeped into my bones. The doors opened with a sound like the sigh of 1,000 winds, revealing a darkness that seemed to stretch into infinity. I stepped forward, drawn into the void by an unseen hand. The air was cool and still, and as my eyes adjusted, I saw them. The guardians, beings of light and shadow, their forms shifting in the half-light. They watched me with an intensity that was both unnerving and comforting, their voices a symphony of whispers. "You have come," they said in unison, their words resonating within me. The knowledge you seek is yours, but remember, with understanding comes responsibility. As the words faded, the vault transformed around me, revealing a space not filled with gold or jewels, but with visions of the past, the present, and what could be. It was a library of time itself, a repository of the universe's secrets, and I was its newest custodian. I stood there, awed and humbled, as the guardians faded into the ether, leaving me with the weight of their charge. I understood now that the true treasure of Vault B was not material, but the power to see beyond the veil of reality, to glimpse the threads that wove the fabric of existence. I emerged from the vault as the first light of dawn touched the temple spires, a new understanding etched into my soul. The temple, once a place of mystery, had become a part of me, its secrets intertwined with my own. Yet, as I resumed my work and returned to the routines that had once defined my days, I could not shake the lingering fear that accompanied my newfound knowledge. The world seemed different, its shadows darker, its light more fleeting. I had seen beyond the veil, and while it had gifted me with insight, it had also left me with a burden, a responsibility to guard the knowledge and to ensure that it was used wisely. Each day, as I walked the temple grounds, the presence of the guardians a constant reminder of my pact, I knew that I was not alone. The unseen entities watched over me, guiding and protecting, as they had done for centuries. The temple had chosen me, and in return, I had become its custodian, a keeper of secrets that transcended time and space. The fear remained, a quiet whisper that shadowed my steps, but it was a fear tempered by purpose. For in the heart of that ancient temple, amidst the echoes of its past and the promise of its future, I had found my place, a part of a story that would continue long after I was gone. And so, I remained, a guardian of the secrets that lay within the Padmanabhaswamy temple, forever intertwined with its mysteries, and forever watchful of the unseen beings that dwelled in its sacred halls. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon when I first cast my eyes upon the ancient tower. It stood solemn and silent, a sentinel from a forgotten era, its silhouette a stark contrast against the dusky sky. The villagers spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting nervously whenever the subject arose. To them, the tower was a relic, a cursed relic, best left undisturbed. But to me, a historian with an insatiable curiosity, it represented a puzzle that begged to be solved. My arrival in the village had been met with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I rented a modest room in a quaint inn, and each evening, as I sipped tea by the fireplace, I would listen to the whispers, the legends of the tower, tales of disappearances, and the occasional ghost sighting. The more I heard, the more determined I became to explore. It wasn't long before I found myself at the base of the tower. The entrance was not barred, no rusted chains or weathered boards to deter the curious. Instead, it seemed that the tower relied on its own aura of foreboding to keep people at bay. I hesitated for a moment, the weight of those warnings pressing upon me, but my resolve held firm. With a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The air within the tower was cool and stale, carrying with it a faint, earthy scent. My eyes took a moment to adjust to the dim light that filtered through narrow, slit-like windows. The interior was, as I had expected, ancient stone walls, a spiral staircase winding upward, and multiple dark chambers whose contents were obscured by shadows. It was in one of these chambers that I first sensed the disturbance. At first, it was just a whisper, barely there, a soft susurrus that seemed to slither through the air. I paused, straining to catch the words, but they were indistinct, a language lost to time. Shaking off a shiver, I continued my exploration, chalking it up to the wind, or perhaps my mind playing tricks in this eerie setting. As the days turned into weeks, I made the tower my project. Each day brought new discoveries, ancient markings etched into the stone, strange artifacts that defied explanation, and those whispers, persistent and growing ever clearer. I began to feel a connection to the place, as if it were speaking directly to me, revealing secrets meant only for my ears. But as the days wore on, the whispers became more insistent, and with them came dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams. I found myself wandering the tower in my sleep, guided by unseen hands, drawn to parts of the structure I had not yet explored. The waking hours became a blur, my mind consumed by thoughts of the tower, its history, its mysteries. It was during one of these restless nights that the dream took a darker turn. I found myself in a chamber I had never seen before, the air thick with a palpable dread. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small black stone. It pulsed with an unnatural light, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. I reached out, compelled by an urge I could not resist, and as my fingers closed around the stone, I felt a jolt, like a bolt of lightning shooting through my veins. I awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The stone was gone, but its presence lingered, an indelible mark on my consciousness. I knew I had to find that chamber, to see if it existed outside my dreams, to prove to myself that I was not losing my mind. The next morning, I ascended the tower with renewed vigor, my steps echoing in the silence. I scoured each chamber, searching for any hint of the room from my dreams. It was then, as I stumbled into yet another nondescript chamber, that I found it, the very pedestal, now empty, surrounded by the same oppressive aura I had felt in my sleep. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. The tower was no longer just a relic. It was alive, a sentient entity with its own intentions, and I had become its chosen interlocutor. With each passing day, my obsession deepened. The whispers, now more like voices, guided me, showing me hidden passageways and secret rooms filled with artifacts that defied explanation. I documented everything, filling my notebook with sketches and notes, a frantic attempt to make sense of the unfolding enigma. But as the tower revealed more of its secrets, a darker presence began to make itself known. At first, it manifested as a feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Then came shadows that moved when they should not, flickering at the edge of my vision. I tried to convince myself it was just the play of light, but deep down, I knew better. The villagers noticed the change in me. They spoke of my increasingly haggard appearance, the dark circles under my eyes, the way I mumbled to myself, as if holding a conversation with unseen entities. Their concern was palpable, and yet none dared approach the tower, fearing the consequences of its wrath. One evening, as I pored over my notes, a sudden chill swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging me into darkness. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as the whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of voices clamoring for attention. And then, from the shadows, emerged a figure, indistinct and yet terrifyingly real. It moved with a fluid grace, its form shifting and changing, as if it were composed of the very shadows that filled the room. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, trapped in a nightmare made flesh. The figure spoke, its voice a low, resonant hum that reverberated through my bones. It spoke of the tower's history, of the ancient rites and sacrifices that had been performed within its walls, of the power it held and the price it demanded. And as it spoke, I understood that I had crossed a threshold, that I was no longer merely a visitor, but a participant in the tower's dark narrative. It had chosen me, as it had chosen others before me, to be its recorder, its storyteller, bound to it by the knowledge I had gained. The vision faded, leaving me alone once more, the whispers receding to a soft murmur. I sat in the darkness, my mind a turbulent sea of fear and fascination. I knew I should leave, abandon my research, flee the village and never look back. But the tower's pull was stronger than ever, an irresistible force that had woven itself into the very fabric of my being. The following days were a blur, a whirlwind of exploration and discovery. I delved deeper into the tower's secrets, uncovering rooms filled with relics of the past, each one a testament to the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. The whispers became my constant companions, guiding me, taunting me, driving me to the brink of madness. It was during one such exploration, deep within the bowels of the tower, that I stumbled upon the final revelation, a hidden chamber, untouched by time, its walls lined with shelves of dusty tomes and ancient scrolls. In the center of the room stood an altar, upon which rested a single, glowing stone, the very stone from my dreams. I approached with trepidation, my heart pounding in my chest, the voices urging me on. As I reached out, the room seemed to warp, the walls closing in, the air growing thick with an oppressive energy. And then, as my fingers brushed the stone, everything changed. The chamber dissolved around me, replaced by a vision of the past, a scene of ancient rites, of hooded figures chanting in a language long forgotten, of the stone's dark power unleashed upon the world. I saw the tower as it once was, a place of worship and sacrifice, a conduit for force beyond comprehension. The vision faded, leaving me breathless and trembling, the weight of the revelation settling upon me. I understood now the true nature of the tower, its purpose, its insatiable hunger for knowledge and power, and I understood my place within it, the role I had been chosen to play. I returned to the village, my mind a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. The villagers avoided me now, their fear palpable, their whispers following me wherever I went. They spoke of the tower's curse, of my descent into madness, of the darkness that had claimed me. But I knew the truth, knew that I had been granted a rare gift, a glimpse into the mysteries of the ancient world. The tower had chosen me, and in doing so, had changed me forever. I spent my remaining days in feverish activity, transcribing my notes, compiling my research, ensuring that the tower's story would not be lost to time. But as the deadline for my departure approached, an unease settled over me, a gnawing fear that I could not shake. The night before I was to leave, I returned to the tower one final time. The whispers welcomed me, their tone almost mournful, as if bidding farewell. I climbed to the highest point, gazing out over the landscape, the village nestled below, the horizon stretching into infinity. As I stood there, the wind whispered through the stones, carrying with it the echoes of the past, the voices of those who had come before, each one a part of the tower's legacy. And I, too, had become a part of that legacy, my story woven into the tapestry of its history. I left the village the next day, my heart heavy with the weight of the knowledge I carried. But the tower's call remained, a constant presence in my mind, a reminder of the secrets I had uncovered, the truths I had unearthed. And though I tried to forget, to move on, the tower haunted my dreams, its whispers growing ever louder, a siren song that beckoned me back. I knew deep down that I would return, drawn once more to the ancient tower, to its dark chambers, and the chilling discovery that awaited within. I had always been fascinated by the ancient tower that loomed at the edge of town, its silhouette cutting sharply against the sky like a dagger through a veil of clouds. Locals spoke of it in hushed whispers, their voices tinged with both reverence and fear. It was a place wrapped in layers of time and mystery, a relic of an era lost to history, its origins obscured by the passage of centuries. To me, it was not merely a structure of stone and wood. It was an enigma waiting to be unraveled. I first saw the tower when I was a child, peeking through the backseat window of my parents' car as we drove past it on our way to the countryside. Even then, its darkened spire seemed to beckon, promising secrets within its walls. As I grew older, my curiosity deepened into an obsession, drawing me closer each year until the day I finally stood at its base, my heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and dread. The entrance was unassuming, a simple wooden door, weathered and warped by time. It groaned on rusted hinges as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through the hollow chamber like a reluctant sigh. Inside, the tower was dimly lit, the only illumination seeping in through narrow slits in the stone walls, casting slender beams of light that danced with the dusk. It smelled of aged wood and earth, a scent that seemed to hold the breath of ages. For the first few levels, The tower was devoid of any remarkable features. The rooms were empty, save for the occasional piece of broken furniture or a cobweb-laden tapestry clinging stubbornly to the walls. My footsteps were a lonely symphony in the silence, each creak and groan of the floorboards a reminder that I was alone in a place that had not welcomed visitors for many years. It was on the 4th level that the first disturbance occurred. As I entered the room, I felt a sudden chill, as if the air had thickened with an unseen presence. At first, I dismissed it as a draft, or perhaps the overactive imagination of someone who had read too many ghost stories. But then I heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from the walls. It was a soft sound, almost like a heartbeat, yet unmistakably deliberate. I stood frozen, straining to locate the source. The tapping continued, growing more insistent, as if it were calling to me. I followed it to the far side of the room where an old tapestry hung, a scene of a stormy sea with waves crashing against jagged rocks. As I reached out to touch it, the tapping ceased, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Beneath the tapestry, I discovered a narrow opening, just wide enough to slip through. Beyond lay a staircase spiraling upwards, its steps carved from stone, each worn smooth by countless feet that had tread upon them long before mine. I hesitated only briefly before beginning my ascent, each step taking me further into the tower's depths. With each floor, the atmosphere grew more oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. Shadows clung to every corner, shifting and twisting with a life of their own. I could feel a presence lurking within them, watching me with eyes unseen. It was an unnerving sensation that set my heart racing, yet I was compelled to continue. It was on the 7th floor that I encountered the mysterious guide, an old man with a stooped back and a face etched with time. He appeared without warning, stepping from the shadows as if he had been waiting for me. "You seek the heart of the tower," he said, his voice a low rumble that resonated through the chamber. "But beware, for the path is fraught with peril." I nodded, too captivated to respond verbally. His eyes were like pools of ink, deep and unfathomable, drawing me in with their intensity. He gestured for me to follow and led me down a corridor I had not noticed before. As we walked, he spoke in cryptic phrases, his words weaving a narrative of the tower's history. It was a tale of power and ambition, of those who had attempted to harness the tower's secrets, only to be consumed by them. He warned of the supernatural entities that dwelt within, beings that twisted fate and bent time to their will. The corridor ended at a heavy wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that pulsed faintly in the dim light. The old man paused, his expression grave. "Beyond this door lies the chamber that holds the tower's true secret," he said. "Once you enter, there is no turning back." With a nod of understanding, I steeled myself and pushed the door open. The chamber beyond was vast, its ceiling lost in a haze of shadows. The walls were lined with shelves, each crammed with ancient tomes and peculiar artifacts, whose purposes defied explanation. At the center of the room was a large circular pool, its surface impossibly still, filled not with water, but with a crimson liquid that shimmered with an eerie luminescence. The air was thick, with an oppressive energy that pressed against my skin, a palpable reminder that I had stepped into a realm that defied the natural order. I approached the pool cautiously, its surface reflecting my image back at me, distorted by ripples that should not have been there. It was then that I felt it, a whispering at the edge of my consciousness, a voice not my own, threading its way through my thoughts. It spoke in a language I did not understand, yet its meaning was clear. It offered me knowledge and power beyond my wildest dreams, the promise of secrets long forgotten. But as the voice grew louder, so too did a sense of foreboding. Images flashed before my eyes, those who had come before me, their eyes filled with terror as they realized too late the true cost of their desires. I could see them trapped within the pool, their souls bound to its depths, forever seeking an escape that would never come. I stumbled back, the vision fading as the old man placed a steadying hand on my shoulder. His presence was a tether, anchoring me to reality, reminding me of the choice that lay before me. "The tower tests all who seek its secrets," he said quietly. "It offers much, but takes more." I knew then that the choice was mine alone, to succumb to the lure of the tower's power, or to turn away, preserving my soul from eternal damnation. The weight of the decision bore down on me, a heavy mantle that threatened to crush my resolve. In that moment, I understood the nature of the tower's allure. It was not the power or knowledge it offered, but the temptation of the unknown, the seductive pull of secrets hidden just beyond reach. And with that understanding came clarity. I stepped back from the pool, shaking my head. The room felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from its ancient stones. The old man nodded, a faint smile creasing his weathered face. "You have chosen wisely," he said, his voice echoing with a strange mix of relief and admiration. "Few ever do." With that, he turned and began walking back towards the door, leaving me to follow. As we descended the spiral staircase, the oppressive atmosphere began to fade, replaced by the familiar scent of aged wood and earth. By the time we reached the ground floor, the tower felt almost ordinary, its mysteries hidden once more behind a veneer of normalcy. The old man paused at the entrance, looking back at me with an expression I could not quite decipher. "The tower will always be here," he said. "Should you ever seek its secrets again, it will welcome you home." I nodded, understanding that the tower's allure would never truly fade. It would remain a part of me, a whisper at the edge of my mind, tempting me to return. But for now, I had made my choice, and with that choice came peace. As I stepped out into the light of day, the sun warm on my skin, I felt a sense of liberation. The tower was behind me, its silhouette stark against the sky, a reminder of the path I had chosen not to take. But deep down, I knew the fear would linger, a shadow at the back of my mind, whispering of what might have been, of the secrets that remained hidden within the tower's ancient walls. The North Atlantic Ocean has always been a place of mystery and danger, an endless expanse of cold, turbulent waters that have swallowed countless ships and claimed the lives of their crews. It was on this vast and merciless sea that I found myself drawn toward an inexplicable destiny. For years, I had sailed these waters, chasing the stories of strange occurrences and hidden secrets that whispered through the fog. My name is Marcus Hill, a seasoned sailor turned investigator of the unknown, and it was on one particularly bleak voyage that I stumbled upon the enigma of the ancient tower. The journey began as any other, the rhythmic slapping of waves against the hull, the wind carrying the scent of salt and seaweed. My ship, the Solstice, a sturdy vessel that had weathered many storms, was my constant companion. The crew consisted of only 3, including myself, a lean but able trio with a taste for the unexplainable. My companions, James and Eleanor, shared in my fascination for the ocean's secrets, their eyes perpetually gleaming with the thrill of discovery. Our departure was uneventful, the sky a rolling gray as we left the harbor behind, destined for a region few dared to navigate. Rumors had reached us of a strange structure rising from the water, glimpsed only in the first light of dawn, before vanishing with the morning fog. The locals spoke of it in hushed tones, calling it a ghostly relic from a time before recorded history, a place best left undisturbed. These tales naturally piqued my curiosity and set the course for our fateful expedition. The journey into the heart of the North Atlantic was one of routine, our days filled with the monotony of nautical life, scanning the horizon for something out of the ordinary. I had not anticipated how quickly the monotony would shatter. It was early on the 3rd day when we saw it, a silhouette against the dim light of dawn, a tower, impossibly ancient, jutting from the sea like a defiant monolith. The structure was unlike anything we had ever seen, comprised of what appeared to be blackened stone, slick with algae and the passage of time. It rose straight from the depths, untouched by human hands, its sides carved with symbols that defied comprehension. From the deck of the Solstice, it looked both solid and spectral, as if it existed only in the boundaries of our perception. We approached with caution, each of us drawn by a compulsion that defied logic. James, whose skepticism usually anchored our more imaginative tendencies, was uncharacteristically silent, his eyes fixed on the tower with a mixture of awe and dread. Eleanor, ever the fearless explorer, was already preparing the dinghy to take us closer. It was as if the tower had cast a spell over us, weaving an invisible web that pulled us inexorably toward its secrets. Once we had secured the Solstice, we set out in the small boat, the water eerily still around us. The closer we got, the more the tower loomed, its presence growing oppressive and vast. The air felt different here, charged with something indefinable, as if we had crossed into another realm. My heart pounded in my chest with an unfamiliar rhythm, a blend of anticipation and foreboding. Stepping onto the tower's base was like crossing a threshold into another world. The surface was surprisingly smooth, worn by ages of relentless waves. Those cryptic symbols lined the walls, undulating and twisting in patterns that made my head spin if I stared too long. They seemed to pulse with an internal light, a soft glow that was more felt than seen. We walked in silence, the only sounds the slap of water against stone, and our own hesitant footsteps. With each step, I felt a growing certainty that we were not alone. A presence lingered here, unseen but palpable, watching our every move. It was this sense of being observed that first unsettled James, his initial fascination with the tower giving way to a mounting unease. As we explored, a chilling wind swept up from the depths, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to echo from the very stones beneath us. Eleanor paused, her head tilted as if listening to words only she could hear. "Can you feel it?" she asked, her voice a low murmur that barely rose above the whispering wind. James and I exchanged a glance, both aware that something was indeed calling out to us, an ancient voice that spoke in riddles. The tower was a labyrinth, its passages twisting and turning, leading us ever deeper into its heart. It was as if the structure itself was alive, shifting to confound our senses, making each turn a disorienting journey. The air grew colder the further we ventured, our breath visible in the dim glow of those accursed symbols. Then, the first real disturbance occurred. Eleanor, who had been leading, suddenly froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. We followed her gaze to see a figure standing just ahead, a silhouette more shadow than form. It was featureless, yet there was an undeniable intelligence behind its presence. The figure made no move, simply observing us with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "What is it?" James whispered, though none of us had an answer. The figure remained, still as the stone itself, until we dared to take a step forward. With that, it vanished, dissolving into the air as if it had never existed. Eleanor shook her head, trying to dispel the vision, but the encounter had left its mark, a seed of fear taking root in our minds. As we pressed on, the atmosphere grew heavier, an oppressive weight that fouled the air and made each breath a labor. The passage narrowed, forcing us to walk single file, the walls seeming to close in around us. The whispering had grown louder, a constant susurration that filled the space and wormed its way into our minds. It was as if the tower was speaking to us, its language a cacophony of despair and longing. James, ever the pragmatist, began to falter, his resolve crumbling under the relentless assault on his senses. "We need to leave," he insisted, his voice strained and raw. But there was nowhere to go, the path forward our only option. I too felt the crushing weight of the tower's influence, its call now a siren song that beckoned me onward. At last, we emerged into a vast chamber, the heart of the tower. It was here that the symbols converged, spiraling into a dizzying vortex at the center of the floor. The walls were alive with light, the glow pulsating in time with some unseen force. The chamber was both magnificent and terrifying, a place of power and revelation that defied comprehension. We stood transfixed, the weight of our journey culminating in this moment. The air thrummed with energy, a living current that connected us to the tower's ancient consciousness. It was in that instant that I understood. The tower was not merely a structure, but a sentinel, a guardian of secrets long forgotten by the world. The climax of our encounter came without warning. The whispering rose to a crescendo, a symphony of voices that filled the chamber with a deafening roar. Eleanor gasped, clutching her head as if to ward off the cacophony. James stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror, as the vortex at our feet began to spin, a maelstrom of light and shadow. In that moment, I felt the tower reach out to us, its intentions unfathomable. It was not malice that drove it, but a desperate need to be understood, to share its ancient wisdom. I reached out, compelled by a force greater than myself, and in doing so, touched the edge of that swirling vortex. The world exploded into light, a blinding brilliance that consumed everything. I was weightless, adrift in a sea of time and memory, images flashing before me with dizzying speed. I glimpsed civilizations rising and falling, their stories etched into the fabric of the universe. And then, just as abruptly, it was over, the light fading to reveal the chamber once more. We stood in silence, the echoes of that blinding vision lingering in our minds. The tower's whisper had faded, replaced by a profound stillness that settled over us like a shroud. It was Eleanor who spoke first, her voice barely above a whisper. "We should leave. I don't think we were meant to see this." With great reluctance, we retraced our steps, the oppressive weight lifting as we moved away from the tower's heart. The journey back to the solstice was a blur, our minds reeling from the experience. As we pushed off from the tower, I glanced back to see its silhouette against the rising sun, its mysteries hidden once more beneath the veil of fog. The voyage home was a somber one, the thrill of discovery overshadowed by the memories of what we had encountered. James remained silent, lost in his own thoughts, while Eleanor and I exchanged few words, each of us grappling with the implications of our journey. Though we returned to civilization, the tower's influence lingered, a shadow that followed me long after the voyage had ended. In quiet moments, I could still hear its whisper, a reminder of the secrets it held and the knowledge just beyond my grasp. The North Atlantic had claimed another piece of my soul, its mysteries woven into the very fabric of my being. I often wonder what might have been had we stayed longer, had we dared to delve deeper into the tower's enigma. But such thoughts are fleeting, quickly dispelled by the chill of reality. The ancient tower remains, its presence eternal and immutable, a guardian of secrets that will long outlast the fleeting curiosity of men. And so, the memory of that voyage haunts me still, a lingering fear that whispers in the dead of night, calling me back to the edge of the world where the sea and sky meet in a dance of eternal mystery. Yet I know in my heart that some secrets are meant to remain hidden, their truths too vast and terrible for the human mind to bear. And so, I let the tower rest, its ancient vigil unbroken, while I carry its shadow in the quiet recesses of my soul. I had always appreciated the quiet predictability of my life in our little Russian apartment complex. Nestled discreetly at the edge of town, it was the kind of place where the walls carried whispers of decades past, where creaky floors told stories of the lives that had trod upon their worn surfaces. My daily rituals, though monotonous to some, were comforting to me. watching as the sun filtered through my small west-facing window, painting silent pictures on my kitchen floor, listening to the gentle hum of the world outside, and occasionally exchanging nods with neighbors who seemed as content with their routines as I was with mine. Yet, normalcy, as I later discovered, is fragile. It was a Tuesday when the first disturbance occurred. I had returned from my evening walk around the complex, my mind still replaying the rhythm of my steps on the gravel path, when I noticed the door to my apartment sticking in an unusual way. It was as if the wood had swelled considerably overnight, protesting when I pushed it open. I dismissed it as part of the building's quirks, its old bones settling further into the earth. Inside, the air held a strange tension, a taut expectancy that I could not quite place. My cat, Mishka, typically a reclusive creature himself, skirted around my legs, his usual aloof demeanor replaced by an unusual clinginess. He had taken to watching the entryway with unblinking eyes, a low, constant growl rumbling from his throat whenever there was movement from the hall beyond. I chalked it up to a cat's hypersensitivity to the mundane and settled into my evening routine, though the sense of unease lingered, like the aftertaste of a bitter meal. The following day, the situation escalated. I awoke to the sound of heavy objects being dragged across the floor above me, an echoing scrape that tugged me from a restless sleep. My upstairs neighbors, the Kovalenkos, were an elderly couple who rarely moved their furniture. Concerned, I trudged up the stairs, knocking gently on their door. There was no answer, only the faint sound of something being clawed or scratched. Returning to my apartment, I noticed something strange about the hallways. The usual ambient noises, the hum of conversations, the distant laughter of children, were conspicuously absent. An unnatural silence shrouded the building, each apartment door shut tight, as if the inhabitants were collectively holding their breath. I felt a shiver creep up my spine, the growing awareness that something was distinctly wrong. As days turned into a week, the atmosphere inside our complex began shifting palpably. At night, the noises grew stranger, more unnerving. Muffled thumps and a distant, unsettling scraping sound echoed through the walls. I found myself habitually checking the locks, ensuring my windows were tightly shut each evening as Mishka continued his vigil by the door, his growl now a familiar part of the nocturnal soundscape. The climax of this peculiar episode came one stormy night. I was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream that seemed to resonate from every corner of the building. It was raw, primal, filled with an indescribable terror. I leapt from bed, heart pounding, instinctively grabbing my phone. As I fumbled to dial for help, the lights flickered ominously before plunging into darkness, my apartment swallowed by the shadows of the storm. I stood frozen for what felt like hours, listening intently, my breath held as if releasing it would draw unwanted attention. The scream had subsided into a haunting silence, one that wrapped around me like an oppressive fog. I could hear Mishka hissing at the door, his fur bristled with fear. Mustering courage, I moved cautiously toward the window, peering out through the rain-streaked glass into the building's courtyard. The scene outside was surreal. Flickers of lightning illuminated fleeting glimpses of what seemed like a figure moving erratically in the shadows, its form indistinct, as if cloaked by the storm itself. The rain whipped sideways, reducing visibility to mere shapes and silhouettes. Yet I could sense its presence, something neither animal nor human, yet invoking an innate dread that twisted my insides. It was then that I understood. We were not locked inside with something dangerous. No, it was outside, lurking, prowling amidst the storm, its intentions as opaque as the darkness it inhabited. The building was our reluctant refuge, the thin walls our only shield against whatever unseen entity prowled beyond. When morning came, the storm had passed, leaving a tangible stillness in its wake. The complex was unnaturally hushed, a collective silence shared by neighbors who avoided each other's eyes as they hurried past in the hall. I ventured to speak with Yuri, our building's handyman, hoping to glean some insight or perhaps reassurance that my imagination had simply gotten the better of me. "I don't know what's going on," Yuri admitted, his face drawn with sleeplessness. His eyes darted nervously towards the windows, as if expecting to see something peering back. "Strange things have been happening. People say they've seen something out there, moving in the shadows." His words offered no comfort, only confirmation of what I feared. As dusk fell once more, the tension ratcheted up to an almost unbearable degree. Locking the door felt like an inadequate measure, a futile gesture against a threat that was palpably real, yet maddeningly intangible. Unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the window again, Mishka by my side. His constant low growl, a soundtrack to the night's silence. I watched, waiting for the first sign of movement, for whatever it was to reveal itself. Hours passed, the world outside obscured by the suffocating embrace of darkness. Then, as if on cue, the figure appeared once more. It moved with an erratic grace, slipping between the shadows with unsettling ease. It paused occasionally, as though sensing my gaze, turning its indistinct form toward my window. And though I could see no eyes, I felt its awareness. The connection was electric, a charge that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I should have felt safe behind my walls, locked away from the danger outside. Yet the knowledge of its presence was a whispering menace, creeping into the edges of my consciousness. I could not look away, trapped in a morbid fascination with whatever it was that held us captive within our own homes. We were prisoners of our own refuge, the unseen creature outside dictating our lives through fear and uncertainty. Each night became a vigil, a test of endurance as we waited for the thing to move on, to release us from its shadowed grip. But it lingered, a permanent stain on our once serene existence, an enigma that defied understanding. As the days wore on, the thought that it might never leave, that it might forever haunt the perimeter of our lives, settled heavily upon me. I found myself scanning the headlines, searching for any mention of our peculiar plight, but there was nothing. Whatever haunted us was our own secret, a silent nightmare we bore alone. And so, life continued under this oppressive veil. The world outside our complex carried on, unaware of the quiet terror that had taken root within our walls. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that we were forever changed, that the unseen creature with its inscrutable watch had left a mark upon us, an indelible scar that would never fade. Each night, as darkness fell and the shadows crept once more, I would sit beside the window, Mishka at my side, waiting with breathless anticipation for a resolution that never came. The lingering fear was our new normal, an unwelcome companion that clung to us like a shadow, whispering its presence in the stillness of the night. Please let me out, I found myself thinking, though I knew better than to voice the thought. For outside, something listened, something waited, something whose intentions remained shrouded in the enigma of its existence. The incident began quietly, almost imperceptibly, like the distant rattle of thunder on a clear day. Our apartment building stood like a stoic monolith on the outskirts of a city that thrived on chaos and constant movement. The residents lived their lives with a sense of detached camaraderie. We exchanged polite nods in the elevator, shared muffled greetings in the hallways. But mostly, we kept to ourselves, each apartment a sealed vault of personal history and routine. My apartment was on the 5th floor, overlooking a small park that the city planners had mercifully spared from development. I often sat by the window, allowing the gentle rustle of leaves to punctuate my evening solitude. Life within these walls was predictable, if not slightly mundane. I took comfort in the repetitive rhythms: early morning coffee, work, dinner, and an occasional book before bed. The building was old, perhaps too old, and it groaned with the wind, its walls whispering stories of past tenants. Then, without warning, the first disturbance occurred. It began with the elevators. One morning, as I prepared for work, I waited for the usual metallic clank announcing its arrival, but it never came. Instead, the lights above the doors flickered erratically, settling on a number that didn't exist. I opted for the stairs, descending past floors lined with dingy carpet and faded wallpaper. As I reached the lobby, our building manager, a kindly but frazzled woman named Mrs. Gibbons, stood by the maintenance room, her brow furrowed with concern. "Elevators out again?" I inquired, trying to keep my tone light. Mrs. Gibbons sighed deeply. "Yes, and there seems to be more to it. Some kind of electrical issue. I've called someone, but it might take a while." I nodded, the inconvenience only a mild perturbation in my day. But as I stepped into the world outside, I felt a strange pull to look back at the building. Its windows stared back, opaque and mysterious, like silent witnesses to unseen events. Days passed, and the elevator remained inoperative. Residents grumbled, but adapted, taking the stairs with mild irritation. It was during one of these climbs that I noticed something unusual. The 5th floor was different. The lighting was dimmer, and the air felt thicker, laden with a musty scent that wasn't there before. I dismissed it as an overactive imagination or poor ventilation, but a seed of unease had been planted. The building's quirks soon escalated. Late one evening, as I sat reading, the lights flickered, plunging my apartment into a brief and unsettling darkness. When illumination returned, the clock on the wall displayed a time that made no sense. I reset it, attributing the glitch to the electrical problems Mrs. Gibbons had mentioned. Yet, the sense of normalcy was slipping, like sand through a sieve. Neighborly chatter in the hallways grew hushed, and a pervasive tension settled over us, an unspoken acknowledgement that something was off. Mrs. Gibbons posted a notice in the lobby, advising residents to report any further anomalies. Her usual cheery demeanor was replaced by a guardedness that mirrored our own growing discomfort. As the days wore on, the disturbances became more pronounced. I awoke one night to a sound that defied description, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. It was as if the building was breathing, exhaling a slow, mournful sigh. I lay still, heart pounding in the oppressive silence that followed. The next morning, the rumors began. An elderly resident had gone missing, his apartment empty, his belongings untouched. Mrs. Gibbons assured us that it was likely a misunderstanding, but her voice lacked conviction. The police were called, their formal inquiries echoing through the corridors like a portentous refrain. It was then that the quarantine was imposed. We were instructed to remain in our apartments, a precautionary measure, they said, due to a potential health hazard. Confined within our walls, the building's atmosphere grew dense with unspoken fear. The normalcy of our lives had been irrevocably altered, boundaries imposed by an unseen menace. From my window, I watched the park, now fenced off and desolate, a stark contrast to the vibrancy it once held. We were isolated, cut off from the world beyond, our only connection. The sporadic updates from Mrs. Gibbons, delivered through slips of paper, slid beneath our doors. We were told to remain calm, to trust that the situation was being handled. But trust was a fragile thing, easily eroded by uncertainty. The building seemed to pulsate with an energy of its own, a malevolent awareness that kept us on edge. Neighbors we barely knew became specters, their presence a reminder of our shared predicament. Occasionally, we would hear footsteps in the hall, shadows passing beneath the threshold, and the inevitable creak of doors closing, each sound a reminder that we were not alone in our unease. Time lost its meaning. Days blurred into nights, and the rhythm of life within the building took on a surreal quality. I found myself drawn to the window, gazing at the park, yearning for the freedom it symbolized. But even as I longed for escape, I couldn't shake the feeling that the outside world was no longer the haven it once seemed. The climax came without warning. It was a night like any other, the oppressive stillness of the apartment, occasionally disrupted by the hum that now seemed to permeate every corner. I lay awake, my mind a turbulent sea of thoughts, when the silence was shattered by a cacophony of noise, shouts, the crash of glass, and a deep, resonant groan that reverberated through the building like a death knell. I leapt from my bed, heart hammering, and rushed to the door. The hallway was a tableau of chaos. A group of residents stood clustered, their faces masks of fear and confusion. From the end of the corridor, I could see Mrs. Gibbons, her hands raised in a futile attempt to restore order. Her voice, usually a beacon of reassurance, was lost amidst the clamor. "What's happening?" I called, my voice joining the discordant chorus. One of the residents, a young man from the floor below, turned, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "The walls," he said, his voice a choked whisper. "Something's in the walls." I felt a chill wash over me, a cold dread that settled in my bones. The building seemed alive, a living organism enveloping us in its dark embrace. The lights flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced mockingly across the walls. Suddenly, the groaning intensified, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air we breathed. I backed away, instinct driving me toward the safety of my apartment. As I retreated, I glanced back, seeing Mrs. Gibbons standing her ground, her expression unreadable, as if resigned to some inevitable fate. I shut the door behind me, the noise outside muffled but persistent. My heart raced, muscles taut with the instinct to flee, yet there was nowhere to run. The building held us captive, its walls a confining labyrinth. I pressed my ear to the wall, listening, straining to catch any hint of what lay beyond the concrete barrier. There was nothing but silence, a heavy, suffocating silence that seemed to mock our fear. As the night wore on, the noise gradually subsided, leaving in its wake a haunting stillness. I sat by the window, watching as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The park, bathed in the soft morning glow, seemed almost peaceful, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. Eventually, the quarantine was lifted, the authorities declaring the incident resolved. But the resolution brought no solace, only more questions. Residents moved away, some seeking answers, others simply hoping to forget. The building, once a sanctuary, now felt like a mausoleum of memories, each apartment a sepulcher of lingering dread. I remained, unable to shake the feeling that the building held secrets, whispers of a truth just beyond my grasp. Days passed, yet the unease lingered, a persistent shadow that refused to be banished. The park, once a symbol of freedom, now seemed an eerie reminder of our confinement. In time, life resumed its semblance of normalcy, though the specter of the incident hung over us like a storm cloud. We spoke of it rarely, if at all, preferring to lose ourselves in the mundane rituals of daily life. But in moments of solitude, the memories resurfaced, echoing through the corridors of my mind. Even now, as I sit by the window, the rustle of leaves providing a familiar backdrop, I cannot escape the feeling that the building is watching, waiting. The walls, once silent sentinels, now seem to pulse with a life of their own. And as I gaze into the distance, I sense the unseen presence, an ever-watchful eye, a lingering fear that refuses to be forgotten. The night was encased in the kind of chill that only early winter could bring. I wrapped my coat tightly around myself as I made my way to the Parkers' home, a charming suburban house nestled in a quiet, tree-lined neighborhood. The leaves had long since fallen, leaving bare branches that scratched against the sky like skeletal fingers. I had been babysitting for the Parkers for a couple of months now, and each visit felt as routine as the last. They were a pleasant family. Mr. Parker, a soft-spoken accountant, and Mrs. Parker, an amiable homemaker with a warm smile. Their children, Lily and Tom, were a delight, polite, well-mannered, and obedient, traits that were increasingly rare these days. Upon my arrival, the house stood silent under the dim glow of the porch light. As I approached the door, I could see through the frosted glass panel a blur of warmth, golden light spilling across the hallway, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. Mrs. Parker greeted me with her usual cheerfulness, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she pulled the door wide open. "Thank you for coming, Anna," she said, ushering me inside. "We shouldn't be too late tonight. There's dinner in the fridge if you get hungry, and the kids should be in bed by 9. "Of course, no problem at all," I replied, smiling at her before looking around for the kids. They were just at the foot of the stairs, peering at me with eager anticipation. "Hi, Anna," chimed Lily, a bright-eyed 7-year-old with an infectious energy that could light up the room. "Anna," echoed Tom, her 5-year-old brother, who always seemed to be in a world of his own, but with an innocence that was endearing. After a brief exchange with their parents, who departed with promises to return by midnight, I settled into the familiar routine. Dinner was uneventful, the children chattering about their day at school and the new games they'd invented on the playground. I listened, nodding and laughing in all the right places, feeling comfort in the rhythm of their voices. Bedtime arrived without fuss, and soon the house was enveloped in a quietude that was both peaceful and slightly unsettling. I found myself in the living room, curled up on the couch with a book in hand, the soft ticking of the clock, a gentle reminder of time's passage. It was around 10 o'clock when the first disturbance occurred. A faint but noticeable noise echoed from upstairs, like the creak of floorboards under a cautious step. My immediate thought was that one of the kids had gotten out of bed, perhaps to fetch a glass of water or to find a lost toy. I set the book aside and made my way up the stairs, each step deliberate and cautious. The hallway was dimly lit by the nightlight plugged into the socket, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance along the walls. I peered into Tom's room first, noting how he lay undisturbed, his small form cocooned beneath the covers. Turning my attention to Lily's room, I found her similarly at peace, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, a testament to her slumber. Perplexed, I retreated to the hallway, dismissing the noise as perhaps the house settling or the wind outside playing tricks on my ears. Returning to the living room, I resumed my place on the couch, though with a slight unease now sitting in the pit of my stomach. The next hour passed without incident, and I began to relax once more. However, as the clock edged towards midnight, an inexplicable stillness descended, as though the very air in the house had thickened. I felt an odd sensation, like being watched, though I was alone in the room. Brushing it off as paranoia, I was soon confronted by the sound again, soft, deliberate steps emanating from the upper floor, accompanied this time by a faint whispering that sent chills racing down my spine. Gathering my courage, I ascended the stairs once more, this time with a sense of urgency. The whispering continued, and as I reached the top, it seemed to morph into muted giggles, like a child's mischievous laugh. I followed the sound to the end of the hallway, where a door stood slightly ajar, leading into a room I had never entered before during any of my previous visits. Pushing the door open, I found myself in a small, sparsely furnished room. It was clearly a guest room, with an unremarkable bed, a dresser, and a window that overlooked the backyard. Yet, there was something distinctly off about it, a feeling that the very room was observing me. The whispering had ceased the moment I entered, leaving behind an oppressive silence. I lingered for a moment, scanning the room for any signs of the source, but found nothing out of the ordinary. As I turned to leave, a sudden draft swept through the room, chilling me to the bone. I hurriedly closed the door, retreating back to the relative safety of the hallway. Despite my attempts to return to a state of calm, I found myself on edge, every little noise magnified in the stillness of the night. At last, the Parkers returned home, dispelling the uneasy atmosphere with their presence. I exchanged pleasantries, shared the evening's uneventful highlights, and left with a polite farewell, though the feeling of unease lingered long after I had departed. In the following days, the memory of that night haunted me. The whispers, the footsteps, the inexplicable chill of the guest room. I found myself pondering over it repeatedly, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss in the Parker household. My curiosity, mingled with an irrational fear, compelled me to return the following week, eager to uncover whatever mystery lurked in the shadows. The next visit began as routinely as the last. The children were their usual lively selves, and the Parkers, as always, were gracious and welcoming. Yet, my mind was preoccupied with the events of the previous visit, and as the evening wore on, I found myself drawn to the guest room once more. After the children had settled into bed, I crept upstairs, each step a crescendo of anticipation and dread. The hallway was bathed in an eerie semi-darkness, the nightlight casting long, wavering shadows along the walls. Once again, I found the guest room door slightly ajar, as though inviting me to step inside. This time, as I entered, the room felt different. The air was heavy, charged with an inexplicable energy. I stood in the center, my senses heightened, attuned to the slightest of sounds. Then it happened, an odd sensation, like a gentle pull, as though the very room was shifting around me. The walls seemed to close in, the ceiling pressing down with a suffocating weight. I stumbled back, dizzy, my sense of scale suddenly distorted. In that moment, the whispers resumed, weaving through the air like a sinister lullaby. I spun around, searching for the source, but there was nothing, only empty air and shadows that seemed to ripple with laughter. Panic surged through me, and I staggered out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against it, my heart pounding in my chest, struggling to regain composure. The laughter had ceased, but the sensation lingered, an uncanny feeling, as though I had been reduced, diminished somehow. I rushed to the safety of the living room, where I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hyper-awareness, the slightest creak of the house sending shivers down my spine. When the Parkers returned, I feigned normalcy, though a persistent fear gnawed at the edges of my mind. Over the following weeks, I became consumed by a need to understand what was happening within that room. Each visit was marked by a growing tension, a dance with the unknown, as I grappled with the invisible forces at play. I began to notice subtle changes in the house, objects slightly out of place, shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, and the sensation of being watched, an ever-present specter in my periphery. The Parkers, blissfully unaware, continued with their lives, their children carefree and innocent. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that their home harbored a secret, one that grew more sinister with each visit. The guest room, with its oppressive atmosphere, became a focal point of my obsession, a place I simultaneously feared and felt drawn to, like a moth to a flame. In one particularly vivid moment of clarity, I decided to confront the enigma head-on. Armed with resolve and a sense of purpose, I entered the guest room once more, determined to uncover the truth. As I stepped inside, the familiar sensation of vertigo washed over me, the room distorting and shifting like a living entity. For a fleeting instant, I glimpsed something, a shadowy figure, flickering at the edges of my vision, its form indistinct and ephemeral. It was as though the room itself was alive, a sentient presence that watched and waited, its intentions inscrutable. In that moment, I understood. This was a place of power, a nexus where reality frayed at the seams, and I was but a pawn in its game. The room, with its whispers and laughter, held dominion over space and time, bending the very fabric of reality to its will. I fled, my heart a frantic tattoo in my chest, the shadows seeming to mock my terror. Back in the safety of the living room, I pondered the implications of what I had seen. The shrinking curse, as I now believed it to be, was a manifestation of the room's malevolent intent, a means to draw in the curious and ensnare them in its web. Despite the fear, a part of me was exhilarated, caught in the thrall of the unknown. Each visit became a test of courage, a dance with the shadows, as I sought to understand the forces at play. The house, with its suburban charm, concealed a darkness that only I could perceive, a secret that bound me to its walls. The Parkers never suspected, their lives untouched by the sinister undercurrent that flowed beneath the surface. And so, I continued to watch over their children, my presence in their home, a testament to the strange pact I had unwittingly formed with the entity that dwelled in the guest room. Yet, as time wore on, the boundaries of reality blurred further, the whispers growing louder, the room's influence seeping into the very fabric of my being. I found solace in the paradox of my plight, a lingering fear that thrilled and terrified me in equal measure. In the end, the house remained a mystery, its secrets locked away in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the next unwary soul who dared to venture too close. And I, forever marked by my encounters, bore the weight of its legacy, a silent witness to the darkness that lurked within. Living in an unnamed town that appeared so ordinary, with its rows of quaint houses and quiet streets, one could easily be lulled into a sense of security. I was no different, having moved here for a fresh start after years of restless wandering. The town welcomed me with open arms, its inhabitants friendly, its environment serene. It seemed like the perfect place to finally settle down. My new home was a modest two-story house at the end of Maple Street. It had a charming, slightly outdated feel, with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that had seen better days. I found comfort in its imperfection, the kind only an older house could provide. As the days turned into weeks, I fell into a soothing routine, often spending my evenings by the fire with a good book, or taking leisurely walks through the town's picturesque parks. One evening, as the golden hues of sunset gave way to the deep blues of twilight, I was curled up in my favorite armchair when my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number appeared on the screen, reading simply, "Hello." I dismissed it as a wrong number and returned to my reading, thinking nothing more of it. The messages continued over the next few days, each one more cryptic than the last. They came at different times, morning, noon, and night, always from the same unknown number. They varied in length, sometimes just a single word like stop or listen, other times longer, more puzzling phrases. The walls hear you, or voices in the silence. Despite their oddness, I didn't feel threatened, only mildly annoyed at the persistent intrusion into my otherwise peaceful life. It was during a particularly quiet afternoon, with rain tapping gently against the window panes, that the tone of the messages shifted. "Inside your walls," it said. My eyes darted around the room, tracing the old wallpaper and the shadows it cast. Then another message arrived. "In the house with you." A chill ran down my spine. The notion that someone might be watching me from within my own home was absurd, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. For the first time, I considered contacting the authorities. But what would I tell them? That I was receiving strange text messages? I could imagine their skepticism. Determined to dismiss my rising paranoia, I conducted a thorough search of the house. Room by room, I checked every nook and cranny, even crawling into the attic and the cramped basement. There was nothing unusual, no signs of anyone else being there except for me. The messages continued, each one more insistent. "They can hear you," one read. Another, "Beneath the floorboards." My nights were now restless, filled with dreams that left a lingering sense of dread upon waking. I would lie in bed, listening to the soft creaks of the house settling, each sound amplified in the oppressive silence. One night, just as I was about to drift off, my phone buzzed again. This time, the message was a string of seemingly random numbers. My curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. I copied the numbers onto a piece of paper and spent the next few hours trying to decipher them. After several failed attempts, I realized they were coordinates. Intrigued and slightly unnerved, I entered the coordinates into an online map. They pointed to my location, my house. A sense of urgency gripped me. I could no longer ignore the possibility that something was amiss. Delving into local history, I discovered that my house had once belonged to a reclusive inventor named Elias Gage, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances nearly a century ago. Rumors of strange experiments and unexplained phenomena swirled around him, but official records were scarce. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to explore my house once more, this time with a focus on the areas that might have been altered or hidden by Gage. My search led me to a small closet on the second floor, its back wall covered by weathered wooden planks. It seemed out of place, and my instincts urged me to investigate further. With some effort, I pried the planks loose, revealing a narrow passage that descended into darkness. A tingling sensation coursed through me, part fear, part anticipation. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and stepped inside. The passage was cramped and dusty, the air thick with the scent of decay. As I descended, the light from my phone flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. After what felt like an eternity, I reached a small, hidden room. In the center stood an old, dust-covered desk. On it lay a collection of papers, notes scrawled in a hurried hand, and a peculiar device that resembled a radio. As I sifted through the papers, a pattern began to emerge. They spoke of experiments with sound waves and energy fields, attempts to communicate with entities beyond our realm. My heart raced as I realized the implications. What if Elias Gage had succeeded? What if his experiments had opened a doorway to another dimension? My thoughts were interrupted by a low hum. The peculiar device on the desk had sprung to life, its dials glowing faintly. Transfixed, I watched as the hum grew into a cacophony of whispers, overlapping voices that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I staggered back, my mind reeling. In that moment, the world seemed to tilt, and I was caught in a whirlwind of sound and light. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if pleading for release. I could feel their desperation, their longing to be heard. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon me. The messages were not a threat, but a warning. The voices were trapped, unable to find peace, and they were reaching out to me, the current inhabitant of this house, to set them free. Driven by a newfound resolve, I returned to the surface, emerging from the passage with a sense of purpose. I knew what I had to do. Over the next few days, I carefully dismantled the device, piece by piece, and buried it in the garden, along with Elias Gage's notes. As the weeks passed, the messages ceased, and the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over the house began to lift. I could feel the change, subtle yet profound, as if the house itself had released a long-held breath. Life returned to normal, the echoes of the past fading into memory. Yet, a lingering fear remained, a reminder of how thin the veil between our world and the unknown truly was. It was a fear tempered by understanding, a respect for the mysteries that lay beyond our comprehension. Though the house was now quiet, I often found myself listening to the silence, attuned to the subtle shifts and murmurs of the old walls. I had been given a glimpse into the beyond, a fleeting connection to a world both fascinating and terrifying. It was an experience I would carry with me always, a reminder of the inexplicable forces that move through our lives, unseen and often unacknowledged. In the end, the town remained unchanged, its charm undiminished. Yet, for me, it would forever hold an aura of the uncanny, a place where the past had momentarily brushed against the present, leaving a trace in the form of whispers in the walls. As the seasons turned and life went on, I remained in my modest home at the end of Maple Street, a witness to the strange and wondrous dance between reality and the unknown. Life in rural Nebraska has always been a quiet affair. My days begin with the soft glow of dawn, kissing the endless cornfields, stretching across the horizon like a golden sea. The only sounds are the gentle rustle of the corn stalks in the breeze, and the distant rumble of a tractor somewhere far away. This is the life I chose when I moved here, from the bustling chaos of the city, seeking solitude and simplicity. Little did I know, the silence would soon be broken by something far more sinister than the noise I had left behind. It started with a package, an unassuming brown envelope, worn at the edges and sealed with a single strip of clear tape, found its way into my mailbox one crisp October morning. There was no return address, only my name, scrawled in dark ink, slightly smudged, as if by damp fingers. Curiosity overrode caution, and I took it inside, laying it on the kitchen table alongside the morning's coffee. Inside the package, wrapped in layers of old newspaper, was a videotape, a relic from the past, a black VHS cassette that felt oddly heavy in my hand. The handwriting on the label simply read, "Watch me." I couldn't recall the last time I had seen a VHS tape, let alone owned a player for one. It took some rummaging through the attic to find the dusty old VCR my grandmother had given me years ago, a relic I had kept more for sentiment than utility. The tape slid into the machine with a satisfying click, and I settled onto the couch, remote in hand. As the screen flickered to life, the room filled with a low, droning static before the image sharpened. Grainy footage of a house appeared, a typical Midwestern farmhouse not unlike my own. A wraparound porch, paint peeling in quaint neglect, a swing hanging slightly crooked from a single chain. It could have been any house, anywhere. But something about it felt unsettlingly familiar. The footage cut abruptly to the interior of the house, the camera panning slowly through dim rooms, as if someone were guiding it with cautious, deliberate steps. Shadows clung to the corners like living things, and an oppressive silence hung heavy in the air. Despite the poor quality of the tape, I could make out faint whispers, overlapping voices that seemed to ebb and flow with the movement of the camera. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the tape ended. The VCR clicked off, the screen went black, and the room was silent once more. But something lingered, an unease that settled into my bones and refused to leave. Days passed, and life carried on with its usual rhythm. But the image of that house haunted my thoughts. I would find myself staring out over the cornfields, expecting to see its shadow looming on the horizon. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was calling to me, beckoning with a promise of answers, or perhaps questions I was not ready to ask. Driven by a compulsion I couldn't understand, I decided to find the house. I spent hours poring over maps, scouring online databases, and flipping through local records. My search yielded nothing until a chance remark at the local diner, the kind of place where news travels faster than the speed of sound, led me to the old Donovan place. An abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, shrouded in stories and suspicion. The drive out to the Donovan house felt longer than it should have. The sky hung low and gray, a storm threatening on the horizon, casting the landscape in a monochrome gloom. The road narrowed as I approached, twin dirt tracks that carved a path through the fields, leading me to the house that seemed to have emerged from the very soil itself. Standing before it, I felt an odd sense of déjà vu. It was the same house from the tape, down to the last detail. The crooked swing, the peeling paint, the aura of neglect. I stepped out of the car, gravel crunching underfoot, and made my way to the porch, the wood creaking ominously with each step. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and echoes of the past. My footsteps disturbed the silence, sending faint whispers spiraling through the shadows. I moved from room to room, each one a reflection of the last, until I reached a door at the end of the hallway. It was slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. Pushing it open, I found a small room, empty save for a single chair and a television set, its screen dark and unyielding. On the floor beside the chair was a box of tapes, each labeled in the same smudged handwriting as the one I had received. My fingers hovered over them briefly before selecting one at random, sliding it into the player with a sense of inevitability. The screen flickered to life once more, and this time, the footage was different. The camera was stationary, fixed on a room I recognized as the one I stood in, but the house was alive with activity. People moved in and out of view, their faces blurred and indistinct, their movements stilted and strange. As I watched, one figure paused, turning directly towards the camera, and though the face was blurred, I felt the weight of their gaze settle on me, cold and knowing. A chill ran down my spine, and I turned away from the screen, instinctively reaching for the remote. But as I did, the whispers began again, louder now, a cacophony of voices that filled the room and my mind. They spoke over one another, an indecipherable tangle of words, until one voice rose above the rest, clear and commanding. "Leave," it said, and I felt the word vibrate through me, resonating with a truth I couldn't deny. I stumbled back, the room closing in around me. The whispers grew louder, the words repeating until they were an unbearable roar. I fled, my feet carrying me out of the house and into the dull afternoon light, my heart pounding in time with the thunder that rolled across the fields. Back home, I tried to put the experience behind me, to chalk it up to nerves and an overactive imagination. But the whispers followed me, haunting the corners of my mind, persistent as the autumn wind. I couldn't escape them, and as the days wore on, they grew stronger, their voices more distinct. Desperate for answers, I reached out to a psychic medium, a woman named Eleanor, who had a reputation for uncovering the hidden and the haunted. Her presence was a balm the moment she stepped into my home, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos in my mind. We sat together in my living room, the air thick with the scent of sage and the promise of revelation. Eleanor closed her eyes, her hands resting lightly on the table between us, and the room seemed to hold its breath. "The house calls to you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It is a place caught between worlds, a conduit for the restless and the lost." I watched her, mesmerized, as she spoke of energies and echoes, of spirits tethered to the earth by unfinished tales. She described the Donovan house as a mirror, reflecting the fears and desires of those who entered, feeding on their uncertainty and doubt. But why me? Why now? I asked, the questions tumbling out before I could stop them. Eleanor opened her eyes, meeting mine with a gaze that seemed to see beyond the surface. "Because you listened," she said simply. "Most ignore the call, dismiss it as mere imagination, but you opened the door." Her words settled heavily in the room, and I felt a shift within myself, a dawning realization that what I had thought was a curse might, in fact, be an invitation, an opportunity to confront the shadows I had long avoided, to bring light to the darkness that clung to the edges of my life. With Eleanor's guidance, I returned to the house. This time, I felt a sense of purpose, a determination to face whatever lay within. The air was thick with anticipation as I stepped inside, the whispers rising to meet me. But this time, they were clearer, a chorus of voices that guided my steps. In the room with the tapes, I stood before the television, the tapes laid out around me like offerings. Eleanor began to speak, her voice weaving through the whispers, a gentle counterpoint to their urgency. She called to the spirits, inviting them to share their stories, to release their hold on the house and find peace. One by one, the voices rose, each telling a tale of sorrow and regret, of moments lost and choices unmade. The air shimmered with emotion, the room alive with the weight of their collective grief. And as they spoke, I felt my own burdens lighten, the shadows within me receding in the face of their truth. The climax came with a single resounding word, a name, spoken with such clarity and force that it seemed to echo through the very fabric of the house. "Elijah," the voice said, and with it came a rush of memories, a flood of images that filled my mind. I saw a boy, young and earnest, his face alight with dreams and possibilities. I saw him wander through the house, his steps confident and sure, unseen by the others who moved through the rooms. And I saw him reach out, his hand brushing against the lens of the camera, as if seeking connection, understanding. The tape ended, the screen fading to black, and the room fell silent. The whispers were gone, their presence replaced by a profound stillness, and I felt a sense of peace settle over me, a peace that had been absent for far too long. Eleanor smiled, her eyes warm with understanding. "You have given them what they needed," she said, her voice soft with satisfaction. "And in doing so, you have found what you were seeking." As I left the house that day, the sky had cleared, the storm passing to reveal a brilliant sunset that painted the fields in hues of gold and amber. The wind whispered through the corn, a gentle reminder of the voices that had once filled my mind, but were now silent. The experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us, the stories that linger in the spaces between. Though the whispers had ceased, their impact remained, a quiet testament to the power of listening, of acknowledging what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary. And so, life in rural Nebraska continued, the days unfolding with their typical rhythm. But now, I moved through them with a newfound awareness, attuned to the subtle currents that shaped the world around me. The haunted house on the outskirts of town stood as a silent witness, its secrets laid bare, its mysteries unraveled. And as for me, I had come to understand that some doors once opened, can never truly be closed. But perhaps in that lies not fear, but an invitation to explore the depths of our own existence, to embrace the unknown with open arms and an open heart. The sun had begun its descent behind the endless cornfields of eastern Nebraska, casting long shadows across the farmhouse where I had lived all my life. The house, sturdy and timeless, had seen generations come and go, its wooden beams whispering the stories of the past to those who cared to listen. As the evening light bathed the land in a golden hue, I sat on the porch, nursing a mug of lukewarm coffee, reflecting on the uneventful days that made up the tapestry of my life. It was a life marked by routine and simplicity, where each day melded seamlessly into the next. Farming was my trade, and truth be told, it was all I had ever known. The soil was rich, and the harvests were plentiful, providing for me and my family as it had for those before us. The town, a small cluster of buildings a few miles down the road, was a quiet place, its people unassuming and content in their ways. Until recently, I had never imagined anything could disrupt the tranquility of our existence. The first sign of disturbance came in the form of an old VHS tape. It was a relic from the past, one that I stumbled upon while cleaning out the attic. Covered in dust, its label was faded and illegible. Curiosity piqued. I dug out the old player, and with a sense of nostalgia, I decided to see what this forgotten piece of history might reveal. As the tape began to play, the screen flickered to life with a grainy black and white image of the farmhouse. A chill ran down my spine as I recognized the familiar outline of the property. The footage was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the wind captured by the microphone. In the video, the house looked different, older, and more imposing against the backdrop of the endless fields. There was something unsettling about the way it stood solitary and unyielding under the gray sky. I watched as the camera panned slowly, capturing the creaky swing set, the gnarled oak tree, and finally, the barn, its doors slightly ajar. The scene cut abruptly, replaced by static, before resuming with footage of a woman standing in the kitchen. She was a stranger to me, her face shadowed and indistinct. She moved with an ethereal grace, her actions deliberate and meticulous as she performed mundane tasks. What struck me most, however, was the way she seemed to pause, as if sensing the presence of the camera, her eyes gazing directly into the lens, or perhaps through it, as if she knew someone would be watching. The tape continued, progressing through various scenes around the house, each more unsettling than the last. There was something ethereal, yet profoundly disconcerting about the way the footage was shot, as if it captured not just images, but the very essence of the place in that moment. I found myself drawn in, unable to look away despite the growing unease that gnawed at the edges of my mind. The disturbance escalated when the dreams began. They were vivid and unsettling, filled with fragmented images of the woman from the tape and the house as it appeared in the footage. I saw myself wandering through the rooms, shadows shifting around me like living entities. The air was thick with an indescribable tension, and I felt as though I were being watched, every step echoed by an unseen presence. In one particularly vivid dream, I found myself standing in the kitchen, the same room where the woman had stood. The air was cold, and as I turned, I saw her again, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that rooted me to the spot. She spoke, her voice a haunting whisper that seemed to resonate within my very being, though I could not comprehend the words. I awoke with a start, my heart racing, and the lingering sense of her presence haunting me long after consciousness returned. It was during this time that I sought the help of a psychic medium. Her name was Evelyn, a woman whose reputation for connecting with the unseen had drawn both skeptics and believers to her door. I approached her with trepidation, unsure of what I hoped to find, yet desperate for answers to the unease that had settled over my life like a persistent fog. Evelyn arrived one afternoon, her demeanor calm and reassuring as she stepped into the house. There was an air of tranquility about her, a quiet confidence that seemed to fill the room. She moved through the spaces with an almost reverent awareness, pausing in certain areas as if listening to an unspoken dialogue. We began with the tape, which she watched in silence, her expression unreadable. When it ended, she turned to me, a hint of concern in her eyes as she spoke. "There's a presence here," she said softly, "one that is bound to this place by memory and emotion. The footage you found has awakened something long dormant." Her words, though expected, sent a shiver down my spine. We moved through the house together, Evelyn leading the way, her hand occasionally reaching out as if to touch the very air around her. In the kitchen, she paused, her breath catching as she closed her eyes, seemingly enveloped by the atmosphere of the room. "This is where she lingers," Evelyn whispered, her voice barely audible. "She is searching, reaching across the veil for something lost to her." I found myself inexplicably drawn to the same spot, an invisible force beckoning me closer. As I stood there, an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over me, a profound longing that seemed to resonate from somewhere deep within the fabric of the house itself. Evelyn suggested a séance, a means of communicating with the presence that had become intertwined with my life. That night, under the pale light of the moon, we gathered in the living room, the air heavy with anticipation and an undercurrent of fear. Evelyn lit a series of candles and placed them in a circle, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. We joined hands, Evelyn's voice guiding us as she called out to the spirit, inviting it to speak. The room grew cold, the temperature dropping sharply as a chill settled over us. I felt a pressure building in my chest, an inexplicable weight that bore down upon me as if the house itself were holding its breath. The candles flickered violently, their flames sputtering as a faint whisper filled the air. It was the woman's voice, fractured and distant, yet unmistakably the same as in my dreams. She spoke in tones of desperation, her words fragmented and elusive, slipping through our grasp like grains of sand. Evelyn's eyes remained closed, her brow furrowed in concentration. "She wants you to see," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "There is something she needs you to understand." In that moment, the air became charged with energy, a palpable force that seemed to pulse within the confines of the room. I felt an overwhelming urge to move, to follow an unseen path that unfolded before me. I rose, my movements guided by an unseen hand, and made my way to the attic, Evelyn trailing silently behind. The attic was dimly lit, the single bulb casting long, eerie shadows across the stacks of forgotten memories. I felt a pull towards the far corner, where an old trunk lay half buried beneath a pile of dusty blankets. With trembling hands, I opened it, revealing a collection of photographs and letters, yellowed with age. As I sifted through them, a story began to unfold, one of love and loss, of a family torn apart by tragedy. The woman in the tape was there, her face, now clear and familiar, captured in moments of joy and sorrow. Each photograph, each letter, seemed to pulse with the weight of her emotions, the lines between past and present blurring as I delved deeper into the narrative. It was then that I understood. The woman from the tape, the presence that had haunted my dreams, and the very walls of the house, was a part of this place. Her spirit bound by a need for closure, for recognition of a life once lived and a pain never reconciled. The seance concluded with a sense of peace, the oppressive atmosphere of the house lifting as if a long-held breath had finally been released. Evelyn left the next day, her work done, though she cautioned that the presence would remain, a silent witness to the passage of time. Life returned to its quiet rhythm, the days passing in a gentle current of normalcy. Yet, a part of me was forever changed by the experience, an awareness of the unseen lingering like a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. The tape remained in its place in the attic, a reminder of the past that had reached out across the years to touch my life. Even now, as I sit on the porch in the fading light of the day, I find myself reflecting on the events that unfolded in the quiet corners of my home. The farmhouse, with its storied past, had become a tapestry, woven with the threads of the living and the dead, a place where the boundaries between worlds had briefly blurred. I often feel the presence of the woman, a comforting shadow that lingers in the periphery of my vision. She does not intrude upon my life, but her essence is a quiet reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the known. It is a presence that brings not fear, but a profound sense of connection, a reminder that we are all part of a larger tapestry, woven together by the threads of time and memory. And so, life goes on in this quiet corner of Nebraska, the land unchanged, yet forever marked by the ghostly echoes of the past. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, I find solace in the knowledge that the story of this place continues. The voices of the past whispering through the walls, an eternal part of the land I call home. The garden behind our home was not vast, but it had always felt like a world unto itself. Nestled between the old oak trees and the persistent hum of bees that flitted from blossom to blossom, it was a sanctuary of sorts. My mother had tended it with devotion, her hands nurturing life with a gentle touch. It was a place of sunlight and shadows, a mosaic of colors that shifted with the seasons. In spring, crocuses and daffodils announced the end of winter. In summer, roses flourished amidst the green. In this familiar embrace of nature, I spent countless hours as a child, dreaming up adventures and whispering secrets to the wind. Life continued its unhurried pace until the day I discovered an old book tucked away in the attic. It was bound in faded leather, its title illegible, but the illustrations inside captivated me. Each page portrayed a hidden world, fairies, tiny and delicate, inhabiting gardens much like ours. Their presence was said to bring prosperity and protection to the land they graced. Inspired by the book, I proposed to my mother that we create our very own fairy garden. She laughed softly, a melodic sound, and agreed, seeing it as another way to nurture my imagination. We began the project with enthusiasm, selecting a corner of the garden shielded by the oak's sprawling branches. It was a patch of earth that rarely drew attention, its soil fertile and dark, promising new beginnings. Together, we planted miniature flowers, laid out pebbles for pathways, and crafted tiny houses from twigs and bark. My mother even found small decorative lanterns, their glass panes colored and enchanting. As we worked, I felt a sense of purpose, a link to the whimsical world described in that forgotten book. The first sign of something amiss came with the chill of autumn, a season that draped the garden in russet and gold. I noticed it one afternoon while I sat reading by the fairy garden. A rustle that was not the wind, a movement at the edge of my vision. I looked up, expecting to see a bird or a squirrel, but there was nothing. The garden was still, the air heavy with the scent of fallen leaves. Dismissing it as my imagination, I returned to my book. But the disturbances persisted. At night, as I lay in bed, I heard sounds carried on the breeze, a whispering that seemed to rise from the shadows of the garden. It was a faint murmur, like voices carried over a great distance. I strained to hear, but the words were elusive, slipping away before I could grasp them. I told myself it was nothing, a quirk of the house settling or the wind playing tricks. Yet, doubt lingered, a shadow at the edge of reason. With each passing day, the garden grew quieter. The bees seemed to avoid the corner where the fairy garden lay, and even the birds that had once nested in the oak's branches kept their distance. I mentioned it to my mother, but she dismissed my concerns with a wave of her hand, attributing it to the changing seasons. Her assurances did little to quell the unease that curled in my stomach like smoke. The escalation was subtle, creeping in like the fog that sometimes blanketed the garden at dawn. It was the small things at first, objects in the fairy garden rearranging themselves, as if the figures had come alive while we slept. A twig house that faced east one day pointed north the next. The tiny lanterns flickered with an internal luminescence, even when unlit. My mother saw these things too, her brow furrowing with confusion. She accused me of playing tricks, but I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. One night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the window overlooking the garden. The moon hung low in the sky, its light pale and ethereal. As I peered into the gloom, I saw movement, a gentle swaying rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was a trick of the light, but the movement persisted. Shapes, indistinct and wavering, danced among the shadows. Shapes that should not have been there. Driven by curiosity and a mounting sense of dread, I ventured outside, the cold air biting at my skin. The garden was still, the silence so profound it pressed against my ears. As I approached the fairy garden, I felt a peculiar shift in the air, a tingling that crawled across my skin. I hesitated, my breath visible in the moonlight, before crouching beside the twig houses. The world seemed to hold its breath, the moment suspended in an unnatural silence. And then I heard it, the whispering. No longer distant and indistinct, it was a chorus of voices, soft and melodic, yet filled with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. They spoke in a language I could not understand, yet their tone was pleading, imploring. I strained to listen, but the more I focused, the more elusive the words became, slipping through my grasp like water through fingers. I retreated to the house, my heart pounding in my chest. Sleep was elusive, haunted by dreams of eyes watching from the darkness, of hands reaching from the earth. For the first time, the garden felt like a stranger, its familiarity tainted by an undercurrent of menace. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling around the eaves and rain lashing against the windows. I lay awake, the house creaking and groaning with each gust. I felt a pull, an irresistible urge to check on the garden. My feet moved of their own accord, carrying me through the corridors to the back door. I stepped into the garden, the rain soaking through my clothes, the wind tugging at my hair. The fairy garden was eerily luminescent in the storm, the lanterns casting a ghostly glow. I approached, drawn by the whispers that rose above the din of the storm. They were louder now, clearer, a cacophony of voices entwined in a mournful lament. As I reached the fairy garden, the ground seemed to shimmer, the soil shifting and undulating like the surface of a disturbed pond. Panic flared in my chest, but I could not move, rooted to the spot by a force beyond my understanding. The lanterns flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced and writhed across the ground. And then the earth opened. It was not a violent rupture, but a quiet, deliberate parting, as if the garden itself was breathing. From the depths emerged figures, small and slender, their skin the color of moonlight. They moved with a grace that was both beautiful and terrifying, their eyes reflecting the storm's fury. They surrounded the garden, their presence commanding and ancient. I stood frozen, the rain mingling with tears as they began to sing. It was a song of sorrow and longing, a melody that resonated with the very essence of the garden. In that moment, I understood. They were not the benevolent creatures of fairy tales, but guardians of something older, something bound to the earth and the elements. The song grew in intensity, the air vibrating with its power. I felt it resonate in my bones, a primal call that demanded acknowledgement. And then, as quickly as it had begun, it was over. The figures retreated into the earth, the soil closing above them with a finality that echoed in the silence that followed. The storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. I stood alone in the garden, my heart heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The fairy garden remained, unchanged, and yet irrevocably different, its innocence lost beneath the veil of night. In the days that followed, the garden returned to its tranquil state, the disturbances fading like the memory of a dream. My mother and I never spoke of the incident, an unspoken agreement to bury it as deeply as the secrets of the earth. Yet the experience lingered, a shadow that haunted the edges of my mind. Even now, as I wander through the garden, I feel their presence, the guardians of the fairy garden, watching from the shadows. Their whispers are gone, but their song remains, a haunting melody that plays in the stillness, a reminder of the forces that weave through the fabric of our world. I tread carefully, respectful of their domain, knowing that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets buried beneath the surface where they belong. The garden behind our family home was a place of unusual stillness. It lay nestled like a well-guarded secret at the end of our yard, where the chaos of the world seemed an echo from a distant realm. This was where my childhood and most of my waking thoughts converged, a place where ordinary days unfurled with the predictability of familiar rituals. The early mornings were spent watching sunlight ripple through leaves like whispers in a forgotten language, while the afternoons stretched lazily beneath the shade of ancient oak trees that stood sentinel around the garden's periphery. My parents had long ago nurtured this corner of our home into a haven lush with peonies and foxgloves, their floral perfume mingling with the loamy scent of the earth. In the beginning, the garden was simply a backdrop to endless summers of discovery. It was where my younger sister, Lily, and I would play hide and seek, her laughter a bright thread woven into the fabric of the garden's quietude. We would wander through the wild tangles of ivy and ferns, concocting tales of woodland creatures and enchanted lands. It was during one such afternoon, infused with the golden haze of late June, that Lily conceived the idea of building a fairy garden. The notion was innocent enough, a patch of the garden dedicated to the fantastical beings we'd read about in storybooks. We gathered stones to mark out a tiny path, fashioned a circular ring of twigs to serve as a fairy ring, and planted miniature flowers that we thought might appeal to these whimsical visitors. Lily, with her innate creativity, spent hours crafting tiny benches from bark and leaves, while I, applying a more scientific approach, ensured that each element was balanced and aesthetically pleasing. The first disturbance came subtly, as things often do when they intend to unsettle without revealing their true nature. It started with the unmistakable sensation of being watched, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck whenever I was alone in the garden. The sensation was so fleeting and intangible that I dismissed it initially as the product of an overactive imagination. But it persisted, lurking at the edges of my consciousness like an unwanted shadow. Lily, perceptive as ever, noticed my discomfort. "The fairies are watching us," she declared one day, her words a peculiar blend of delight and seriousness. I laughed it off, attributing her remark to the playful fantasies of a child. Yet deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about our fairy garden was subtly amiss. The next few weeks unfolded with an uneasy escalation. Strange occurrences began to mar the tranquility of the garden. It started with the inexplicable movement of objects. The tiny benches would shift positions overnight, and the ring of twigs we'd carefully laid out seemed to rearrange itself without interference. I rationalized these oddities, perhaps the wind, perhaps nocturnal animals, but the garden had always been sheltered, and no tracks marred the soil. Then there were the sounds. At first, they were faint, a rustling among the leaves, the quiet tinkle of what could have been laughter carried on the breeze. But as the days wore on, they grew more distinct, more insistent, like a distant melody played just out of reach. At night, the whispers seemed to coalesce, forming an almost coherent chant that threaded through my dreams. I awoke each morning with fragments of those nocturnal lullabies clinging to my mind, dissolving into obscurity with the dawn. Lily, however, seemed unfazed by these happenings. She embraced them with the unshakable conviction of a true believer. "The fairies are happy," she insisted, her eyes gleaming with a fervor that bordered on unsettling. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and despite my growing unease, part of me wanted to believe in her world, a world where magic was real, and the garden was a gateway to something larger than ourselves. The climax arrived on a night heavy with anticipation, the air electric with an intensity that seemed to emanate from the garden itself. I found myself drawn to it, unable to resist the pull of the whispers that had become a nightly accompaniment. Lily was already there, standing in the center of the fairy ring, her silhouette a delicate shadow against the moonlit backdrop. "Come see," she beckoned, her voice carrying an edge of urgency that pierced through my apprehension. As I approached, the garden seemed to shift, the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurring under the silvery light. The whispers rose to a crescendo, swirling around us in an ethereal dance. It was then that I saw them. Tiny figures, barely perceptible, yet undeniably present. They shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence, their forms flickering like candle flames in the breeze. For a moment, awe and terror coalesced within me, a visceral understanding that we had crossed a threshold into a realm both wondrous and perilous. "Lily," I breathed, torn between wonder and the instinct to flee. But she stood transfixed, her face alight with an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. The fairies, if indeed that was what they were, continued their dance, weaving patterns of light that ebbed and flowed with an unearthly grace. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the moment shattered. The figures dissolved into the night, leaving behind only the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind. Lily turned to me, her face radiant with an inner glow that seemed to linger in the air. "They're real," she whispered, and for the first time, I believed her, not just in the way a child believes in magic, but with a certainty that resonated deep within my soul. The garden never quite returned to normal after that night. Though the disturbances ceased, an inexplicable presence lingered in the air, a watchful awareness that I could feel but not see. It was as if the garden itself had absorbed the essence of that evening, transforming into a liminal space where the mundane and the mystical coexisted. Lily continued to visit the fairy garden, her faith unshaken, her laughter ringing out like a bell in the twilight. I, however, found myself avoiding it, haunted by the memory of what we had glimpsed. The garden had become a place of both enchantment and unease, a reminder of the fragile boundary between reality and the unknown. Even now, years later, the garden remains, its secrets tucked away beneath the canopy of leaves that rustle with every whisper of the breeze. I visit occasionally, drawn by a nostalgia tinged with apprehension, always aware of the unseen eyes that watch from the shadows. I've come to accept that the garden is a place of mystery, a testament to the enduring power of belief and the enchanting allure of the unseen. The fairy garden serves as a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, the world is filled with wonders and horrors, coiled like a serpent beneath the leaves, waiting to be discovered by those willing to look beyond the ordinary. As I stand on the threshold of the garden, the sun dipping below the horizon, I hear once more the faint tinkle of laughter, the whispers that sing on the edge of hearing. And though I cannot see them, I feel their presence, a lingering fear entwined with a strange sense of wonder, a testament to the magic that, once glimpsed, can never be entirely forgotten. The first time I saw her, she was playing in the garden, her back to the sun-drenched house that we had moved into only a week prior. Lillian was my wife, my companion through thick and thin, but lately she had become something else. The move to this isolated suburban neighborhood was meant to be a fresh start, an opportunity to leave behind the chaos of city life and settle into a simpler rhythm. The house itself was charming, with its sprawling lawn and vine-covered trellis. It was the kind of place where you could imagine children playing pretend games, crafting entire worlds out of imagination and whispers. Lillian had taken to the garden immediately. She spent hours kneeling in the dirt, her hands stained with soil, planting flowers I couldn't name. She said it was therapeutic, a way to connect with the earth, to let go of the stress that had been clawing at her insides for years. As I watched her from the kitchen window, I couldn't help but smile. She seemed so at peace, so content in her own little world. But then, things began to change. At first, it was subtle, so subtle that I almost didn't notice. Lillian started talking to herself as she worked in the garden. Not just the occasional mutter or hum, but full conversations. I dismissed it as nothing more than a simple eccentricity, a harmless quirk. After all, wasn't this what she had been yearning for? A chance to let her mind wander freely? Yet, as the days passed, her behavior grew more concerning. She'd wake in the middle of the night, her eyes wide and unseeing, mumbling about voices in the garden. During the day, she seemed distracted, her gaze often drifting toward the windows, as if drawn by an invisible force. At night, she would slip out of bed and stand at the window, staring into the darkness, listening. It was during one of these nocturnal vigils that I first heard it, a soft, almost musical chime that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the garden. It was a sound both alien and alluring, a melody that lingered in the air long after it had ceased. Lillian had heard it too. Her eyes took on a distant look, her lips curving into a secretive smile. "Can you hear them?" she whispered, her voice laced with wonder and fear. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was the wind, or perhaps a distant wind chime swaying in the breeze. But deep down, I knew there was something unnatural about it. The unease that had begun to coil inside me tightened its grip. Over time, Lillian became more and more absorbed by the garden. She would spend entire afternoons crouched among the flowers, her hands moving with a delicate precision that was almost reverent. I would stand at the window, watching her, a part of me wanting to join her, but another part holding me back, tethered by an inexplicable dread. One evening, as I walked into the garden to call her in for dinner, I stopped short. The garden had transformed. The flowers were unnaturally vibrant, their colors almost too vivid to be real. They seemed to pulse with an inner light, casting strange shadows that danced across the ground. Lillian was sitting among them, her face serene, her eyes closed as she swayed gently to a rhythm only she could hear. "Lillian," I called softly, but she didn't respond. She simply sat there, a statue amidst the surreal beauty of the garden. I reached out to touch her shoulder, but the moment my fingers brushed against her skin, she gasped, eyes snapping open with a start. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice sharp and accusing. "I was just... You seemed lost," I replied, taken aback by the hostility in her tone. "I'm not lost," she said, standing up abruptly. "I'm exactly where I need to be." Her words lingered in my mind long after we had returned to the house. That night, as we lay in bed, she turned to me, her eyes wide and earnest. "You have to let me go," she murmured, her voice a fragile whisper. "Go where?" I asked, confused. "Into the garden," she replied. "There's something there, something wonderful waiting for me." Despite the heaviness in my chest, I nodded, hoping that in the light of day, things would return to normal. But the garden had other plans. It began to exert a pull on Lillian, one that I couldn't understand. She spent more and more time outside, sometimes disappearing for hours on end, leaving me alone in the house with my thoughts and fears. One afternoon, while she was out in the garden, I decided to explore the area she frequented the most. The flowers seemed to part for me as I walked through them, their vibrant colors a blur in my peripheral vision. At the center of the garden, I found a small clearing, its edges lined with stones that seemed to hum softly under my touch. In the center of the clearing, there was a mound of earth, freshly disturbed. I hesitated, a chill running down my spine as I knelt to inspect it. As my fingers sifted through the soil, I uncovered something small and cold, a piece of metal, intricately carved, glinting in the sunlight. It was an amulet, unlike anything I had seen before, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. The moment my fingers closed around the amulet, a wave of dizziness washed over me, and I felt the world tilt slightly on its axis. I dropped it with a gasp, stumbling back as a strange voice echoed in my mind, a whisper that was both familiar and foreign. "Join us," it sang softly, the melody curling around me like a tendril of smoke. I left the garden in a daze, my heart pounding in my chest. That night, as Lillian lay sleeping beside me, I dreamed of a place that was both beautiful and terrifying, a realm of eternal twilight where shadows danced and whispered secrets. The days that followed were a blur of confusion and fear. Lillian was changing, becoming more and more enmeshed with the garden. Her skin took on a luminescent quality. Her eyes sparkled with an unnatural light. She moved with a grace that was almost otherworldly, her steps light and purposeful. I tried to talk to her about my fears, about the amulet and the strange voice, but she brushed me off with a smile, her expressions serene and unfathomable. "It's all part of the transformation," she said cryptically, leaving me no closer to understanding. And then, one night, it happened. I awoke to find the house eerily silent, my heart pounding with a sense of impending doom. I knew, without a doubt, that Lillian was in the garden. I hurried outside, my breath visible in the cool night air, the moon casting long, eerie shadows. I found her standing in the clearing, the amulet around her neck, glowing softly in the darkness. Her arms were raised to the sky, her face radiant with an ethereal light. The garden was alive with movement, the flowers swaying in unison, their colors shifting and blending in a hypnotic dance. "Lillian," I shouted, but the wind snatched my voice away, carrying it into the night. I reached out, desperate to pull her back, to save her from whatever terrible fate awaited her. But as I stepped into the clearing, the ground seemed to ripple beneath me, and I felt myself falling, spiraling down into an abyss of light and sound. I reached for Lillian, but she was already beyond my grasp, her form dissolving into the shimmering air. The world around me shifted, the garden fading away as new shapes and colors rushed in to fill the void. I found myself standing in the same twilight realm from my dreams, the air thick with the scent of flowers, and something else, something ancient and powerful. The shadows moved, coalescing into forms that were both beautiful and grotesque. They sang softly, their voices weaving a tapestry of sound that was both haunting and alluring. I felt drawn to them, my mind teetering on the edge of comprehension. And there was Lillian, her face calm and serene, her eyes filled with a light that was not her own. She held out her hand to me, her expression one of welcome and promise. "Come with me," she urged, her voice a soft, insistent murmur in my mind. I hesitated, the weight of the world tugging at my soul. But there was something in her gaze, something that promised freedom from the fears and doubts that had haunted me for so long. I took a step forward, my heart racing. But then, from somewhere deep within me, a voice, my own voice, broke through the haze. "No," it said firmly, a single word that shattered the illusion and brought everything crashing down. The twilight realm dissolved, replaced by the familiar sight of the garden in the harsh light of morning. I was alone, the clearing empty save for the amulet, which lay in the grass. Its glow faded to nothing more than a dull glint. Lillian was gone, and with her, the strange enchantment that had held our lives in its grasp. In the weeks that followed, I tried to make sense of it all, to piece together the fragments of what had happened, but the garden held its secrets close, and the amulet remained silent, its power spent. I sold the house and moved back to the city, hoping to leave behind the memories and the lingering sense of loss. But sometimes, in the quiet moments between wakefulness and sleep, I find myself thinking of Lillian, of the garden, and the strange beauty that had consumed us both. Even now, I can hear the faint echo of that eerie, haunting melody, a reminder of the world we had touched, but never truly understood. And I wonder if, somewhere out there, Lillian dances still, lost in a realm of dreams and whispers. The hum of normalcy was a comforting background noise in our lives. Life in the suburbs had settled into a predictable rhythm after all these years. Our home, a modest two-story house, with ivy creeping over its red bricks, sat on a quiet cul-de-sac, where the most exciting event was the weekly garbage collection. The house had seen better days, perhaps, but it was ours, a testament to the years spent together, raising our daughter, Emily, who had recently left for college. It was just me now, and the silence that filled the spaces between the walls. My days were spent tending to the garden or fixing whatever odd job needed my attention. It was in these activities that I found peace, a meditative escape from the memories that sometimes threatened to surface. Sarah, my wife, had left 5 years ago. Her departure was abrupt, a sudden fracture in the otherwise undisturbed fabric of our lives. She had walked out one evening, leaving only a terse note on the kitchen table. Not a word since then. The house, once filled with her presence, now felt like a hollow shell, echoing with the absence of her laughter and warmth. My evenings were quieter still. I would sit by the window, nursing a cup of tea and watching the neighborhood settle into night. The street lamp outside flickered occasionally, casting long shadows across the pavement, a metronome for the nocturnal creatures that stirred beyond its light. It was one such evening, as I sat enveloped in the glow of the dying sun, that I noticed something out of the ordinary. A silhouette stood at the end of the street, scarcely visible in the encroaching dusk. It was a woman, her form obscured by the twilight, but there was something familiar in her stance, a peculiar tilt of the head that sent a shiver down my spine. I rose, my heart inexplicably racing, and moved closer to the window. The figure remained unmoved, standing in silent vigil like a sentinel marking the boundary between light and shadow. There was an uncanny stillness to her presence, as if she were waiting for something or someone. I wanted to look away, to dismiss it as a trick of the failing light, but my gaze was fixed, drawn inexorably to the woman at the end of the street. The next morning, the figure was gone, but a single white lily lay on the sidewalk where she had stood, its petals glistening with dew in the morning light. A chill crept up my spine as I stooped to pick it up. The flower was fresh, too fresh, untouched by the dirt and grime of the street. I brought it inside, placing it in a vase on the kitchen table, a ghostly reminder of the previous night's encounter. Days passed, yet the image of the woman lingered in my mind like an unsolved puzzle. Who was she? And why did she feel so hauntingly familiar? I went about my routine, trying to shake the sense of unease that had settled over me like a shroud. Each evening, I found myself glancing towards the end of the street, half expecting her to return. Then, one night, as I was locking up, I heard a soft knock at the door. My heart stuttered in my chest, a discordant beat against the rhythm of the clock ticking on the mantel. I hesitated, the familiar dread prickling at the edge of my awareness. Slowly, I made my way to the door, half hoping, half dreading what I might find. I opened it to find Sarah standing there, her face illuminated by the dim porch light. She looked older than I remembered, wearier, but there was no mistaking those eyes, the same deep-set eyes that had once been my world. Her clothes hung loose on her frame, as though she had shrunk into herself, her skin pale and almost translucent under the light. "Sarah," I breathed, a mix of disbelief and the sudden, overwhelming rush of old emotions. She looked at me with an intensity that seemed to pierce through to my very soul. Before I could speak again, she stepped forward, crossing the threshold with a familiarity that was both comforting and unsettling. "I'm back," she said simply, her voice a ghostly whisper of its former vibrancy. Her return was like a stone dropped into still waters, sending ripples through the stagnant calm of my life. I wanted to ask where she had been, why she had left, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I led her to the kitchen, offering her the seat across from mine, the seat that had remained empty for far too long. We sat in silence, the air between us thick with words unspoken. Her gaze drifted to the flower on the table, the white lily now slightly wilted, its petals curling inward like fingers in a silent plea. "Do you remember?" she asked, her voice breaking through the quiet. "Do you remember the lilies?" I nodded. Lilies had been her favorite. I recalled the time we had planted them together in the garden, how she had laughed as dirt streaked her cheeks, her hands covered in earth and life. But there was something different now, a weight to her question that I couldn't quite grasp. Her presence in the house changed everything. I found myself watching her constantly, as if afraid she might vanish if I looked away for too long. She moved through our home with a sense of yearning, touching objects and surfaces as though refamiliarizing herself with the life she had left behind. At night, I would lie awake, listening to the sound of her breathing, trying to reconcile this fragile version of Sarah with the woman I had once known. Her sleep was restless, punctuated by whispers and mumbled fragments of dreams that I couldn't decipher. As the days turned into weeks, I began to notice the changes. At first, they were subtle. A new pallor to her skin, a slight tremor in her hands. But gradually, they became more pronounced. Her hair, once a lustrous shade of chestnut, seemed to lose its color, fading into a dull, lifeless gray. Her eyes, too, took on a strange, otherworldly sheen, as if she were caught somewhere between this world and another. She spent more time in the garden, tending to the lilies with an almost obsessive devotion. I would watch her from the window, my heart heavy with a mixture of love and unease. She would kneel among the flowers, her fingers caressing their delicate petals with an almost reverent care. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I joined her in the garden. The air was cool, carrying the scent of earth and blooming flowers. She was sitting among the lilies, her eyes closed, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. She opened her eyes slowly, turning her gaze towards me. For a moment, I glimpsed something behind her eyes, a flicker of fear, or perhaps pain. But then it was gone, replaced by a serene calm that seemed almost unnatural. "I am where I need to be," she replied softly. Her words lingered in my mind long after the night had swallowed the day. I wanted to believe her, to accept her return without question, but a nagging doubt gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. There was something she wasn't telling me, some unspoken truth that cast a shadow over her presence. The house, too, seemed to change. Shadows lengthened in the corners, and the air felt heavier, as if the walls themselves were drawing closer. I would catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that danced just beyond the edge of sight. The familiar creaks and groans of the house at night took on a new, sinister quality, like whispers in a language I couldn't understand. One night, I awoke to find Sarah standing by the window, her silhouette framed against the moonlit sky. Her posture was rigid, her gaze fixed on something beyond the glass. "Sarah," I called softly, moving to stand beside her. She didn't respond, her eyes locked on the garden below. The lilies swayed gently in the breeze, their white blooms luminous in the darkness. I followed her gaze, searching for what held her attention, but saw nothing unusual. When she finally turned to me, her expression was one of profound sadness. "It's calling," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "What's calling?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. She shook her head, as if trying to dispel a thought she couldn't quite grasp. "The cradle," she said, her voice a fragile thread of sound. I didn't understand, but her words sent a shiver through me, a primal fear that settled deep in my bones. I wanted to hold her, to protect her from whatever haunted her, but she slipped from my grasp, retreating into the shadows. As the days wore on, her condition worsened. Her skin took on an ashen hue, her body growing frail and insubstantial. Her dreams became more vivid, more chaotic, and she would wake in the night, gasping for breath, her eyes wild and unfocused. I grew desperate, consulting doctors and specialists, but they could find no explanation for her decline. Her vitals were normal, her tests inconclusive. It was as though her very essence was being drawn away, leaving behind only a hollow shell. One night, as I sat by her bedside, she took my hand, her grip surprisingly strong despite her weakened state. Her eyes met mine, filled with a quiet urgency. "You have to let me go," she whispered, her voice a mere breath of sound. "I can't," I replied, my voice breaking. "I lost you once. I can't lose you again." Tears glistened in her eyes as she shook her head. "You never lost me," she said. "I was always here. But now, it's time." I didn't understand, but deep down, I knew she was right. Her return had been a gift, a fleeting moment borrowed from eternity. But it couldn't last. Whatever force had brought her back was now reclaiming her, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The night she left, the house was silent, the air heavy with anticipation. I watched as she rose from the bed, her movements slow and deliberate. She looked at me one last time, a soft smile playing on her lips. "I'll always love you," she said, her voice echoing in the stillness. Then she turned, walking towards the garden, her steps light and purposeful. I wanted to follow her, to hold her back, but something held me in place, a weight of inevitability that pressed down on my soul. I watched from the window as she knelt among the lilies, her hands brushing their petals one final time. The moon bathed her in silver light, and for a moment she seemed to shimmer, her form blurring at the edges as if she were becoming one with the night. And then she was gone, the lilies swaying gently in her wake. In the days that followed, the house felt emptier than it ever had before. But there was a peace to the silence, a sense of closure that had eluded me for so long. I tended to the garden, caring for the lilies with the same devotion she had shown, their blooms a living memory of the woman I had loved. But sometimes, late at night, I would hear a soft whisper on the wind, a familiar voice calling from the shadows. And I would smile, knowing that somewhere, beyond the veil of this world, she was waiting for me. Life had settled into a gentle routine after the storm. The chaos of the past year, the emotional wreckage of losing Sarah, my wife, had whittled away into a somber normalcy, a quiet acceptance that I wore like a second skin. Our home, the quaint little house on Sycamore Lane, was filled with echoes of memories that I had learned to live with. Each room whispered her name in soft breaths, while the garden she loved so dearly flourished with an unyielding vitality as if to spite her absence. I carried on, swept through the days by the relentless current of time until they blurred into a long streak of muted colors and indistinct shapes. It was a crisp autumn morning when the first disturbance shattered the fragile peace I had constructed. I was raking leaves in the backyard, a task that was once hers, when I noticed something peculiar. The garden, vibrant and lush, seemed to have changed overnight. The roses, which should have been wilting as the season turned, were in full bloom, their petals rich and red against the backdrop of fallen golden leaves. I paused, a shiver running down my spine, as if someone had walked over my grave. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, or perhaps an oversight, something I hadn't really noticed before. But then, other things began to happen. Little things. The front gate, which I always locked, was sometimes found swinging gently on its hinges in the morning. The scent of Sarah's favorite perfume, a subtle fragrance of lavender and vanilla, lingered in the air of the sitting room, though I had packed away her belongings months ago. And then, there were the soft footfalls I sometimes heard at night, a familiar rhythm that matched the cadence of Sarah's steps. I tried to rationalize every event, attributing them to my mind's penchant for cruelty, a desperate longing manifesting in illusions. Yet, the garden remained the most tangible evidence of something unusual. Its unnatural bloom, untouched by the encroaching cold, seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling of leaves and the hum of bees. It was as if Sarah's presence had sunk deep into the soil, nurturing life with a lover's tender care. As days passed, my unease grew, curling around me like a second shadow. The disturbances were escalating. I would find the kitchen door ajar in the mornings, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Sometimes I would wake to find the bed covers pulled up to my chin, snug the way Sarah used to tuck me in on cold nights. It was comforting and unnerving in equal measure. One evening, as I sat in the living room, the television casting its flickering light across the room, I felt the unmistakable sensation of someone watching me. It was an unshakable feeling, a prickling awareness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. I glanced towards the window and saw a silhouette standing just beyond the edge of the light, in the garden where shadows pooled like ink. I stood abruptly, my heart a drumbeat in my ears. My pulse quickened, a rush of adrenaline urging me towards the window to confront the intruder in my sanctuary. But as I approached, the figure dissipated into the night, as though it had never existed. I was left alone, staring out into the garden where the roses swayed gently, their blossoms luminous in the moonlight. It was then that the truth began to seep into my consciousness, insidious and undeniable. Sarah was here. Somehow, impossibly, she was here. An echo of the love we shared, an imprint left behind like a footprint in wet sand. The realization filled me with dread, a fear that seeped into my bones and settled there, heavy as granite. The climax of my ordeal came one stormy night. The wind howled around the house, rattling windows and doors with a fury that matched the turmoil inside me. I was in bed, the sheets cool against my skin, when I felt the bed shift. The mattress dipped as if someone had climbed in beside me. My breath caught in my throat, terror constricting my chest as I lay motionless, unable to move. I felt a hand, soft and familiar, glide over mine. It was a caress, a touch so intimate and gentle that tears sprang to my eyes. "Sarah?" I whispered into the darkness, my voice barely a breath. There was no reply, only the relentless drone of the storm and the warmth of her touch, a bittersweet reminder of what I had lost. The sensation lingered for what felt like hours, until exhaustion took me into a dreamless sleep. When I awoke, the house was silent. The storm had passed, leaving only a quiet, suffused with the scent of wet earth and roses. The garden was still vibrant, the roses standing as sentinels, guardians of a love that defied the grave. In the days that followed, I found a peculiar solace in the knowledge that Sarah was near, that she watched over the home we had built together. But with that solace came a lingering fear, a question that gnawed at me with an insidious persistence. If Sarah was here, what did that mean for her soul? Was she at peace, or had she been trapped in a liminal space, tethered to me by bonds neither of us could sever? My life continued in a semblance of normalcy, yet I moved through my days with a heightened awareness, attuned to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere. the signs that pointed to her presence. And each night, as I lay in bed, I waited for the familiar dip in the mattress, the gentle touch that would remind me I was not alone. In the quiet moments, when the world outside was still, I would speak to her. My voice a whisper in the darkness, I told her about my day, shared my thoughts as I once did when she was alive. And as I spoke, I could almost feel her listening, her presence a comforting weight in the room. The garden remained a testament to the love we shared, a vibrant living memory that flourished under her unseen care. It was both a comfort and a torment, a reminder of the life we had and the spectral echo that now haunted my existence. I tended to it with devotion, pruning the roses and keeping the beds free of weeds, as if by doing so, I was tending to Sarah herself. As time flowed on, my fear abated, replaced by a resigned acceptance. I was no longer alone, yet I was haunted by the transient nature of her presence, the knowledge that one day she might truly leave, and I would be left with only memories and a garden that bloomed unnaturally bright. The fear lingered in the corners of my mind, never fully dissipating, a shadow that followed me even in the light of day. It was the fear of loss, of being truly alone, severed from the spectral tether that bound us. As the seasons changed, I found myself visiting her grave more frequently, speaking to the earth as if she could hear me through the layers of soil and time. And so, I lived in this strange limbo, caught between the living and the dead, in a house filled with memories and a garden that defied the seasons. It was a life marked by the extraordinary, a shadowed reality where love transcended the boundaries of mortality and lingered like a ghost, whispering in the leaves of the roses, in the rustle of the wind through the trees. I knew I would never truly be free, that my heart would forever yearn for the touch that haunted my nights, the presence that filled my days with an eerie comfort. But in that haunting, I found a peculiar peace, a solace that came from knowing that love, once given, never truly dies. It merely changes form, becoming something ethereal and enduring, a ghostly echo that stays with us, even as we move through the veils of time. The streetlights cast a warm, amber glow on the quiet suburban road, like sentinels watching over a realm that seemed, at least on the surface, untouched by the creeping shadows of the evening. Our house, nestled at the end of this cul-de-sac, exuded a sense of calm and comfort. Its white picket fence and carefully tended garden were the epitome of suburban tranquility. Inside, photographs lined the hallway, chronicling the years of our family history, my parents on their wedding day, my brother's graduation, my own childhood smiles. Life moved at a gentle pace here. There was a rhythm to the days, a predictability that was both comforting and mundane. I worked from home as a freelance writer, crafting stories that never quite captured the essence of that perfect, peaceful normalcy I experienced daily. My husband, Robert, a diligent and kind man, commuted to the city, returning each evening with tales of office antics and commuter trials. Our daughter, Emily, was the light of our lives, filling the house with her laughter and occasional tantrums, as children are wont to do. It had been nearly 10 years since my mother had passed. taken suddenly by a heart condition we never knew existed. Her absence left a void that none of us could fill, though we never spoke of it openly. We were a family that preferred the unspoken connection, the silent acknowledgement of shared loss and healing. Her memory lingered in the corners of my mind, surfacing during quiet moments, or hidden in the scent of her favorite jasmine tea. I first noticed the disturbance one crisp autumn morning. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves. Emily was at school, Robert at work. I had settled into my writing nook, an alcove near the kitchen, where the morning sun painted soft patterns on the walls. As my fingers danced over the keyboard, crafting a scene of suburban intrigue, a chill suddenly crept up my spine. It was a sensation I couldn't quite place, as though an unseen presence had brushed against my senses. Ignoring the chill, I returned to my work, brushing it off as a draft from an open window. The house was old after all, and prone to creaks and whispers when the wind picked up. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw her. Just a flicker at first, a shadow that didn't belong, a movement that defied the stability of the room. I looked up, expecting nothing, yet hoping for something inexplicably familiar. There was nothing there. I shook my head, dispelling the notion of my mother's spirit haunting our home. It was a comforting lie, I told myself, a trick of the mind yearning for her presence. I returned to my writing, immersing myself in the fictional worlds that offered a reprieve from reality. As days turned into weeks, these disturbances persisted. I would catch glimpses of her in mirrors and windows, her figure elusive yet unmistakably hers. Always, her eyes seemed to be bleeding, not with actual blood, but with the haunting weight of unshed tears. It was as if the sorrow she had carried in life had transcended her death, imprinting itself on her spectral form. I didn't tell Robert at first. How could I explain it without sounding irrational, without invoking the skepticism that logical minds resort to when confronted by the supernatural? These experiences were mine alone, fragments of a shattered reality only I could piece together. They were moments of eerie reflection, a fusion of memory and imagination. But then, the disturbances escalated. The atmosphere in the house shifted, subtle at first, like a change in the wind. Doors creaked open when they should have been closed. Lights flickered as though in Morse code, signaling messages only I could interpret. It was as if the house itself had become a conduit, channeling messages from the beyond. It wasn't until one particularly restless night that I confided in Robert. We lay in bed, the room steeped in darkness, save for the gentle glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. "I've been seeing her," I whispered, my voice barely piercing the silence. "Who?" he asked, turning towards me, his eyes searching my face for answers. "My mother," I replied, feeling the words hang heavy in the air between us. But not as she was. Something's different. Her eyes, it's like they're bleeding. Robert was silent for a moment, processing my revelation. "You've been under a lot of stress," he finally said, his voice gentle, yet pragmatically dismissive. "Writing all day, being alone in the house, it's easy to let your imagination run wild." I nodded, grateful for his attempt at reassurance, but a gnawing at the back of my mind told me it was more than fatigue or imagination. These visions were a call, a plea from the past that demanded acknowledgement. Then came the night of the storm. The wind howled outside, a banshee's cry that rattled the windows and shivered through the trees. Emily was asleep, tucked safely in her bed, oblivious to the unnatural tension that hung in the air. Robert and I sat in the living room, the fire crackling in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. It was then that I felt it again, the presence, stronger than ever. The room dimmed, shadows lengthening on the walls, as if the very light had been siphoned away. My heart quickened, a drumbeat echoing in the silence. I turned to Robert, words poised on my lips, when a sudden chill enveloped me. A figure emerged from the shadows, her outline shimmering with an ethereal light. My mother stood before us, her gaze fixed on me. Her eyes were as I remembered, deep, expressive, but they wept phantom tears, an endless cascade that seemed to merge with the shadows. Her presence was both comforting and terrifying, a paradox I struggled to reconcile. Robert's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, and then to something akin to fear. He saw her too, I realized. This was no mere hallucination. It was a shared reality, a bridge between worlds. Why? I asked, my voice trembling. Why are you here? Her lips moved, forming words I could not hear, a silent dialogue between the living and the dead. I stepped closer, the need to understand driving me forward, though my limbs felt heavy, as if wading through water. Her form flickered, the image disrupted like a faulty signal, but her eyes remained fixed on mine, imploring. Robert reached for me, pulling me back as a sudden gust of wind extinguished the fire, plunging the room into darkness. The shadows swirled around us, a maelstrom of memories and fears. My mother's figure dissolved, leaving only a void that seemed to echo with unvoiced sorrows. In the aftermath, silence reigned. The storm abated, the house settling into a tense stillness. Robert held me close, his presence an anchor in the tumult of emotions. We didn't speak of what we had seen, the experience too fresh, too fragile to dissect with words. In the days that followed, a lingering fear took root, a shadow that clung to the corners of my mind. I avoided mirrors, wary of the reflections they might hold. Even the comforting normalcy of our home felt strained, as if the structure itself had shifted, accommodating a reality I couldn't fully comprehend. But life continued, driven by the relentless march of time. Emily laughed and played, her innocence a balm to my frayed nerves. Robert and I resumed our routines, though a tacit understanding had formed between us, an acknowledgement of the unseen forces that intertwined our lives. Sometimes, in the quiet moments just before sleep claimed me, I would feel my mother's presence again, not as a vision, but as a whisper in the wind, a gentle reminder of the ties that bind us, even beyond death. Her eyes, though absent, still wept in my dreams, a testament to the love and sorrow she had carried with her into the next life. In those moments, I found a strange comfort in the fear, an understanding that some connections are too profound to be severed, that the past is never truly gone. And as I lay in the darkness, I held on to that thought, a beacon against the shadows that danced on the edges of my perception. It was a day much like any other at Willow Creek High School. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the classroom, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the rows of desks. I sat in my usual spot, third row from the front, trying to focus on the monotony of Mr. Connolly's history lecture. The faint hum of the overhead projector blended with the soft rustling of pages turning, creating a serene backdrop to our everyday routine. The hallways buzzed with the familiar chatter of students swapping stories from the weekend, their laughter echoing down the long corridors. Lockers slammed shut with a satisfying clunk as friends promised to meet up for lunch. It was an ordinary Monday, complete with the sleepy reluctance of returning to the grind after the freedom of 2 days' respite. My phone, snug in my pocket, vibrated gently, a brief, unobtrusive reminder of the digital world awaiting at my fingertips. I ignored it for the moment, preferring the tangible comfort of pen and paper as I jotted down notes. Still, a small part of me was curious, wondering if it was a message from Lily, my best friend, who sat a few rows behind me. The bell rang, and with it, the class dissolved into a symphony of shuffling feet and murmured conversations. In the hallway, I finally checked my phone. A message from Lily appeared on the screen. "Hey, meet me by the stairs after class. Need to talk." There was an urgency in her words that made my stomach twist slightly, but I dismissed it as typical teenage drama. We all had those moments where everything felt like the end of the world, only to realize it was just another passing storm. As the day wore on, a strange tension began to weave itself into the fabric of our school. It was subtle at first, an odd undercurrent that was easy to overlook. A teacher seemed unusually curt. A group of students huddled together, whispering feverishly whenever someone walked by. It was like a wave building far out at sea, still unseen but undeniably present, sending ripples toward the shore. I met Lily by the stairwell as promised, her face drawn with a gravity that deepened the lines of worry etched across her forehead. "What's going on?" I asked, leaning against the cool metal railing. Her eyes darted around the hall, scanning for eavesdroppers, before she leaned in close. "Have you heard?" she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "There's talk of something happening today, something bad." I felt a chill slide down my spine. "What do you mean? What kind of bad?" She shrugged helplessly, her expression pained. "I don't know exactly. Just people are saying there's going to be a shooting here today." The world seemed to tilt on its axis, sending a jolt of fear racing through me. School was a place of learning, of safety, a bastion where we were free to grow and explore. The idea of violence intruding on that sanctuary was unthinkable, yet here it was, staring us in the face. "Who told you that?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Messages," she replied, pulling out her phone. "People have been getting these weird texts. I got one this morning. It doesn't say much, just be careful today." That's it. No number, no name. I took her phone, scrolling through the message in disbelief. It was short, but the ominous warning hung heavily in the air between us. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a cruel prank, yet the anxiety that had taken root in my chest was difficult to shake. We returned to class, but the atmosphere had shifted. More students were on their phones, their eyes wide with the same haunted look I had seen in Lily's. Whispers filled the room, punctuated by the occasional nervous laugh or the snap of a binder being closed too hard. Our teachers tried to maintain the semblance of normalcy, but even they seemed rattled, their voices strained as they attempted to project calm. The morning dragged on, the minutes stretching interminably as we moved from one class to another. Each bell felt like a countdown, a reminder of something looming just beyond our control. I found myself checking my phone compulsively, both dreading and hoping for a new message that might clarify this strange, unsettling situation. During lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with frenetic energy. Students clustered in groups, their heads bent low over their phones, eyes darting nervously toward the entrances. I sat with Lily and a few others, our food untouched, as we exchanged theories, each more far-fetched than the last. It felt like we were trapped in a horror movie, the pupils unwitting characters in a script none of us wanted to follow. Then came the first real disturbance, breaking the veneer of our uneasy normalcy. The school's PA system crackled to life, a voice unfamiliar and distorted by static, echoing through the speakers. "Attention, everyone," it began, monotone and devoid of emotion. "This is a message for all staff and students. Remain calm and stay in your classrooms. This is not a drill." Panic flared like wildfire, a collective gasp rippling through the cafeteria. Faces blanched, movements stilled, and a silence fell that was almost tangible in its weight. My heart thudded painfully, the sound loud in my ears. Around me, the world seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity. Lily grabbed my arm, her grip fierce and reassuring. "We need to get to a classroom," she urged, pulling me toward the nearest door. Together, we joined the surge of students filing into the hallway, their movements hurried but strangely orderly, as if some innate instinct had taken over. Our math teacher, Mrs. Carlson, stood at the door, her face pale but composed. She ushered us inside, closing the door firmly behind us. The classroom was packed, the air thick with fear and confusion. We huddled together, a mass of bodies seeking solace in shared vulnerability. Mrs. Carlson tried to soothe us, her voice calm despite the tremor that lurked at its edges. "Everything will be okay," she assured us. "Just stay quiet and wait for further instructions." The moments dragged by, each tick of the clock a reminder of our helplessness. Outside, the school was eerily silent, the usual bustle replaced by a tense stillness. Every sound, a footstep, the creak of a door, was magnified in the quiet, setting nerves on edge. Then, from somewhere within the building, a noise shattered the silence, a single sharp crack that echoed down the halls like the tolling of a distant bell. It was followed by another, and another, a sequence of sounds that sent a wave of dread crashing over us. Lily pressed closer, her eyes wide with fear. "What was that?" she whispered, though we both already knew the answer. The school, our sanctuary, was under siege. The whispers and messages were not idle threats, but harbingers of the nightmare now unfolding around us. My mind raced, thoughts tumbling over one another in a frantic attempt to make sense of it all. Time seemed to lose meaning as we waited, the air heavy with anticipation and dread. The periodic sounds continued, each one a reminder of the peril lurking just out of sight. I found myself clutching Lily's hand, the contact grounding me, anchoring me in the midst of chaos. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise ceased. An oppressive silence descended, the absence of sound as disconcerting as the noise had been. We held our breath, straining to hear any indication of what was happening beyond our small, crowded refuge. Minutes stretched into hours, the tension unbroken save for the occasional whisper or shifting of feet. And then, at last, the PA system crackled again. The same voice as before, though now tinged with a hint of urgency. "The situation is under control. Teachers, begin to dismiss students in an orderly fashion." Relief surged through the room, a palpable wave that left us weak and trembling. Yet even as we began to file out, the fear lingered at the edges of our consciences, a shadow that refused to be banished entirely. Outside, the halls were a maze of activity, teachers directing students, police officers speaking quietly into radios. We moved as if in a dream, the reality of what had happened struggling to penetrate the fog of disbelief. It wasn't until we were outside, the cool air a balm against our frayed nerves, that the truth began to sink in. There had been no shooter. The sounds we had heard were the result of a burst pipe, the pressure creating a series of explosive noises that had echoed through the building. The messages, the whispers, the fear, it had all been for nothing. Yet the damage was done, the veneer of safety shattered. The knowledge that our sanctuary could be so easily disrupted lingered like a cold, unwelcome presence. In the weeks that followed, the school returned to normal, the incident chalked up to a bizarre series of coincidences. But for those of us who had lived through it, the fear was a shadow that would never fully dissipate. The texts, it turned out, were part of a cruel prank, a message sent to a few students and spread through the school like wildfire. The police investigated, but those responsible were never found. The anonymity of the digital world allowed them to slip away, leaving behind only the echoes of their malevolent act. I often think back on that day, the way the fear had taken root and grown, fed by whispers and uncertainty. It serves as a reminder of how fragile our sense of security truly is, how easily the mundane can tip into the nightmarish. And though the messages have long since stopped, their ghost lingers, a reminder of the chaos that lies just beneath the surface of our carefully ordered world. In the quiet moments, when the school is hushed and still, I can almost hear their echo, a soft, insistent whisper that promises the unexpected, the unknown, the horror of uncertainty. The dull rhythmic hum of the classroom fan was the only sound that dared interrupt the monotony of another ordinary school day. I sat in my usual spot, the second row from the back, strategically positioned to maintain invisibility, yet close enough to feign interest when necessary. The dull murmur of Mr. Collins's history lecture floated around the room, as uninspiring as the pale yellow walls that surrounded us. The high school was a mundane place, its predictability a comfort for most of us. The bell system dictated our lives, with its shrill commands for movement and repose. Outside, the autumn leaves spiraled down lazily, painting the grounds with an orange and brown tapestry. We were used to this routine, the dance of academia and adolescence, intertwined in a well-choreographed performance. But that day, something felt different. It was a subtle shift, like a change in the wind's direction, impossible to pinpoint, but undeniable. Perhaps it was the way the morning sun filtered through the dusty windows, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Or maybe it was the peculiar tension in the air, a taut string waiting to snap. As the clock ticked towards noon, the disturbance revealed itself. An announcement crackled through the intercom, the voice of Principal Harris, drenched in an unsettling calm. "Attention students and faculty," it began, each word measured and deliberate. "We are initiating a lockdown procedure. Please remain calm and follow your teacher's instructions." A collective murmur rippled through the classroom, a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Lockdowns were not uncommon, drills designed to prepare us for the outside world's uncertain threats. Yet, something about Principal Harris's tone sent a shiver down my spine. It was too composed, too rehearsed, as if masking something unfathomable. Mr. Collins attempted to reassure us, though his voice betrayed a hint of alarm. "All right, everyone. You know the drill. Please move to the designated corner and remain silent." Chairs scraped against linoleum as we shuffled to the corner, a cluster of anxiety and whispered questions. My heart drummed a frantic rhythm against my ribs, each beat a reminder of the unfamiliar fear settling in. As we huddled in the designated corner, the heavy silence was punctuated only by the occasional creak of the old building settling. Time seemed to stretch, minutes feeling like hours. The anticipation was suffocating, an invisible weight pressing down on us. Someone tried to lighten the mood with a joke, a weak attempt that fell flat in the oppressive atmosphere. The first sign that something was truly wrong came when I glanced at the window. At first, it was just a flicker in my peripheral vision, a movement that seemed out of place. I turned to see a figure standing outside the window, watching us. It was Principal Harris, but something about him seemed off. His features were familiar, yet his expression was blank, devoid of the warmth we had come to associate with him. I nudged my friend Alex, who was pressed against the wall next to me. "Do you see that?" I whispered, gesturing towards the window. Alex squinted, his brow furrowing in confusion. "That's Harris, right? But why does he look so strange?" Before I could respond, the classroom door handle rattled, and Mr. Collins visibly tensed. "Stay quiet," he mouthed, his eyes wide with unease. The door didn't open, but the handle continued to jiggle, a persistent, unnerving sound that echoed in the silence. Time dragged on, the tension thickening with each passing moment. Then, The intercom crackled to life again. "Attention, students and faculty," the voice announced, identical to the first, but somehow more sinister. "The lockdown is over. Please return to your normal activities." Relief flooded the room, but it was short-lived. Mr. Collins hesitated, his instincts battling the directive. He made a decision, gesturing for us to remain in place. "Something's not right," he murmured, more to himself than to us. Outside the window, the figure of Principal Harris remained, still and watchful. It didn't move, didn't blink. It was as if it were a mannequin, a grotesque imitation of life. The realization struck me like a thunderclap, a chilling certainty settling in my gut. That wasn't Principal Harris. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist. The atmosphere in the room shifted from apprehension to palpable dread. We were trapped, caught in a web spun by an unseen predator. The mimic outside the window was patient, unconcerned by the passage of time. It simply watched, waiting for some invisible cue. Mr. Collins, sensing our growing fear, tried to maintain a semblance of calm. "Stay where you are," he instructed, his voice steady but strained. "I'll contact the administration for confirmation." He moved towards the classroom phone, each step deliberate, while the rest of us remained frozen in the corner. The mimic outside shifted slightly, as if responding to his movements. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the imposter that wore our principal's face. The minutes crawled by until Mr. Collins returned, his expression grave. "The office isn't answering," he said, a note of frustration creeping into his voice. "We're staying put until we know more." The realization that we were effectively cut off, isolated from any outside assistance, began to sink in. Desperation clawed at the edges of my mind, a primal fear of the unknown that threatened to overwhelm rational thought. The mimic continued its silent vigil, a harbinger of our potential doom. As the day crept into the afternoon, the oppressive atmosphere took its toll. Whispers of dread circulated among us, theories and half-formed ideas as to the nature of the creature outside. Some speculated it was a prank, others murmured about government experiments gone wrong, but no explanation could dispel the fear that clung to us like a second skin. Then, without warning, the lights flickered and died, plunging us into a twilight of shadows and uncertainty. Someone stifled a cry, and Mr. Collins quickly reassured us, his figure barely visible in the dim light. "Stay calm," he urged, though his voice wavered slightly. "We'll be all right." But his words did little to quell the rising panic. In the darkness, our imaginations ran rampant, conjuring images of horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reason. The mimic outside was no longer visible, but its presence was palpable, a malignant force that thrummed in the very walls of the school. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. In the silence, I could hear the beating of my own heart, a frenetic metronome that kept time with the tension in the air. We were trapped in a strange limbo, cut off from the world and at the mercy of an entity that defied comprehension. Then, a sound broke the monotony, a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the very foundation of the building. It was a vibration that reverberated through the floor, sending shivers up my spine. The mimic, it seemed, was not content to simply observe. Mr. Collins moved cautiously towards the door, his silhouette barely discernible against the faint light that seeped in from the hallway. "Stay here," he instructed, his tone a mixture of resolve and uncertainty. "I'll see what's going on." We watched as he opened the door, the creaking hinges a discordant note in the oppressive quiet. He stepped into the hallway, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft click. We were alone now, abandoned to our fears and the unknown that stalked us. Minutes ticked by, each one heavier than the last, until the door creaked open once more. But it wasn't Mr. Collins who stepped through. It was another version of him, a perfect copy down to the last detail. The mimic had found a new form, a new disguise to wear. We recoiled, a collective gasp of horror that cut through the silence. The mimic regarded us with a dispassionate gaze, its eyes devoid of the humanity that should have been there. It moved with deliberate slowness, as if savoring the fear it inspired. "Everything is fine," it said, its voice an uncanny echo of Mr. Collins. "Return to your seats." But we remained huddled in the corner, our instincts screaming against the command. The mimic's facade slipped momentarily, a flicker of something alien in its expression, before it resumed its charade. It was a grotesque mockery of life, a perversion of everything we knew to be real. The tension in the room reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of fear that threatened to shatter our fragile composure. We were caught in a nightmare, a waking dream from which there was no escape. The mimic's presence was a constant reminder of our helplessness, a specter that haunted our every thought. As the day dragged into evening, the mimic maintained its vigil, a silent sentry that watched our every move. The sky outside darkened, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped below the horizon. We were trapped in a cycle of fear and uncertainty, prisoners of a creature that defied all logic and understanding. Finally, as night fell, the mimic withdrew, its form dissolving into the shadows as quietly as it had appeared. We were left in stunned silence, the weight of the day's events pressing down on us with relentless force. The school was still, the only sound the distant rumble of thunder in the gathering storm. In the aftermath, we emerged from our corner, tentative and wary, like survivors of a disaster that had left no visible scars. The halls were empty, the school a maze of darkness and echoes. We found Mr. Collins at the other end of the building, disoriented but unharmed, his memory of the event a jumbled haze of confusion. The days that followed were a blur of questions and speculation, a flurry of activity as authorities attempted to piece together what had happened. But there were no answers, no rational explanations to be found. The mimic remained an enigma, a phantom that had slipped through the cracks of reality and disappeared without a trace. In the weeks that followed, life at the school slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, though the shadow of that day lingered in the corners of our minds. We spoke of it in hushed tones, the specter of the mimic a constant presence in our thoughts. It had become a part of our story, a chilling reminder of the unknown that lurked beyond the edges of our understanding. For me, the fear never truly faded. It lingered like a persistent chill, a whisper at the back of my mind that refused to be silenced. The mimic had left its mark, an indelible impression that haunted my dreams and colored my perception of the world. I couldn't forget the way it had watched us, the cold, calculating gaze that had seen through to the core of our being. Even now, as I stand in the familiar halls of the school, I am acutely aware of the shadows that dance at the periphery of my vision. I know that the mimic is gone, but the fear endures, a testament to the power of the unknown. It is a reminder that there are things in this world that defy explanation, mysteries that dwell in the spaces between reality and nightmare. And so, I continue on, moving through the corridors of life with a heightened awareness, a sense of apprehension that never quite leaves me. The mimic may have vanished, but its legacy remains, a chilling reminder of the fragility of normalcy and the ever-present threat of the unseen. I carry it with me, a silent companion that shadows my every step, a testament to a truth I cannot unsee. The world is not as it seems, and sometimes the monsters wear familiar faces. The corridors of Ashbourne Intermediate echoed with the familiar clatter of students bustling to their next class. Lockers slammed shut in hurried rhythm, while conversations overlapped, creating a cacophony that was both comforting and mundane. I walked these halls every day, a part of the routine yet apart from it, drifting like a ghost observing the world of the living. In many ways, I had grown accustomed to my invisibility, preferring the quiet over the chaotic social exchanges that seemed to exhaust me more than any physical activity ever could. For most, Ashbourne was an ordinary school, complete with its share of pranks, friendships, and adolescent dramas. Yet, beneath its veneer of normalcy, there lay an undercurrent of something else, something darker. I first heard whispers about the murder club during a dull history class. The name alone was enough to spark a curiosity I couldn't ignore, though I only half believed it was anything more than a rumor. Supposedly, it was a secret society within the school, elusive and enigmatic, comprised of members whose identities were closely guarded. Some claimed it was a creative writing group with a morbid name meant to shock, while others insisted it was something far more sinister. My first real encounter with the notion of the murder club occurred on a dreary Thursday afternoon. The weather outside mirrored my internal gloom, with the sky a uniform gray and rain tapping insistently against the windows. I was in the library, my refuge during lunch, when I overheard a hushed conversation between two students at the table behind me. They spoke of a meeting happening that very night, a gathering of the club. My heart quickened at the mention of a location, the old auditorium, said to be haunted and long since abandoned. Underneath my usual calm exterior, a strange thrill took root, fueled by the possibility of uncovering the truth about this secretive group. That night, I found myself standing outside the auditorium, the building looming ominously against the darkened sky. The rain had ceased, leaving the air crisp and charged with anticipation. I hesitated at the entrance, questioning the wisdom of what I was about to do. But something compelled me forward, a force beyond mere curiosity. Inside, the auditorium was bathed in shadows, the air thick with dust and time. I moved cautiously, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight, each sound magnified in the silence. Ahead, a faint glow spilled from beneath a door leading to the stage, and I followed it, drawn inexplicably toward the light. The room I entered was a far cry from the derelict state of the rest of the building. Candles lined the perimeter, their flames flickering and casting long shadows that danced along the walls. Seated in a semicircle were 6 students, their faces partially obscured by masks, save for one, who sat in the center without disguise. His gaze was intense, his presence commanding. It was Max, a senior known for his charisma and intelligence. "Welcome," he said, his voice calm yet resonant. "You found us." His words held an unsettling finality, as though my arrival had been anticipated. The others turned to regard me, their expressions unreadable behind their masks. I felt exposed under their scrutiny, a trespasser in their clandestine world. Max gestured for me to sit, and despite the uncertainty gnawing at me, I complied. As the meeting commenced, I learned that the Murder Club was indeed more than a writing group. They shared stories, elaborate, chilling narratives that blurred the line between fiction and reality. Each tale was told with an intensity that left me unsettled, as though the words themselves held a power that transcended their form. It was during these stories that I first sensed something otherworldly. The air seemed to shift, growing heavy with an unseen presence. I found it difficult to breathe, as though the stories were weaving a spell that tightened around my chest. I glanced at the faces around me, searching for signs that they too felt this oppressive force. But they remained absorbed in the tale being told. Weeks passed, and I continued attending the gatherings of the Murder Club. Each meeting unfolded like a ritual, stories shared in hushed voices that resonated in the silence. Yet, with each one, the sense of unease within me grew. I began to notice subtle changes in the world around me, shadows that seemed to flicker in the corners of my vision, whispers that hovered at the edge of hearing. It was as if the stories were bleeding into reality, seeping into the fabric of the everyday. It wasn't long before I realized that the stories were more than mere fiction. They were manifestations, creations brought to life by the collective belief of the club's members. The realization struck me with a cold clarity, a truth too fantastic to fully comprehend, yet undeniable in its simplicity. The tales we spun in that candlelit room held the power to shape the world, guided by the imagination and intent of those who told them. This discovery left me both terrified and intrigued. I found myself drawn deeper into the club's orbit, captivated by the potential of what we could create, what we could unleash. Yet, with each meeting, the stories grew darker, more sinister, as if the power we wielded was corrupting us from within. I could see it in the eyes of my fellow members, shadows lurking in their gazes, a hunger for more. It came to a head one evening when Max proposed a story more ambitious than any before. He spoke of conjuring something tangible, a being born from our collective will, a challenge to prove the extent of our abilities. The idea was intoxicating, the implications both exhilarating and terrifying. I watched as the others nodded in agreement, caught up in the fervor of creation, their eyes alight with a fervent zeal. We began, our voices blending in a symphony of words that wove a tapestry of reality and fantasy. The energy in the room shifted, pulsing with a life of its own, and I felt it thrumming beneath my skin, a vibration that resonated in my bones. As the story reached its crescendo, I could sense something taking shape in the shadows, a presence born from our collective imagination. It was exhilarating, terrifying, a moment suspended between thought and existence. But as we reached the climax of our tale, something went wrong. The presence we had conjured was not what we expected. It twisted and writhed, a thing of darkness and hunger, born not of our intent, but of the fear and doubt that lurked within us. The room grew cold, the air sharp with the taste of ozone, and I could feel the presence pressing against my mind, probing, seeking a way in. Panic surged through the group, our once unified voices fracturing into chaos. We had lost control, the power we had wielded slipping through our fingers like sand. The presence grew stronger, feeding off our fear, and I could see it in the eyes of my companions, the dawning realization that we had unleashed something we could not contain. In that moment of despair, I understood the nature of what we had done. The stories were not merely reflections of our imagination. They were entities in their own right, shaped by the emotions that fueled them. And this being, this shadowed creature, was born of our darkest fears, a manifestation of the very essence we had sought to control. Desperation drove me to act. With a clarity born of necessity, I focused my thoughts, drawing on fragments of stories, memories, anything that could serve as a tether to reality. The presence recoiled, and I felt its grip loosen, the air growing lighter as it withdrew. The others followed suit, their voices rising in a chorus of defiance, and together we pushed back against the darkness. The room fell silent, the oppressive weight lifting as the presence dissipated. We sat in the aftermath, shaken and wary, the reality of our actions settling over us like a shroud. The Murder Club had played with forces beyond our understanding, and we had paid the price. The stories were no longer harmless. The power they held a double-edged sword that could cut both ways. In the days that followed, the club disbanded, the once close-knit group scattered by fear and guilt. The auditorium returned to silence, its secrets locked away beneath layers of dust and time. Yet, the memory lingered, a reminder of the thin line between creation and destruction, of the power that lay within our words. I often find myself returning to that night, the echoes of our stories haunting the edges of my thoughts. I am reminded of the presence we summoned, the darkness born of our fears, and the indelible mark it left on the world. I walk the halls of Ashbourne, my steps more deliberate, my gaze more discerning, aware of the shadows that lurk just beyond sight. The Murder Club at Ashbourne Intermediate is a memory now, a cautionary tale whispered among students who never knew its true nature. But I carry the knowledge with me, a lingering fear that shadows my every step, a reminder that the world is far more malleable than it seems. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows stretch long and thin, I can almost hear the whispers of stories yet untold, waiting for someone brave or foolish enough to bring them to life once more. The bell echoed throughout the corridors of Ashbourne Intermediate, signaling the end of another school day. Students bustled with the exuberance of youth, their chatter and laughter a constant backdrop to the somberness of the aging building. The school had stood in its place for decades, a testament to the passage of time and the endless cycle of childhood that spun within its walls. The brick exterior was weathered, vines creeping up the sins as if attempting to reclaim the structure for nature. Inside, the linoleum floors gleamed under fluorescent lights, the lockers painted in bright, cheerful colors that belied the building's true age. It seemed like any ordinary day of learning and youthful antics. And for most, that was precisely what it was. However, I was not like most. My name is Eli, and that year I was a 10th grader, navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence with a profound sense of unease. Ashbourne was my second home, and I had always appreciated its predictability. I took comfort in the routines, the sound of sneakers squeaking down the halls, and the occasional muffled announcements over the intercom. But beneath this veneer of normalcy lay something else, something I had only begun to sense. It all started with a whisper. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the product of too many late nights reading horror stories under the covers. But the whisper was persistent, a voice that didn't belong to anyone I could see. It started in small moments, tucked into the corners of my mind when I was alone. It would call my name, soft and inviting, almost like a lullaby. Sometimes, it seemed to know things about me that I had never shared with anyone. It was unsettling, yet I found myself drawn to it. As if the voice held secrets I was compelled to uncover. One afternoon, while the rest of my classmates filed out to board the school buses, I lingered, pretending to have forgotten something in my locker. The hallway was nearly empty, and the light slanting through the windows cast long shadows on the floor. I paused, listening intently, anticipating the whisper. As if on cue, it began again, coaxing me to listen. But this time, the voice was accompanied by something else, a sense of presence, as though someone else was there with me. I turned quickly, half expecting to see a shadowy figure lurking behind me, but the hallway remained empty and silent. Disturbed but intrigued, I began staying after school more often, searching for clues. I combed through dusty corners of the library, leafed through forgotten yearbooks, and even ventured into the basement storage rooms, where the air was heavy with the scent of mildew and old paper. The whisper followed me, growing more insistent, leading me deeper into the mystery that Ashbourne Intermediate was hiding. It was during one of these excursions that I discovered the club. It was a rainy Thursday when I stumbled upon them. The usually muffled sounds of raindrops hitting the roof were amplified in the empty halls, echoing like distant drums. I had ventured to the third floor, rarely used except for storage and occasional classroom overflow. I had been drawn by the whisper, clearer than ever, urging me to explore. As I rounded a corner, I heard voices. Real ones this time, not the spectral echo that had been haunting me. Curiosity piqued. I crept closer. The voices were coming from a classroom at the end of the hall. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see the flickering light of candles casting soft shadows inside. I held my breath, straining to listen without being detected. The voices were low, murmuring in a tone that suggested secrecy. They spoke of the club and the next phase, words that sent a chill down my spine. I pushed the door open just enough to peer inside. A circle of students, none much older than myself, sat around a table. In their midst lay an old book, its cover worn and pages yellowed with age. They were all familiar faces from my classes, and yet there was something about their expressions, serene and focused, that seemed different, almost otherworldly. One of them, a boy named Marcus, whom I remembered for his quiet demeanor, was speaking. His voice was calm, yet carried a weight that demanded attention. "Tonight, we will reach out to the others," he said. "We must ensure we follow the instructions precisely." The others nodded, and as they did, a cold breeze seemed to sweep through the room, despite the lack of open windows. I watched, transfixed, as they began to chant, their words unintelligible but rhythmic. The air felt charged, like the moments before a storm. I wanted to step back, to escape before I was noticed, but I was rooted to the spot, as if the very shadows had wrapped around my ankles, holding me in place. And then, for the first time, the whisper came not from within my mind, but from Marcus himself, clear as day. "Eli, we know you're there." My heart jumped to my throat. I stumbled backwards, the door creaking loudly as I did. The students turned, their eyes locking onto mine with a knowing gaze. There was no anger or surprise, only a quiet acceptance, as if they had been expecting me all along. "Join us," Marcus invited, his voice as soothing as the whisper had ever been. "We understand what you seek, and we can help you find it." Caught off guard, I hesitated. The logical part of my mind screamed at me to flee, to put as much distance between myself and whatever this was. But a deeper part of me, the part that had been enthralled by the whisper, was curious, yearning to know more. With a sense of inevitability, I stepped forward, crossing the threshold into their world. The door closed behind me with a soft click, sealing my fate in a way I couldn't yet comprehend. The circle widened to accommodate me. They handed me the book, its pages filled with symbols and words from some forgotten language, and I found that I understood them, as if they had been waiting for me to read them all along. The days that followed blurred into a strange routine. I attended my classes as usual, but my mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the secrets I was beginning to uncover. The club, I learned, was much more than a mere gathering of curious students. They were a conduit, a bridge between our world and something far older and more powerful. Marcus became my guide, explaining that the whisper, the voice that had led me to them, was the same force they had come to know. It had chosen us, he said, for reasons we might not fully understand, but must accept. The rituals were a means of communication, an invitation to the entities that existed beyond the fabric of our reality. As we delved deeper into the club's practices, strange things began happening around the school. Lights flickered more often, and shadows seemed to stretch and sway unnaturally. Yet no one else seemed to notice, as if an invisible barrier separated us from the rest. We were becoming a part of something larger, something that transcended the mundane existence we had known. My nights were filled with dreams, vivid and unsettling. I walked through endless corridors that spiraled into nothingness, heard voices not my own whispering secrets I couldn't fully grasp. Each morning I awoke with a sense of dread and anticipation, knowing that each day brought us closer to the culmination of our efforts. The climax came on a night when the moon hung low and full, casting an ethereal glow over Ashbourne. We gathered in the same dimly lit room, the candlelight flickering against the oppressive darkness outside. Marcus explained that tonight we would attempt the final step, the ultimate communion with the other side. The air was electric with anticipation and anxiety. As the ritual began, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. Our breath came out in visible puffs, mingling with the smoke from the candles. We joined hands, forming an unbroken circle as Marcus led us in the chant. The words felt heavy on my tongue, yet familiar, as if they were a part of me. And then it happened. The room shuddered, a low thrumming sound vibrating through the floor. The shadows around us twisted, coalescing into shapes that defied logic. A presence filled the space, enveloping us with its vastness. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a force beyond comprehension. And for a brief moment, I understood everything. The whispers, the rituals, the hidden truths of the universe. But as quickly as it had come, the connection snapped, leaving us gasping in its wake. The room returned to its former state, the candles burning down to stubs. We sat in silence, the enormity of what we had experienced settling over us like a heavy shroud. The days that followed were marked by an unsettling calm. We spoke little of the events, each of us grappling with what we had seen and felt. The whisper that had once been my constant companion was silent now, leaving a void that was almost tangible. Life at Ashbourne resumed its normal rhythms, yet nothing felt the same. I saw the world through different eyes, aware of the unseen layers that lay beneath the surface. The club disbanded, our purpose seemingly fulfilled, yet a lingering fear remained. We had touched something profound, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it had left a mark on us, on me. Sometimes, when I am alone, I feel a shadow pass over me, a reminder of that night and the world we had glimpsed. It is a silent promise, or perhaps a warning, that the story is not yet over. And in the quiet spaces between thoughts, I wait, listening for the whisper's return, knowing that one day it will call to me again. The abandoned school loomed in the distance like a forgotten relic of a bygone era. Broken windows, their edges softened by time and neglect, stared out like hollow eyes onto the overgrown playground where silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves. For years, the building had been an object of local lore, a place where the boundaries of the ordinary world frayed at the edges and mysterious tales took root. It was here that I found myself, drawn by a compulsion I didn't fully understand, yet could not resist. The path that led to the school was treacherous, overgrown with weeds and brambles that seemed to grasp at my feet as though they were alive. The air was cool, with an unsettling stillness that clung to my skin like a damp cloak. Everywhere around me, the whisper of the wind through the trees carried with it the subtle scent of damp earth and decay. It was a place I had often heard about from the townspeople, their stories filled with ominous warnings that echoed in my mind as I approached. "Ben, are you sure about this?" I whispered to myself, a habit I had picked up from spending too much time alone. But it was a question I knew the answer to. Something had changed in my life, something that I couldn't quite put my finger on, and it was this change that had led me to the school. The sense of normalcy that I had once cherished had been punctured by an inexplicable series of events that had upended my understanding of reality. The first time it happened, I was in my apartment, a place that had always been my sanctuary. I was reading, or at least trying to, but I couldn't focus. The words on the page seemed to blur, and a strange sensation washed over me, like the whisper of something just beyond perception. It was as though the air had shifted, vibrating with a frequency that I couldn't hear, but could feel deep in my bones. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ceased, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. The disturbances became more frequent, each one a little more intense than the last, until they became a part of my daily existence. Objects moved of their own accord, a book falling from the shelf, a door slowly creaking open, the lights flickering as though touched by an unseen hand. It was as if the world around me had come alive in a way that defied explanation, hinting at forces I couldn't comprehend. I questioned my sanity, doubting the evidence of my own senses, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something profound was at work. It was during one of these episodes, when the air seemed to hum with an electric tension, that I first heard the voice, a whisper that curled through the silence, its tone both commanding and gentle, as though calling me to a place beyond my understanding. "Seek the truth," it said, the words resonating within me in a way that was at once foreign and familiar. I knew that it was more than a hallucination. It was a call to action, a call that led me to the abandoned school. As I stood at the threshold, my mind a whirl of confusion and anticipation, I hesitated, feeling the weight of the unknown pressing against me. But the compulsion was too strong, a pull that I couldn't resist, urging me to step into the darkness that lay beyond the shattered doors. Inside, the air was cool and stale, carrying with it the scent of dust and old wood. Shafts of light filtered through the broken windows, casting eerie patterns across the walls that seemed to shift and move like living things. Each step I took echoed in the vast, empty halls, a reminder of the countless lives that had once filled this place with laughter and learning. Now, it was a shell, a vessel for secrets untold, and I was the intruder. As I wandered through the corridors, I became acutely aware of the presence that had drawn me here. It was neither malevolent nor benign, yet it held an authority that demanded attention. I was not alone, and the realization sent a shiver down my spine. I felt the gaze of eyes unseen, watching my every move, judging my intentions. Yet, despite the fear that gripped me, I continued on, driven by a sense of purpose that I couldn't quite articulate. It was in one of the classrooms, the desks overturned and scattered like forgotten relics, that the air shifted again. This time, it was more intense, a palpable energy that crackled through the space with a force that set my heart racing. From the shadows, they emerged. Figures formed from the very darkness itself, their shapes indistinct, yet undeniably present. Paranormal creatures, their forms twisting and shifting like smoke, their eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. Instinctively, I stepped back, my mind struggling to comprehend the impossible reality before me. Yet even as fear clawed at my resolve, I remembered the voice, its words a beacon in the chaos. Seek the truth. I knew then that this was my purpose, my role in a drama that had been unfolding long before I became aware of it. The creatures moved with a grace that belied their otherworldly nature, circling me slowly as though assessing my worth. I could feel their power, a force that threatened to overwhelm me. Yet I stood my ground, refusing to yield to the terror that threatened to consume me. In that moment, I understood what was required of me, not to fight, but to listen, to open myself to the truth that lay hidden within the shadows. As if in response to my silent resolution, the air shimmered, and another presence made itself known. It was unlike the others, its form radiant with a light that seemed to emanate from within, casting the darkness into stark relief. A divine warrior, its armor glinting with an ethereal sheen, its eyes filled with an ancient wisdom that transcended time. The creature and the warrior faced each other, their confrontation a silent battle that played out on a plane beyond my understanding. I was caught between them, a reluctant hero thrust into a role for which I was unprepared. Yet even as fear gnawed at the edges of my consciousness, I felt a calm wash over me, a certainty that this was where I was meant to be. In a gesture of solidarity, the warrior turned its gaze towards me, its eyes conveying a message that needed no words. I understood then that I was not alone, that I was part of something greater, a tapestry of events that intertwined the fate of the living and the ethereal. The warrior raised its hand, and a light blossomed from its palm, a beacon that cut through the darkness, driving back the shadows that clung to the edges of my vision. The creatures hesitated, their forms wavering as though caught in a struggle between light and darkness. I realized that they were not evil, but rather guardians of a truth that had long been forgotten, a truth that I was destined to uncover. In that moment, I felt a connection to them, a bond that transcended fear, and a sense of peace settled over the room. The warrior nodded, its expression one of approval, and I knew that I had passed some unspoken test. The light from its hand expanded, enveloping the room in a radiant glow that banished the shadows and revealed the true nature of the school. I saw then, through the veil of time, the lives that had once thrived in these halls, the laughter and tears, the hopes and dreams that had left their mark on the very fabric of the place. As quickly as it had begun, The vision faded, leaving behind a lingering warmth in my heart. The creatures, their purpose fulfilled, began to dissolve into the darkness from whence they came, their task complete. The warrior, too, began to fade, its form becoming one with the light. Yet as it disappeared, I felt a sense of gratitude and understanding. I stood alone in the now silent classroom, the echoes of the past still resonating in my mind. The school, once a place of fear and mystery, had become a sanctuary of truth, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped our world in ways we could scarcely comprehend. I knew that I would carry this experience with me, a mark upon my soul that would never fade. As I left the school, the cool air of the outside world wrapped around me like a familiar embrace. The path that had once seemed so foreboding now lay clear before me, a testament to the journey I had undertaken. The world beyond the school had not changed, yet I had, my understanding of reality, forever altered by the events of that day. Though the disturbances that had plagued my life ceased, replaced by a newfound sense of peace, the lingering fear remained, a reminder of the vast unknown that lay beyond the veil of our existence. I had glimpsed it, faced it, and emerged transformed. The voice, the creatures, the warrior, all were now a part of me, guiding me towards a destiny I had yet to fully understand. In the quiet solitude of my apartment, I reflected on the events that had led me to the abandoned school. I knew that I had been chosen, not as a hero in the traditional sense, but as a witness to the hidden truths that lay beneath the surface of our world. And though the future remained uncertain, I found solace in the knowledge that I was not alone, that the light would guide me through the darkness, and that the truth, once revealed, could never be forgotten. The evening was settling into a comfortable lull, the kind that follows the initial burst of excitement at a gathering. It was a small affair, just a few of us gathered to celebrate Alan's birthday. His home, an old, sturdy structure standing since the early 1900s, held its own charm. Its wooden floors creaked with whispers of the past, and the walls were adorned with photographs that seemed to tell stories of their own. The atmosphere was cozy, filled with the warm glow of candles, and the mellow hum of conversation mingled with the soft notes of background music. We sat around the living room, comfortably ensconced in plush sofas, sipping wine and sharing laughter. Alan, the birthday celebrant, was in high spirits, flitting between guests, ensuring everyone had enough to eat and drink. He was always the perfect host, gracious and attentive, never missing a beat, a trait we all admired. Among the guests was Julia, who had been a close friend of Alan's for years, and Tom, an acquaintance from his work. And then there was me, quietly observing, soaking in the warmth of the gathering. As the evening wore on, it was time for the customary exchange of gifts. Alan, ever the enthusiast for surprises, beamed as he accepted the assortment of brightly wrapped packages. The room was filled with laughter and clapping as each gift was unveiled. Books, a vintage record, a bottle of single malt whiskey that Alan adored. But it was the last gift that caught everyone's attention. A small box wrapped in plain brown paper, tied with a simple twine. Alan picked it up, his expression curious. "Who's this from?" he asked. scanning the room, but nobody claimed responsibility. A mystery gift, he chuckled, as he carefully untied the twine and peeled back the paper. Inside was a small, ornate box, delicately carved with intricate designs. Alan opened it slowly, revealing a glinting object nestled within, a coin unlike any I had ever seen. It was silver, its surface etched with symbols that none of us could decipher. There was a moment of collective silence as we all leaned in closer, captivated by the enigmatic coin. Alan held it up to the light, turning it over in his hand. "What do you make of this?" he asked, the question hanging in the air like a challenge. Julia leaned closer to examine it, her eyes narrowing as if to pierce through its secrets. "It looks ancient," she mused, "and those symbols, they're nothing I recognize." Tom, who had been quiet for most of the evening, spoke up. "It's probably something rare, maybe even valuable," he suggested, his voice tinged with a mix of awe and suspicion. We all sat back, allowing Alan to pocket the coin, our intrigue piqued, yet unsure of what to make of it. The conversation gradually drifted back to more mundane topics, but there was an undercurrent of unease, a sense that this unassuming gift had shifted the evening's mood. It was later, much later, when the guests had begun to leave, that the first disturbance occurred. Alan, who had been clearing up some of the discarded wrapping paper, suddenly stopped, his face growing pale. He was staring at his hand, at the spot where the coin had been resting moments before. His skin bore strange marks, faint but discernible, mirroring the symbols etched on the coin. He laughed it off, attributing it to an overactive imagination and the effects of a few too many drinks. But I caught a glimpse of something in his eyes, an unease that mirrored my own. "It's nothing," he assured us, though the words felt empty. The next day, as I went about my routine, I couldn't shake the memory of the coin and the marks it had left behind. It was like a shadow at the back of my mind, a persistent itch that refused to be ignored. I found myself drawn back to Alan's house that evening, under the guise of returning a forgotten item. In truth, I wanted to see if everything was all right, if that nagging sense of foreboding had any merit. Alan greeted me with his usual warmth, but there was an edge to his demeanor, a tension that hadn't been there before. He tried to brush it off, attributing it to work stress, but as the evening wore on, the cracks in his facade began to show. He was distracted, his mind clearly elsewhere, eyes darting occasionally to the spot where the coin now sat on his mantle. I asked him about it, careful to keep my tone light. "You seemed a bit off last night after the party. Everything okay?" He hesitated, then sighed. "I don't know," he admitted. "Ever since I touched that coin, I've been having these strange dreams. Vivid dreams that feel more real than they should. And today at work, I could swear I was seeing things out of the corner of my eye." A chill ran down my spine at his confession. "What kind of things?" "Just shadows, I guess. Flickers in my peripheral vision. It sounds crazy, I know." We both sat in silence for a moment, the weight of his words hanging between us. I wanted to reassure him, to tell him it was nothing, but I couldn't bring myself to dismiss his concerns. There was something about the way he spoke, a sincerity that was hard to ignore. Over the days that followed, Alan's situation seemed to escalate. He spoke of feeling watched, of hearing faint whispers when he was alone. The marks on his hand, once faint, had grown more pronounced, and his sleep continued to be plagued by troubling dreams. Each time I visited, the atmosphere in his house felt heavier, the shadows more pronounced, as if the house itself was conspiring against him. I urged him to see a doctor, a therapist, anyone who might offer some explanation for what was happening. But Alan, ever rational, refused. "It's just stress," he insisted. "It'll pass." But it didn't pass. The tension reached a breaking point one night when I received a frantic call from Alan. His voice was a hushed whisper, trembling with fear. "I need you to come over," he said. "Please, I don't know what's happening." I hurried over, my heart pounding with every step. The house was in darkness when I arrived, the only light spilling from the living room where Alan sat, the coin clutched tightly in his hand. He looked up as I entered, his eyes wide with fear. "I can't do this anymore," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I keep seeing things, hearing things. It's like the coin is showing me something I'm not supposed to see." He handed me the coin, his hand shaking. I hesitated before taking it, feeling its cold weight in my palm. The symbols seemed to writhe under the dim light, and for a moment I felt a disorienting pull, as if the coin was trying to draw me into its secrets. Alan's voice broke the spell. "You have to help me," he pleaded. "I don't know how to stop it." We sat together, surrounded by shadows, trying to make sense of the chaos. The coin seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, an unyielding presence that refused to be ignored. I suggested getting rid of it, burying it, anything to sever its grip on him. But the coin was relentless. Even after Alan agreed to lock it away, the disturbances continued, each more intense than the last. It was as if the very act of trying to rid himself of it only served to strengthen its hold. The climax came one stormy night when the wind howled like a living thing, rattling the windows and doors. I found myself back at Alan's house, drawn by a sense of urgency I couldn't quite explain. Inside, the air was heavy with tension, every creak and groan of the old house amplified in the oppressive silence. Alan was in the living room, his face drawn and pale. The coin was back on the mantel, gleaming ominously in the flickering candlelight. He was pacing, muttering to himself, his eyes wild with a desperation that cut through me like a knife. "I can't escape it," he said, his voice raw with exhaustion. "It's everywhere." I reached for his arm, trying to ground him, but he jerked away, his gaze fixed on the coin. "It wants something. I don't know what, but it won't stop until it gets it." Before I could respond, the room seemed to shift around us, the shadows deepening, converging. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, a terror that was both foreign and intimately familiar. The air vibrated with a low hum, a sound just on the edge of perception, growing louder with each passing second. Alan staggered back, his hands pressed to his ears as if to block out the noise. His eyes met mine, wide and pleading, before he turned and fled from the room, the front door slamming open and shut behind him. I followed, stumbling out into the storm, the wind tearing at my clothes and drowning out my shouts. Alan was nowhere to be seen, lost to the night and the chaos, leaving only the echo of his fear behind. In the days that followed, I searched for him, reaching out to friends and family, scouring the places he frequented, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace. The police were sympathetic, but with no evidence of foul play, there was little they could do. The case gradually faded from their priority list, leaving me with only questions and the lingering weight of guilt. The house remained empty, its windows dark and vacant, a silent witness to whatever had transpired within. I found myself visiting often, drawn by a need to understand, to unravel the mystery that had consumed Alan. The coin, I discovered, was gone, as if it had never been there at all. Even now, months later, the memory of that night haunts me. I feel its presence at the edges of my consciousness, a phantom whisper that refuses to be silenced. Sometimes, in the quiet moments just before sleep, I imagine I hear Alan's voice, calling out from the shadows, a haunting echo of the friendship we once shared. And in those moments, I can't help but wonder if the coin found him again, or if it ever truly left him at all. The thought lingers, a chilling reminder of the uncertain fortune that one gift had brought, and the unknown paths it might yet lay before me. There is an old college town, nestled between a forest and a winding river, where life moves with the slow grace of an autumn leaf, carried by the breeze. The town is known for its quaint charm, its cobblestone streets echoing with the laughter of students and the chime of bicycle bells. The air feels crisp, a prelude to winter's chill, but for now, the trees are dressed in a spectrum of reds and golds. I moved here just a few months ago, transferring to the college halfway through my sophomore year. At first, everything seemed perfect, an idyllic setting for my studies, a fresh start away from the noise of the city. My apartment was a snug little attic room in an old Victorian house, its windows framed by ivy and its floors creaking with stories of the past. My neighbors were unremarkable, other students like me, except for Mrs. Henderson, the elderly woman who lived on the ground floor. She had a penchant for knitting and baking, and every so often, I would find freshly baked cookies on my doorstep. Classes at the college were demanding, as expected, but I welcomed the challenge. I fell into the rhythm of student life easily, my days filled with lectures and library visits, my evenings often spent at the local cafe, where students gathered to sip coffee and exchange stories. It was there I first heard about the cursed luck. It was a Friday evening, the cafe buzzing with the giddy anticipation of the weekend. I sat with a group of classmates, a mix of old friends and new acquaintances. The conversation turned to local legends, as it often did, and that's when someone brought it up. "Have you heard about the cursed luck?" asked Jacob, a senior, with a reputation for knowing all the town's secrets. His eyes glinted with mischief as he leaned in, lowering his voice as if he were about to disclose a great conspiracy. "They say there's a coin, a simple silver coin, that can change your fortune. But it's cursed. It'll give you everything you ever wanted, for a price." The group leaned in, intrigued. I couldn't help but chuckle, dismissing it as an exaggerated ghost story. But Jacob continued, unfazed by my skepticism. The coin surfaces once in a generation, and whoever possesses it is granted unimaginable luck. You find money on the street, aces in exams without studying, everything falling perfectly into place. But it doesn't last forever. Eventually, the luck turns sour. Tragic accidents, sudden misfortune, the kind of bad luck you can't escape. I listened, amused but unmoved. It was just another tale, told to spook new students, a bit of folklore to add to the town's character. The conversation shifted, as it always does, and soon we were discussing weekend plans, the legend forgotten. Or so I thought. Life continued in its pleasant cadence, the legend slipping from my mind as days turned to weeks. The town embraced me with its autumnal beauty, and I lost myself in the routine of academia. It was during one of my solitary morning walks by the river that everything began to change. The morning was unusually quiet, the fog lingering longer than usual, wrapping the riverbank in a shroud of mystery. I wandered aimlessly, enjoying the solitude before the day demanded my attention. My foot struck something solid, and I glanced down to find a coin partially buried in the dirt. Bending down, I retrieved it, a simple silver coin marked with an unfamiliar emblem. It was nothing special, yet it held a curious allure. I slipped it into my pocket, thinking little of it, and continued my walk, the incident fading into the background of my mind. That day, however, marked the beginning of a series of improbable events. Later, as I made my way to class, I stumbled upon a $20 bill fluttering in the breeze, snagged against a tree. In the library, I found the exact book I needed for my paper, despite it being listed as unavailable. My professor unexpectedly canceled a quiz I hadn't prepared for. These incidents, while minor, felt like little gifts from the universe. Days turned into weeks, and the peculiar fortune followed me like a shadow. I aced exams without breaking a sweat, discovered an unexpected scholarship had been applied to my tuition, and won a raffle at a local store. Luck seemed to favor me, each day bringing a fresh miracle. I recalled Jacob's story, but dismissed the connection. Logic told me it was mere coincidence, yet a nagging voice in the back of my mind whispered otherwise. It wasn't until the mid-semester break that I began to question my good fortune. My best friend Rachel visited from my old college, her presence a comforting reminder of home. Over coffee, I recounted my recent streak of luck, expecting her to share in my amusement. Instead, she looked at me with a mix of concern and disbelief. "That's not normal, you know," she said, her voice tinged with unease. "No one is that lucky. Maybe you should be careful." I brushed off her concern, too accustomed to my newfound luck to see the shadow lurking beneath it. But Rachel's words planted a seed of doubt that grew with each passing day. The first hint of trouble came surprisingly subtly. I misplaced my keys, a common enough occurrence, but it took me hours to find them, wedged inexplicably between the cushions of the couch. Then, my phone screen cracked without any recollection of dropping it. Little inconveniences began to pile up. each one a reminder that even in paradise, shadows lurk. The turning point came one chilly evening as I returned from the library. The street was quiet, the town drenched in the soft glow of street lamps. As I crossed the road towards my apartment, a car came around the corner, faster than it should have. For a moment, time seemed to slow, and I was paralyzed, caught in the headlights' glare. The driver swerved, tires screeching, missing me by inches. I stood frozen, heart pounding, the reality of what nearly occurred sinking in. The incident shook me more than I cared to admit, and I found myself thinking about the coin still nestled in my pocket. The small, seemingly innocuous object now felt like a burden. I recalled Jacob's story, the ominous twist of fate that followed the charm, and I couldn't help but wonder if my luck had indeed taken a sinister turn. As the days passed, the sense of dread grew, and my once bright world began to dim. Small misfortunes plagued me. A forgotten deadline, a misplaced wallet, a misunderstanding with a friend. Each seemed trivial in isolation, yet together they wove a tapestry of unease. One evening, desperate for answers, I retrieved the coin from its resting place. Holding it under the lamp's light, I studied its surface for the first time since I found it. The emblem was unlike anything I'd seen, an intricate design that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. It felt heavy in my hand, more substantial than its size would suggest. I decided to seek out Jacob, hoping he might have more insight into the legend. I found him at the cafe, surrounded by friends, his laughter filling the room. I waited until he was alone before approaching, the coin burning a hole in my pocket. "Do you remember the story of the cursed luck?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the cafe's din. Jacob looked at me, his expression shifting from amusement to seriousness. "Yeah, why?" he replied, eyes narrowing as he studied my face. I hesitated, the weight of the coin in my pocket, a constant reminder of the stories I'd been trying to dismiss. "I think I might have found the coin." For a moment, Jacob was silent, his face a mask of disbelief. Then slowly he nodded. "If it's true, you need to get rid of it. The longer you hold on to it, the worse it gets. The luck always turns." His words were like a cold wind cutting through the warmth of the cafe. I nodded, understanding what I had to do. But how does one dispose of a cursed object? The answer eluded me, and I left the cafe with no more clarity than when I arrived. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety, each moment tinged with the fear of what might come. My luck continued to unravel, each new misfortune more troubling than the last. I avoided the riverbank, unwilling to revisit the place where it all began. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that it was the key to ending this nightmare. One rainy afternoon, as the sky wept and the town lay muted beneath a curtain of gray, I found myself drawn to the river, the coin clutched tightly in my hand. The water flowed steadily, its surface rippling with the rain's touch, an ever-moving tapestry of nature's design. I stood at the riverbank, the coin feeling impossibly heavy, as if the weight of the world rested upon it. Memories of the past weeks flooded my mind. the improbable luck, the creeping misfortune, and the near miss that had shaken me to my core. With a deep breath, I hurled the coin into the river, watching as it vanished beneath the surface. I expected something, perhaps a sign that the curse was lifted, a sudden return to normalcy. But there was nothing, just the rain, the river, and me standing in silence. Slowly, I made my way back to my apartment, my heart lighter, yet burdened with the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The days that followed were uneventful, the streak of bad luck seemingly broken. Yet, the experience had left an indelible mark, a lingering fear that clung to the edges of my consciousness. Life in the college town continued, the illusion of normalcy restored. I resumed my studies, met friends at the cafe, and walked the cobblestone streets with a newfound appreciation for the ordinary. But the legend of the cursed luck stayed with me, a whisper in the back of my mind. I never spoke of it to anyone else, not even Jacob, who had given me the advice that possibly saved me. It was as if acknowledging the experience would somehow invite it back into my life. And so I carried on. The memory of the coin, a secret I held close, a reminder of how easily fortune can turn. The town remained as it always was, its charm unchanged, yet beneath its surface lay stories untold, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover. Some nights, when the wind howled and the shadows stretched long, I would find myself thinking of the river and the coin lost to its depths. I imagined it there, glinting silently in the dark, waiting for the next person to stumble upon it, to experience the intoxicating thrill of perfect luck and the inevitable descent into darkness that followed. And in those moments, as the town slept under a blanket of stars, I could almost hear the river's whisper, a soft, eerie lullaby that echoed through the night, a reminder that some stories are never truly over. I settled into the predictable rhythm of my days at the Gazette, the only newspaper office nestled in our quaint, rural town. Its brick facade exuded an old-world charm, housing stories of decades past within walls lined with yellowed clippings and ancient typewriters. The tick of the clock was our only constant companion in the office, a metronome pacing our daily grind. My desk was cluttered but comforting, surrounded by a cacophony of ringing phones, muffled voices, and the occasional crackle of the police scanner. Each morning began with a ritualized scan of the day's news, a cup of coffee in hand. My tasks were as predictable as the sunrise, covering local council meetings, announcing the latest high school football scores, and occasionally, the much-savored human interest story. It was a life imbued with a quiet monotony, soothing in its familiarity, until the day I received the letter. The envelope was nondescript, no return address, the paper slightly warped as if it had journeyed through the elements. My name was scrawled across the front in an uneven script, jagged letters that spoke of urgency, or perhaps derangement. I opened it with a sense of curiosity, expecting a reader's tip, or perhaps a letter from a local eccentric. What emerged was a single sheet of paper, its message stark and chilling in its simplicity. On October 15th, a soul shall depart from this realm, claimed not by the hand of fate, but by the design of another. Beware. I stared at the note, heartbeat drumming in my ears. It was a strange, unsettling epistle, the kind that one might imagine in stories of cursed whispers and ghostly apparitions. My initial impulse was to dismiss it as a prank, a morbid jest from an overzealous reader. Yet, some intangible quality in the words, perhaps their ominous cadence, niggled at the back of my mind. I tucked the note into my desk drawer, resolving to disregard it. As the days inched toward October 15th, I found myself unable to shake the unease that had seeped into my routine. My eyes traced the familiar landscape of our office, the clacking keys, the blaring scanner, the gossip over coffee. But everything seemed tinged with a foreboding hue. I began to scan the faces of my colleagues, wondering if they too harbored secrets or premonitions that danced hidden beneath their calm exteriors. The first disturbance arrived not through grand theatrics, but rather in the subtle shift of a friend's demeanor. Anna, a fellow journalist and one of the few people I counted as close in this small community, began to exhibit a peculiar change. She was always vivacious, her laughter echoing down the corridors like a playful melody. But as the date loomed, she grew withdrawn. Her laughter faded, replaced by a haunted look that shadowed her bright eyes. "Are you all right, Anna?" I inquired one afternoon, concerned by the pallor that seemed to have settled over her. She hesitated, her gaze flitting toward the window where rain beat a relentless rhythm against the glass. "Just some personal stuff," she replied vaguely, offering a wan smile that failed to reach her eyes. I wanted to press her, to uncover the source of her unease, but she turned back to her work, effectively ending the conversation. Still, a gnawing suspicion rooted itself within me. Could she be involved in the message I received? The thought was absurd, yet it clung to my mind like a stubborn parasite. The day of October 15th arrived with a thick fog that blanketed the town, a harbinger of the unsettling events to come. I arrived at the office with a sense of trepidation, my heart thudding a discordant symphony in my chest. The note seemed to pulse with life in its hidden drawer, a silent reminder of the prophecy it held. As the day wore on, tension coiled within the office walls. Conversations were muted, the usual banter stifled by an oppressive atmosphere that felt almost palpable. I forced myself to focus on my tasks, though my eyes drifted frequently to the clock, its hands inching inexorably toward an unknown climax. It was nearing dusk when the phone rang, its shrill insistence slicing through the air. I answered automatically, my mind elsewhere, until the words on the other end jolted me to attention. "This is Officer Daniels. There's been an incident at Anna's house." My stomach dropped, the room spinning in a dizzying swirl of sound and color. I barely registered my own response, a hurried acknowledgement before I was out the door, the phone abandoned mid-conversation. Anna lived on the outskirts of town, her cottage nestled amidst a grove of ancient oaks. As I approached, the scene was a tableau of chaos, a crowd of curious neighbors, the wail of sirens, and the flashing lights of emergency vehicles casting eerie shadows in the encroaching dark. A police officer barred my way, but I managed to convey my connection to Anna, and he allowed me through with a terse nod. The interior of the house was a stark contrast to the tumult outside. It was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that presses down on you, heavy and suffocating. I found her in the living room, a small crowd of officers and paramedics gathered around. Anna lay on the floor, her ashen face framed by the halo of her unruly hair. A paramedic shook his head, and I knew, in that instant, that she was gone. The world tilted on its axis, the room spinning in a nauseating blur. I staggered backward, needing air, space, anything to escape the reality closing in around me. As I stumbled out of the house, I clutched the note from my desk, the words burning into my consciousness with relentless clarity. Amidst the chaos, a troubling question surfaced, one that demanded an answer. Was Anna's death truly an accident, or had the letter's prophecy come to pass? The official report would later cite a heart attack, a sudden and tragic end that seemed incongruent with her youth and vitality. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something darker lurked beneath the surface, an unseen hand orchestrating events with malevolent intent. The days that followed were a haze, filled with funerals and condolences, each interaction a reminder of the void left by Anna's absence. Yet, amid the grief, the letter's warning hovered over me, casting a long shadow that stretched into every corner of my life. I became consumed by the need to understand, to unravel the mystery that had entwined itself with fate's threads. I delved into research, scouring archives for any mention of similar letters or unexplained deaths. My nights were spent haunting the library, the glow of a desk lamp illuminating dusty tomes and fragile newspapers from years gone by. Patterns emerged, vague whispers of ancient curses and prophetic notes that foretold doom. Each revelation deepened the chasm of fear within me, as if I were skirting the edge of an abyss. In the quiet solitude of my apartment, I began piecing together the fragments of the mystery, my walls papered with connections and theories. I became a recluse, driven by an obsession that alienated me from the world beyond my window. Friends called, their voices tinged with concern, but I ignored them, unable to explain the insidious fear that thrummed like a living thing beneath my skin. Midnight became my confidant, the hours when silence reigned and the veil between worlds seemed thinnest. It was during one such night that I made a breakthrough, the pieces falling into place with a clarity that stole my breath. There were others, scattered across the country, bound by the same cryptic notes and untimely deaths. Each case was eerily similar, each victim marked by a letter that heralded their demise. Armed with this knowledge, I resolved to confront the source of the letters, to reveal the truth lurking in the shadows. My journey took me to distant towns and forgotten corners, where I unearthed stories of those who claimed to have cheated the ominous fate foretold by the notes. Their tales were filled with dread and desperation, yet they offered a glimmer of hope, that the future was not set in stone, that the hand of fate could be stayed. As I delved deeper, The lines between reality and nightmare blurred, every whisper of wind and creak of floorboards a reminder of unseen forces at play. I became hyper-aware, my senses attuned to the slightest anomaly, my heart a wild creature caged within my chest. The final confrontation came unexpectedly, a chance encounter with a reclusive antiquarian in a rain-soaked alley. He spoke in riddles, his eyes glinting with a knowledge that seemed both ancient and arcane. He revealed that the letters were a curse, an echo of a forgotten pact made long ago, designed to feed on the fear and uncertainty that plagued its recipients. But he also shared the key to breaking the cycle, a simple act of courage and defiance, a refusal to bow to the specter of fate. Armed with this revelation, I returned to the Gazette, the familiar surroundings offering a semblance of comfort. I penned an article detailing my journey, exposing the curse and its machinations, determined to shed light on the darkness that had claimed Anna and so many others. It was a cathartic release, each word a weapon against the fear that had gripped me for so long. The article was published, its impact rippling through the community like a stone cast into still water. Conversations sparked, and the town buzzed with a mixture of disbelief and curiosity, a collective determination to reclaim control over their destinies. Yet, even as I basked in the relief of having broken the curse's hold, a part of me remained vigilant, acutely aware of the lingering threat that hung like a specter over my life. The memory of Anna, her life cut short by a cruel twist of fate, haunted me still. Her laughter, once a melody that brightened our days, echoed in my mind, a reminder of the fragility of life and the shadows that lurk at its edges. In the quiet moments, I pondered the nature of fate and the power of belief, of how the mind can create and destroy, bind and release. Though the letters had ceased, their legacy remained, a cautionary tale whispered among the townsfolk, a reminder of a time when darkness crept too close. I found solace in the ordinary once more, in the gentle hum of the Gazette, the predictable rhythm of my days. Yet, in the stillness of night, I often awoke with a start, the echoes of a warning whispering through my dreams, urging vigilance, and the reminder that the line between normalcy and nightmare is all too thin. As a lifelong resident of the sleepy town of Eldermore, nestled snugly between two meandering hills and surrounded by dense woods, I'd grown accustomed to the comforting monotony of small-town life. Main Street was the heart of our little community, a single thoroughfare lined with quaint, old-fashioned shops and cafes, each with its own history and charm. The town was the kind of place where most folks knew each other's names, and gossip traveled faster than the autumn leaves swirling through the air. My days followed a predictable rhythm: breakfast at the local diner, then a leisurely stroll to the bookstore where I worked. The bookstore was a cozy refuge, its shelves brimming with dusty volumes that whispered secrets from eras long past. I loved the tranquility, the way the soft light filtered through the tall windows, casting a warm glow on the wooden floors. It was during one of these ordinary days that I first noticed something peculiar. At first, It was merely a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, the kind of thing you dismiss without a second thought. But as days turned to weeks, the sense of being watched became more pronounced, the shadows seeming to stretch and twist in ways they hadn't before. The feeling was subtle, almost tantalizingly elusive, but persistent. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as I ambled down Main Street, my attention was caught by a figure standing across the street. They were dressed in a long, dark coat, their back to me. Something about their stance struck me as odd, as if they were deliberately avoiding being seen. I shrugged it off, assuming they were waiting for someone, but as I continued on my way, I noticed more people in the same position. They were scattered along the street, each one turned away, their faces obscured. The sensation of unease grew as I observed this pattern over the next few days. These faceless figures seemed to multiply, appearing at odd intervals along my daily route. I began to dread my walks, though I couldn't articulate why. They never approached or acknowledged me, nor did they interact with anyone else. Yet their presence was undeniably unsettling. I confided in my friend Clara, who worked at the diner. She listened patiently but dismissed my concerns with a laugh. "Maybe you're just seeing things, Alex. Autumn can play tricks on the mind," she said, her voice light. "Besides, this town's full of characters. Could be some new artist types looking for inspiration." Her words offered little comfort. I knew what I saw, and more importantly, I knew how it made me feel, like I was being drawn into a shadowy conspiracy that I couldn't fully comprehend. As days passed, the faceless figures began to dominate my thoughts. I started keeping a journal, documenting each encounter with meticulous detail. I hoped that by understanding their patterns, I might uncover their intentions, or at least assure myself that I wasn't losing my mind. Then, one afternoon, as I sat alone in the bookstore, the doorbell chimed softly, and yet no one entered. I waited, expecting to hear the familiar creak of the floorboards, but silence reigned. A chill crept up my spine, and I glanced toward the door, only to find it ajar, swinging slightly on its hinges. I hesitated before stepping forward to close it, feeling the cold, metallic handle beneath my fingers. As I returned to my seat, I saw a shadow flit across the window, lingering for a brief moment before vanishing. Heart pounding, I rushed outside, but found only the empty street, the familiar storefronts staring back at me with their usual indifference. The days turned darker, shorter, and my encounters with these faceless figures became more frequent, more disconcerting. They no longer confined themselves to the street, but began appearing in unexpected places. At the grocery store, the library, even the cemetery on the outskirts of town. Their presence was like an itch I couldn't scratch, a persistent sense of disquiet that I couldn't shake. One evening, as I made my way home, the wind howling through the trees, I took a shortcut through the park. The path was dimly lit, the lampposts casting long shadows that danced eerily on the ground. I heard footsteps behind me, echoing my own. My heart raced as I quickened my pace, the footsteps following suit. I dared a glance over my shoulder and saw one of them, a figure standing still beneath the flickering lamplight. The featureless face sent a jolt of terror through me, and I stumbled, nearly losing my balance. By the time I regained my footing, the figure had vanished, leaving me questioning my own sanity. Sleep became elusive, my nights haunted by dreams of blank faces and whispered secrets. I awoke each morning feeling exhausted, the boundaries between dream and reality blurring with each passing day. My journal grew thicker, filled with hastily scribbled notes and sketches, a desperate attempt to capture the essence of what plagued me. I finally decided to take matters into my own hands. I spent hours in the town's library, poring over old records and newspapers, searching for any mention of these faceless entities. The librarian, Mrs. Harding, was curious about my sudden interest in the town's history, but I offered no explanation. It was during one of these research sessions that I stumbled upon a collection of letters penned by a former resident of Eldermore, dated nearly a century ago. The letters spoke of strange occurrences of faceless people who followed the author, their presence a harbinger of doom. The writer, John Matthews, had documented his experiences in great detail, his words echoing my own. Matthews' writings revealed an unsettling pattern. The faceless figures appeared to those who, knowingly or unknowingly, ventured too close to some hidden truth buried within the town's past. The letters were fragmented, some pages missing, but the implication was clear. The faceless ones were guardians of a secret they would protect at all costs. I felt both validated and horrified. My experiences were not unique, but rather part of a legacy that stretched back through the decades. I knew now that I was ensnared in something far beyond my understanding, and I feared where it might lead. Determined to learn more, I resolved to visit the cemetery mentioned in Matthew's letters, where he claimed to have discovered something that drew the attention of the faceless ones. On a fog-laden morning, I navigated the winding path to the cemetery, the air heavy with anticipation and dread. The cemetery, veiled in mist, was eerily silent, the only sound the soft crunch of leaves beneath my feet. I wandered among the tombstones, my breath visible in the chill air. As I examined the inscriptions, I noticed a peculiar tombstone, its surface worn smooth by time. It bore no name or dates, only a single symbol, a spiral etched deeply into the stone. As I traced the spiral with my fingers, a sensation of vertigo washed over me, and I stumbled backward, the world spinning around me. In that moment, I knew I had touched something significant, something that connected me to the faceless entities. The fog seemed to thicken, the air becoming cloying and oppressive. I sensed movement at the periphery of my vision and turned to see them, dozens of faceless figures emerging from the mist, surrounding me with their silent, implacable presence. They stood in a circle, their attention focused solely on me, and for the first time, I felt an overwhelming sense of understanding emanating from them. I was not meant to be here, I realized. I had crossed an invisible boundary, trespassed upon their domain. Panic surged through me, and I backed away, the figures parting to allow me passage. As I fled the cemetery, their presence lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of the secrets I had unearthed. In the days that followed, the faceless ones withdrew, their shadowy forms no longer haunting my steps. But the sense of unease persisted, a constant reminder of the knowledge I had stumbled upon. I had glimpsed the hidden underbelly of Eldermore, a truth that refused to be buried. I returned to my routine, the bookstore and Main Street once again familiar and comforting. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the faceless ones were still out there, waiting. They were part of the town's fabric, woven into its history, guardians of secrets that no one dared to uncover. As I sat by the window of the bookstore one afternoon, the sun casting long shadows on the floor, I pondered the nature of the faceless ones. Were they protectors or wardens? Were they a product of imagination or something more profound? Though I had no clear answers, I knew one thing for certain. The faceless figures would remain with me, an indelible part of my psyche, a reminder of the thin veil between the known and the unknown. I had glimpsed the darkness that lay beneath the surface of my tranquil town, and I could never fully return to my previous ignorance. The fear they instilled lingered, a quiet echo in my mind, a testament to the fragile boundary between curiosity and madness. As the days turned to weeks, I found solace in the familiar once more. Yet I remained ever watchful, knowing that some doors, once opened, could never be closed. And so, life in Eldermore continued, the faceless ones as much a part of its history as the people who walked its streets. As I walked down Main Street, the autumn leaves swirling around me, I couldn't help but wonder if someone else would eventually stumble upon the same truth, if they too would find themselves staring into the abyss of the unknown. Perhaps one day, the faceless ones would reveal their purpose, their silent vigil drawing to an end. But until that day came, I would carry the secret with me, a burden and a gift, a reminder of the hidden depths that lay beneath the surface of our everyday lives. The town of Eldridge was the kind of place that seemed to be permanently etched in the sepia tones of a bygone era, a place left untouched by the passing of time and the hustle of the modern world. Nestled in the embrace of ancient trees, the houses were quaint, with gabled roofs and white picket fences, the air often filled with the scent of pine and the distant murmur of the river that wound like a silver ribbon through the heart of the forest. It was a town so small that every inhabitant was not just a neighbor, but also a familiar story, a living chapter in the town's modest history. I had come to Eldridge seeking solitude, a reprieve from the chaos of city life. The small wooden house I had rented stood alone at the river's edge, its windows facing the water, allowing the gentle sound of the current to lull me to sleep each night. I spent my days wandering the forest, breathing in the crisp, clean air, and my nights at the local pub, listening to the townsfolk's stories, tales that sometimes carried a weight of their own, whispers of a curse, hushed and half-believed. It was during one of those languid evenings, as I sat nursing a pint, that I first heard mention of the faceless boy. The tale was recounted with a peculiar mixture of fear and reverence, the kind reserved for the inexplicable. According to the townsfolk, he was a specter bound to the forest, a punishment meted out to those who dared acknowledge his existence. To see him was to invite misfortune. I listened with a bemused detachment, attributing the story to village superstition, the kind of folklore that every small town seemed to haunt itself with. Yet, as I walked back to my house that night, the path illuminated by the pale light of the moon, I couldn't shake a peculiar feeling, as though someone unseen was matching my steps, a presence lurking just beyond the reach of my senses. The days passed in their usual rhythm, and slowly, the story of the faceless boy began to fade from my thoughts, replaced by the mundane concerns of daily life. That is, until the first disturbance. It happened one mist-laden morning as I sat on the porch, sipping my coffee and watching the river flow by. There was a peculiar silence, the kind that falls when the world seems to hold its breath. From the corner of my eye, I caught a movement along the riverbank. Turning my head, I saw a figure standing there, partially obscured by the fog. A boy, or so he seemed, dressed in clothes so old-fashioned they might have been plucked from a sepia photograph. But it was his face, or rather the absence of it, that seized my breath and froze me in place. Where features should have been, there was nothing but a smooth, unblemished surface. I blinked, my mind scrambling for explanations, telling myself it was a trick of the light, a mirage conjured by the mist. But when I looked again, the figure was gone, leaving only the whisper of the river and the rustle of leaves in the wind. I shook off the encounter, dismissing it as a figment of imagination, yet an unsettled feeling nestled in my chest, like a stone that refused to dislodge. As days turned into weeks, the encounters grew more frequent. I would catch glimpses of him in the forest, a fleeting shadow amidst the trees, or reflected for a heartbeat in the river's surface. And with each sighting came an escalation of inexplicable occurrences. Objects in my house began to move on their own accord. Doors left ajar would close sharply, and shadows seemed to crawl along the walls in the periphery of my vision. I awoke one night to find the house filled with a soft, mournful music, a haunting melody that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. It was as though the presence that lingered had begun to inch closer, testing the boundaries of my reality. I knew what the townsfolk would say, that I should ignore it, pretend not to see. But curiosity, that insidious urge, gnawed at me. I found myself drawn to the forest more often, wandering the paths that twisted through the dense thicket, hoping and dreading to catch sight of the enigma that haunted me. Each time I glimpsed him, there was a momentary ache, a pang of something that felt like sorrow, though whether it was his or mine, I could not tell. The climax came one stormy night when the wind howled through the trees like a pack of wolves, and rain lashed against the windows with a fury. I lay in bed, the room cast in restless shadows, sleep a distant prospect. It was then I felt it, an overwhelming urge, a compulsion to step outside into the tempest. The wind tore at my clothes as I ventured out, the rain blinding in its intensity. Yet there was a pull, a magnetic force, drawing me towards the riverbank. And there he was, standing still as stone amidst the chaos of the storm. This time, I didn't look away. I stepped closer, my heart a drumbeat in my chest, and found myself standing face to face with the faceless boy. In the cacophony of wind and water, there was silence between us, a stillness that defied the tempest. In that moment of confrontation, something shifted. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and a truth, unbidden and unwelcome, unfurled itself in my mind. The boy was not an entity separate from me, but a reflection, a dark mirror that echoed my fears, my sorrows, the parts of myself I had long buried and chosen to forget. I reached out, my hand trembling, and where I should have felt nothing, there was a warmth, a pulse of life. The world around us seemed to pause, the rain suspended in midair, the wind hushed, and in his facelessness, I saw my own reflection, a canvas unmarked by time or memory. Yet, in acknowledging him, in recognizing the parts of myself I had denied, I had sealed my fate. The stories of the townsfolk were not wrong. The curse was not his presence, but the admission of it. The boy began to dissolve, his form unraveling like smoke in the wind. And with him, a part of me seemed to fade, an echo that would forever reverberate through the confines of my soul. In the days that followed, a lingering fear settled in the periphery of my mind. The town resumed its quiet existence. The forest remained unchanged, yet I could not shake the sense that something unseen walked with me, a shadow tethered to my being. The house by the river no longer felt like a sanctuary, but a reminder of the boy who wore my face. Each night as I lay in bed, I would hear the faint strains of that mournful melody, a reminder of the veil between worlds, a whisper of the faceless truth I had glimpsed. And though the boy was gone, his presence lingered in the corners of my mind, in the solemnity of the river's endless flow, a specter of what was and what could never be erased. The town of Eldridge continued its unhurried journey through time, the stories of its curse carried on the wind, a cautionary tale for those who dared to see beyond the veil. And I, a reluctant witness to its legacy, remained, haunted not by the faceless boy, but by the reflection of my own unacknowledged fears, a shadow that would follow me to the end of my days. The house I grew up in was a modest, two-story affair, tucked away in a sleepy suburb, the kind of place where the past seemed to linger in the air, holding its breath just as we did on humid summer afternoons. Our family home stood at the end of a winding cul-de-sac, embraced by aging oaks that whispered secrets to the wind. It was a place that had witnessed 1,000 sunsets, each one painting the facade in hues of nostalgia. The porch swing creaked with memories, and the floorboards sang the songs of our footsteps, a symphony of domestic life. My younger brother Matty and I shared many adventures there, the sort of innocent escapades one might expect from a pair of children with wild imaginations. Matty, with his unruly brown hair and eyes that seemed to hold the entire universe, was always the dreamer. He was 4 years younger than me, and his presence was like a shadow that danced to its own rhythm, always a step behind, yet sometimes inexplicably ahead. Our days were filled with the typical chaos of childhood, Mud pies, imaginary monsters, and the occasional quarrel over which TV show to watch. It was on an ordinary afternoon that I first noticed something amiss. The sun was beginning to dip below the trees, casting long shadows across the floor of our shared bedroom. Maddie was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his back to me, his attention firmly fixed on something I couldn't see. At first, I thought he might be absorbed in one of his many toys, but as I approached, I realized he was talking in a low, conspiratorial whisper. "Who are you talking to, Maddie?" I asked, leaning against the doorframe. He didn't turn around. "My friend," I chuckled, assuming he meant an imaginary companion. We had always been encouraged to explore our imaginations, but something about the way Maddie remained so focused made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. "What's your friend's name?" I ventured, trying to peer over his shoulder. Maddie finally turned to face me, his eyes wide and bright. "He doesn't have a name," he said simply, as if that explained everything. Over the next few weeks, Maddie's strange behavior shifted from a curiosity to a concern. He spent more time alone, whispering to this invisible friend, and often I would catch snippets of his murmurings, fragmented words that seemed to carry a peculiar weight. At night, I would hear him speaking in hushed tones, the cadence of his voice rising and falling like the tide, lulling me into a restless sleep. I began to wonder if it was just a phase, a product of his imagination running wild. Yet, there was something insistent and unsettling about it, an undercurrent of intensity that belied the innocence of a child's game. I tried talking to our parents about Maddie's new friend, but they dismissed it as harmless fun, a boy's invention to stave off the boredom of lazy summer days. Then came the day when things began to escalate in earnest. I was in the kitchen, helping Mom with dinner, when I heard Maddie's voice echoing from the living room. He was louder than usual, his words punctuated by pauses, as though he were listening intently to responses only he could hear. Curious, I left the kitchen, wiping my hands on a dish towel as I went. I found Maddie standing in front of the fireplace, his expression animated, his hands gesturing wildly in conversation. I hesitated at the threshold, an inexplicable chill wrapping around my spine. "Maddie, what's going on?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. He turned to look at me, his face flushed with excitement. "We're playing a game," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "What kind of game?" He shrugged and turned back to the fireplace. "You wouldn't understand," he whispered, more to himself than to me. I watched him for a moment longer, a knot forming in my stomach. It was as if he were caught in a web, invisible threads holding him in thrall to something profoundly beyond my grasp. I thought about telling Mom and Dad again, but something held me back. Maybe it was the fear of being dismissed, or perhaps it was a deeper unspoken worry that acknowledging the strangeness would somehow make it more real. Night fell, casting the house in a cloak of shadows. Dinner was a quiet affair, with Maddie uncharacteristically subdued, his gaze flicking to the window every so often. After we had eaten, we retreated to our rooms, and I lay awake in bed, my mind churning with thoughts I couldn't quite articulate. Sometime in the early hours, I awoke to the sound of Maddie's voice. It was a soft, insistent murmur, the kind that gnaws at the edges of sleep, pulling you inexorably into wakefulness. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, and listened. His voice was clearer now, as if he were standing right beside me, though I could see his silhouette still sitting on his bed, outlined by the dim glow of the nightlight. "Maddie," I whispered, "are you okay?" He didn't respond, didn't even shift. The air felt heavy, charged with a tension I couldn't name. I slipped out of bed and padded over to him, my heart beating in my throat. As I drew closer, I realized he was staring at the wall, his eyes unfocused, yet intent. Before I could say anything, he spoke, his voice eerie in the stillness. He says you shouldn't worry. He's always been here. A shiver crawled up my spine. Who are you talking about? Maddie blinked slowly, his gaze shifting to meet mine. In that moment, there was a gravity to his eyes that seemed far beyond his years. "He's my friend," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know what to say. I felt a sudden overwhelming urge to take him in my arms, to shield him from whatever unseen force had ensnared him. But instead, I found myself backing away, retreating to my own bed, where I lay rigid, sleep eluding me. Days passed, each one bringing with it a subtle intensification of the inexplicable tension that hung over our home. Maddie grew more withdrawn, his interactions with the world around him increasingly eclipsed by his interactions with his invisible companion. I tried to engage him, to draw him out with games and distractions, but it was as if a part of him had slipped into a realm I couldn't reach. The climax came one evening, just as the last light of the day was fading. I was in our room, reading a book, when I heard it. A faint tapping, rhythmic and insistent. I looked up, my eyes scanning the room, searching for the source. Maddie was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his head cocked to one side, listening. "What's that sound?" I asked, my voice sounding small and distant. Maddie didn't answer. He seemed entranced, his eyes glued to the window. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, echoing in the silence like the pulse of a hidden heart. I stood, my feet carrying me to the window, despite the cold dread that wrapped around my limbs. The backyard stretched out beneath a canopy of stars, tranquil and undisturbed. Yet the tapping continued, steady and inexorable. "Maddie, do you hear that?" I whispered, my breath fogging the glass. He nodded, his expression one of serene understanding. "It's him," he said simply. A shadow crept across my vision, a flicker at the edge of sight. I blinked, trying to dispel the illusion, but it remained, a shapeless presence hovering just beyond the window. My heart thundered in my chest, my mind flailing for rational explanations, even as my instincts screamed that there was something profoundly wrong. The shadow shifted, resolving into a vague outline that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. I took a step back, my legs trembling as I clutched the windowsill for support. "Maddie, come away from the window," I urged, my voice shaking. But Matty remained where he was, his gaze locked onto the figure outside. He looked at peace, a serene smile curving his lips. "It's okay," he murmured, as if comforting a frightened animal. "He's not here to hurt us." I felt the world tilt, reality blurring at the edges as the shadow grew, its presence filling the room with a suffocating weight. I wanted to run, to flee from whatever malevolent force had seeped into our lives. But I was rooted to the spot, my heart pounding a frantic tattoo against my ribs. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the shadow receded, drawing back into the night, leaving behind only the echo of its presence and the whisper of the wind through the trees. The tapping ceased, the air clearing as though a storm had passed, leaving the room in a charged silence. Matty blinked, his expression clearing as he turned to me with a small, apologetic smile. "He's gone now," he said, a hint of sadness in his voice. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my knees weak and unsteady. "Matty, who was that?" I asked, my voice trembling with the remnants of fear. He shrugged, his shoulders rising and falling, with a child's acceptance of the inexplicable. "Just my friend," he repeated, as if it were the simplest truth. In the days that followed, Matty's interactions with his invisible friend began to wane. He seemed more present, more himself, as the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped our home slowly lifted. I kept a wary eye on him, half expecting the shadow to return, but it never did. The house settled back into its familiar rhythms, the memories of those strange occurrences fading like mist in the morning sun. Yet, even as life resumed its normalcy, a lingering fear clung to me, a quiet whisper in the back of my mind that refused to be silenced. I often found myself watching Matty, searching for signs that the shadow might still linger, hidden in the corners of his mind. He seemed unchanged, his laughter as bright and infectious as ever, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted beneath the surface. I never spoke of the shadow to anyone, not even Matty. It became our silent secret, a shared experience that bound us together in a way nothing else could. As the years passed, I hoped that time would smooth the edges of that memory, rendering it less sharp, less potent. But even now, when the wind whispers through the trees and the shadows stretch long and dark, I find myself listening for the tap-tap-tapping, a reminder of a friend that might still be watching from the other side of the glass. The day began with an ordinary hum of life in the suburbs. Sunlight filtered gently through the curtains, casting a warm, inviting glow over the breakfast table. I watched my son, James, engrossed in arranging his cereal into meticulous patterns, his small fingers moving with a deliberate patience that always seemed beyond his years. At 10, James had an introspective nature, often lost in his own world, but keenly observant of the one around him. Our lives were painted in shades of routine comfort, with the gentle monotony breaking only for the odd family outing or school event. James attended a local elementary school and was generally well-liked, though often described as a bit peculiar by his teachers. They would speak of his impressive academic abilities, quickly followed by a hesitant mention of his solitary tendencies. As his mother, I found these characteristics endearing, though I sometimes worried about the depth of his solitude. It wasn't until one crisp autumn afternoon that the fabric of our predictable life began to unravel. James had returned from school unusually quiet, and while his silence was not unusual, there was an air of disquiet about him that I could not shake. He sat on the living room floor, sketching intently in his notebook. I peered over his shoulder, half expecting to see the usual mishmash of doodles and mathematical problems, but instead found a series of intricate maps. "What's this, sweetheart?" I asked, brushing my fingers gently through his hair. "It's our house," he replied, not looking up from his work. "But different." His answer piqued my curiosity. The maps were detailed, yet they showed rooms and corridors that didn't exist in our modest home. Hallways that twisted and turned, leading to hidden chambers and secret doors. I felt a chill, as if a draft had swept through the room. I shook it off, attributing it to the imaginative mind of a child. "Are these secret rooms, James?" I smiled, trying to keep the tone light. He nodded, his eyes still fixed on the page. "I found them," he said simply. "Found them?" I repeated, confused. He paused, his pencil hovering above the paper. "I go there sometimes, when I'm alone." The casualness of his statement sent a shiver down my spine. I laughed it off, ruffling his hair. "Well, maybe you can show me someday." His eyes met mine briefly, a solemnity in them that was unsettling. "Maybe," he murmured, before returning to his sketches. Over the next few days, James continued to draw these impossible maps, each one more complex than the last. I noticed he spent increasingly longer periods in his room, the door slightly ajar as if inviting someone or something unseen. The air around us shifted subtly, like the first hint of a brewing storm. Despite the warmth of the season, I found myself pulling cardigans tighter around my shoulders, glancing over them as if shadows lurked just beyond my vision. Concerned, I brought up the subject with my husband, Mark, one evening. We sat together in the dim glow of the living room, the television murmuring softly in the background. "Do you think he might be lonely?" I asked, trying to articulate the unease that had been gnawing at me. Mark shrugged, his eyes never leaving the screen. "He's just a kid, exploring his imagination. I did the same at his age." I nodded, though my worries did not dissipate. There was something about the way James spoke of his hidden realms that felt too real, too palpable. One night, I was awoken by the sound of hushed whispers. The clock on the nightstand read 3:00 a.m., and a quick glance confirmed that Mark was still asleep beside me, breathing deeply. I strained my ears, trying to catch any familiar words, but the whispers were soft, merging with the sighing of the wind outside. They seemed to emanate from James's room. I hesitated momentarily before slipping out of bed, my bare feet silent against the cool wooden floor. As I approached his door, the whispers faded, replaced by an eerie silence. I knocked softly, crept the door open just enough to peer inside. James lay sleeping, his expression serene, though the notebook lay open beside him, pages filled with more of those detailed maps. A sudden wave of dizziness overcame me, and I had to grip the doorframe for support. The room felt heavy with an unseen presence, one that seemed to retreat as I stepped inside. I closed James's notebook and tucked it beneath his bed, hoping to quell the strange feelings that clung to me. As I made my way back to our room, the whispers resumed, faint but persistent, floating through the air like an intangible mist. The following day, I decided to keep a closer eye on James. After school, he went straight to his room, as was his routine. I pretended to busy myself with chores, all the while listening for any peculiar sounds. The house was unusually quiet, the silence punctuated only by the occasional creak of the floorboards or the rustle of leaves outside. An hour passed when I was jolted by a sudden crash. I raced up the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. James was standing in the hallway, his face pale and eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Behind him, a framed photo had fallen, the glass shattered across the floor. "What happened?" I asked breathlessly. James looked at the broken photo, then at me. "He got mad," he whispered. "Who got mad?" James hesitated, his gaze darting to his room. "The man in the walls." The words hung between us, heavy and foreboding. My rational mind struggled to process them, to find a logical explanation. But logic seemed to wither in the face of such certainty. I spent the evening tidying up the broken glass and engaging James in activities to distract him. We played board games, had dinner, and watched a movie. Despite my efforts, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edges of our perception. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay awake, straining to hear any disturbance. The house was silent, yet I felt a pervasive unease, as if the very air was charged with anticipation. When I finally drifted off, it was not to the comforting embrace of dreams, but a restless state where half-formed images danced behind my closed eyes. I awoke to find James standing at the foot of our bed, his silhouette outlined by the faint glow from the hallway. He seemed to be waiting for something. "James, what's wrong?" I asked, my voice thick with sleep. "I need to show you," he said softly. "Please come." His words were simple, yet carried a weight that brooked no argument. I glanced at Mark, who was still asleep, then nodded, slipping out of bed to follow my son. James led me through the darkened house, his small hand cool and steady in mine. We passed the living room, the kitchen, and finally stopped at the basement door. My heart skipped a beat. The basement was unfinished, a shadowy place filled with old furniture and forgotten memories. "Are you sure, sweetheart?" I asked hesitantly. James nodded, his expression inscrutable in the dim light. He opened the door, and a rush of cool, damp air met us. Together, we descended the creaky wooden steps, the surroundings swallowed by shadows. At the bottom, James paused, releasing my hand. He stepped forward, his fingers trailing along the wall until they stopped at a particular spot. I watched, mesmerized, as he pressed against it, the wall yielding with a soft groan. A section of it swung open, revealing a narrow passageway that sloped downward into darkness. "Where does it go?" I breathed, a mixture of awe and fear swirling within me. "To the other rooms," James whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Every rational part of me screamed to turn back, to wake Mark and leave the mystery for another day. Yet, the air thrummed with a sense of urgency, a pull that I could not resist. James had already started down the passage, and I followed, the oppressive darkness closing in around us. The passage twisted and turned, the walls damp and cool against my fingertips. We walked in silence, each step echoing into the void. An indeterminate amount of time passed before we emerged into a large chamber, the ceiling arched high above us. Faint light trickled in from an unseen source, casting ghostly shadows that danced across the floor. In the center of the room stood an old wooden chair, worn and frail, its presence both incongruous and ominous. James approached it with a familiarity that sent chills down my spine. He turned to look at me, his face partially obscured by the shadows. "This is where he stays," James said softly. "Who?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "The man in the walls." A sense of vertigo washed over me, the room seeming to tilt and sway as if it were a living entity. The air was thick with an ancient mustiness, and a feeling of being watched prickled at the back of my neck. "James, we should go back. It's late," I managed to say, though my voice trembled with uncertainty. James nodded, his expression contemplative. "He won't hurt us. He just watches." The knowledge that my son had been communing with some unseen presence, one that existed beyond the boundaries of our understanding, was both terrifying and strangely reassuring. It was as if James had become the bridge between our world and another, one that remained hidden yet ever present. We retraced our steps, the passage seeming longer and darker on the return journey. As we emerged back into the basement, I felt a profound sense of relief, as if we had crossed an invisible threshold back to safety. The following days were a blur of normalcy tinged with the surreal. James was his usual self, though there was a newfound lightness in his demeanor, as if a long-held secret had finally been shared. I watched him with a mixture of love and apprehension, wondering how much of what we had experienced was real and how much a product of my imagination. But there were moments, fleeting yet undeniable, when I felt the presence of something unseen. A whisper in the night, a fleeting shadow in the corner of my eye, the soft creak of footsteps in the walls. They were subtle reminders that our world was not as solitary as it seemed, that the boundaries between reality and the unknown were more porous than we dared to believe. I never spoke of that night to Mark, nor did I press James for further revelations. Some secrets, I realized, were meant to be kept, to exist in the shadows between awareness and ignorance. And while the fear lingered, it was tempered by a strange sense of peace, an acceptance that our world was but one of many, each with its own mysteries waiting to be unveiled. And so, life went on. The maps disappeared, replaced by the usual childhood musings and schoolwork. Yet, every so often, I would catch James staring off into space, his eyes alight with a secret knowledge. In those moments, I would smile and hold him a little closer, knowing that even in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary things could find their way into our lives. There's a certain rhythm to life in the country, a gentle lull that cradles you into a sense of security. Our home, nestled in the rolling hills of rural New Hampshire, was a sanctuary, a place where the daily grind of the outside world felt a million miles away. My wife, Sarah, and I had moved there 5 years ago, hoping to offer our son, Ethan, a childhood that thrived under the open sky rather than confining walls. The house was an old colonial, worn but charming, with creaky wooden floors and a fireplace that crackled warmly during winter nights. Its basement was a cavernous, neglected space filled with forgotten remnants of previous owners. It was a source of fascination for Ethan, who often turned its dusty corners into fantasy realms with the company of his imaginary friend, Mr. Mapes. Mr. Mapes was a name that at first made us smile. When Ethan spoke of his adventures with this figment, it seemed a harmless outlet for his vivid imagination. He would describe them exploring jungles or sailing pirate ships, always with a child's innocent glee. It was typical childhood fodder, and we encouraged his creativity. The first disturbance came subtly, like a whisper in the night. One evening, as I tucked Ethan into bed, he looked at me with wide, serious eyes. "Mr. Mapes says there's something strange in the basement," he whispered. His voice was laced with an earnestness that caught me off guard. I chuckled softly, dismissing it as part of the game. "Don't worry, sport. There's nothing down there but old boxes and cobwebs," I assured him. He nodded, but the weight of his gaze lingered on me longer than usual. Over the next few days, the mention of Mr. Mapes became more frequent, his presence more palpable in Ethan's life. Our son, usually cheerful and playful, began to show signs of distraction. He would pause mid-play, listening intently, as if someone was whispering directly into his ear. At times, he'd stare into empty spaces with a look of intense concentration, as though deciphering a secret language. Sarah noticed it too. We discussed it one evening after Ethan had gone to bed, the concern etched in her voice. "Do you think it's normal for him to be so absorbed by his imaginary friend?" she asked. We both agreed that childhood imagination was a powerful and often consuming force. Yet something about Mr. Mapes felt different, more insistent. The escalation was gradual, a series of small events that began to gnaw at the edges of our sanity. It started with the noises, faint at first, like the rustling of leaves, but soon unmistakable. We would hear whispers echoing from the basement, a sibilant susurration that defied explanation. I checked the old pipes and the creaking beams for causes, but the house, despite its age, held no secrets to account for the sounds. Then came the dreams. Ethan began to talk about them during breakfast, intricate narratives involving Mr. Mapes leading him through strange landscapes, introducing him to shadowy figures that blended into the walls. His sleep was punctuated with restless tossing and muffled cries, his small frame shivering under the covers. When we asked about the dreams, his descriptions blurred the line between fantasy and an unsettling reality. One afternoon, while searching for some old camping gear, I decided to rummage through the basement. As I descended the stairs, a chill ran down my spine, the air thick with a damp, musty smell that clung to my skin. The dim light bulb cast elongated shadows that seemed to stretch and shift as I moved. I felt an inexplicable urge to turn back, but curiosity pushed me onward. Halfway through my search, I stumbled upon something peculiar, a small forgotten corner covered in a layer of dust and cobwebs. There, etched into the concrete floor, was a series of symbols, crude and childlike, yet unmistakably deliberate. My mind raced with questions. Who had drawn them, and why? I dismissed the thought that Ethan could be responsible, as the symbols bore a complexity that seemed beyond his years. I showed the etchings to Sarah, and together we decided to keep a closer watch on Ethan's interactions with his imaginary friend. That night, as I lay in bed, I found myself listening intently to the whispers, trying to decipher a pattern or meaning. I felt the weight of something ancient and unseen pressing against the fabric of our reality. The climax arrived without warning, like a storm breaking suddenly over calm seas. It was a Sunday evening, the air outside thick with the promise of rain. Ethan had been uncharacteristically quiet all day, his attention absorbed by something we could not see. As night fell, he approached me with a seriousness that belied his years. "Mr. Mapes says it's time," he announced, his voice almost a monotone. A chill ran through me at his words. "Time for what, buddy?" I asked, keeping my tone light despite the growing unease. Ethan looked at me, his eyes reflecting a wisdom far beyond his age. "To open the door in the basement," he replied simply. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to mask my alarm. "What door, Ethan?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. He shrugged, as if the answer were obvious, and gestured downstairs. With a mixture of fear and determination, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I made my way to the basement, my footsteps echoing in the confined space. The symbols etched in the floor seemed to glow faintly, a trick of the light, I told myself. I scanned the walls for any sign of a door, my breath catching in my throat when I noticed a narrow seam in the concrete that I had never seen before. It looked like a door, tall and slender, blending seamlessly with the wall. I hesitated, the air around me thick with anticipation. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, yet Ethan's words echoed in my mind, pulling me inexorably forward. With trembling hands, I pressed against the seam, feeling the wall shudder and give way. The door swung open silently, revealing a darkness that seemed to devour the light. I stepped back, my mind reeling as I struggled to comprehend what lay beyond. It was as if I peered into a void, a place untouched by time or human presence. Whispers filled the air, louder now, a cacophony of voices that spoke of secrets and promises long forgotten. Just as I was about to retreat, Ethan appeared at the top of the stairs, his small figure silhouetted against the light from above. He looked down at me, his expression unreadable. "Mr. Mapes says it's okay," he called out, his voice carrying an assurance that belied the dread coiling in my stomach. I glanced back at the darkness, a turmoil of emotions warring within me. I knew then that this was a moment of choice, a crossroads between understanding and ignorance. But the whispers grew louder, compelling me to step forward into the unknown. In that instant, the air shifted, the basement filling with a presence that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. I felt it wrap around me, cold and unyielding, as if the shadows themselves had come alive. And then, just as suddenly, it was gone, leaving behind a silence so profound it was deafening. I staggered back, my mind struggling to process what had happened. The door stood ajar, the darkness within now still and impenetrable. Ethan watched me with calm eyes, as if everything was as it should be. The aftermath lingered in the days that followed, a shadow that refused to lift. The whispers ceased, leaving a hollow echo in their wake. The door, once opened, became an ordinary patch of wall, its secrets sealed away. Yet the feeling of unease persisted, a lingering fear that clung to the corners of our home. Ethan seemed unaffected by the events, his demeanor returning to that of a typical child, preoccupied with school and play. Yet his eyes held a depth that spoke of experiences beyond our comprehension. He no longer mentioned Mr. Mapes, as if the entity had served its purpose and vanished into the ether. Sarah and I decided to leave the past undisturbed, choosing not to speak of the incident. But I often found myself drawn to the basement, standing before the place where the door had been, listening for whispers that no longer came. The symbols on the floor remained a mystery, their origins and meaning locked away with the darkness we had faced. Life continued, the rhythms of our world slowly reasserting themselves. Yet beneath the veneer of normalcy, the memory of that night remained, a silent testament to the mysteries that lurk beyond our understanding. I often wondered what lay on the other side of that door, what truths Mr. Mapes had revealed to my son. In the quiet moments, when the house settled into its familiar creaks and groans, I would sometimes feel a presence, a reminder that the unknown is never far away. It was a comfort and a curse, a lingering fear that whispered of things unseen, and the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. The sun poured its gentle rays over the neat rows of houses in the suburb, where every lawn seemed to tell a tale of meticulous care. The white picket fences framed a picture of idyllic family life, and the scent of fresh-cut grass wafted pleasantly in the air. Children played in the street, their laughter ringing out like a symphony of innocence, while parents exchanged pleasantries over their garden fences. In the midst of this mundane paradise, I found myself drawn into the rhythm of suburban life after moving into a modest but comfortable home. It was more than just a change of scenery. It was a chance to embrace normalcy after years of living a transient lifestyle. My wife, Claire, and I had been married for just over a decade, and our son, Ethan, was the apple of our eye. He was a bright, articulate 9-year-old with a penchant for puzzles and an imagination that seemed boundless. Our days fell into a comforting routine. Mornings were filled with the hustle of getting Ethan ready for school, and evenings were reserved for family dinners, where we would catch up on the minutiae of each other's days. On weekends, the three of us would explore nearby parks or attend neighborhood gatherings, which were frequent and welcoming. It was during one of these typical days that the first signs of disturbance made their presence known. It started subtly, as these things often do. Ethan had been spending more time alone in his room, a habit we initially attributed to his growing interest in reading and solitary games. Claire and I thought nothing of it, and even encouraged his independence. One evening, as I passed by Ethan's room, I heard him talking in hushed tones. At first, I assumed he was on the phone or had a friend over, but when I cracked the door open, he was alone. His back was turned to me, and he was sitting at his desk, engrossed in a conversation with what seemed to be thin air. Amused by his imagination, I didn't interrupt and quietly backed away, assuming he was merely indulging in a pretend play. Days turned into weeks, and Ethan's solitary conversations continued. Claire mentioned hearing him too, though she dismissed it as part of a child's creative play. Her reassurance did little to quell the growing unease in my mind. Ethan's demeanor had begun to shift subtly. There was a certain detachment in his gaze and an unsettling calmness that belied his age. During family dinners, Ethan's stories had taken on a darker tone. He spoke of shadows that danced on his walls at night and mentioned a friend who visited him when we were asleep. Claire and I exchanged concerned glances, but chalked it up to nightmares and the overactive imagination of a young child. The escalation was gradual, almost imperceptible, like a creeping vine that slowly chokes out the life of the host it clings to. One night, as I lay in bed, I was jolted awake by the sound of shattering glass. I rushed downstairs, heart pounding in my chest, to find Ethan standing barefoot amidst the shards of a broken window. His expression was one of eerie calm, eyes fixated on something beyond the shattered frame. "Ethan, what happened?" I demanded, my voice trembling with both fear and anger. He turned to me, his face devoid of remorse or explanation, and simply said, "It was him." When I pressed for more, he refused to elaborate, his eyes carrying a glint of something that chilled me to the bone. Claire, who had followed closely behind, took Ethan in her arms, murmuring soothing words while shooting me a look of bewilderment. We cleaned up the mess in silence, the incident casting a long shadow over the remainder of the night. The following days were marked by a palpable tension in our home. Ethan's friend became a recurring topic in our conversations, the details becoming more elaborate and sinister. He spoke of tasks this friend would assign, things that made no sense but were described with an unsettling clarity. When asked who this friend was, Ethan would simply shrug, saying, "He doesn't have a name." Claire and I sought advice from child psychologists, hoping to understand the nature of these manifestations. They assured us it was a phase, a harmless exploration of an imaginative mind. But my instincts told me otherwise. I felt an invisible presence watching us, lurking in the fringes of our home life, sowing discord in the shadows. One evening, as I returned from work later than usual, I found Claire sitting at the dining table, her face pale and drawn. She placed a hand on mine, her voice barely above a whisper. "I found something today," she said, sliding a small notebook across the table. It was Ethan's. The pages were filled with drawings, intricate and unnerving. They depicted figures standing in shadows, hands reaching out toward a smaller figure that trembled beneath their grasp. The scrawled words, "He watches, he waits," left a pit in my stomach. The climax came one stormy night, the wind howling through the eaves of the house like a chorus of lost souls. I awoke to find Ethan standing at the foot of our bed, his silhouette illuminated by flashes of lightning. In his hand, he clutched the notebook, and his eyes bore into mine with a disquieting intensity. "He wants you to leave," Ethan said, his voice carrying an authority that wasn't his own. "He says it's time." Fear surged through me, followed by a rush of anger. "Ethan, this has to stop," I exclaimed, sitting up in bed. But his expression remained unchanged, his words echoing in the room long after he had returned to his own. The storm raged on, and I found sleep impossible. I lay awake, thoughts swirling in turmoil, the sense of an unseen force pressing down upon me. Claire's breathing was steady beside me, a reminder of the normalcy I so desperately clung to, yet felt slipping away. Morning brought with it a deceptive calm. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean, but the tension in our home remained. I resolved to confront Ethan, to break through the barrier that had risen between us. But as I approached his room, I found it empty. His bed lay undisturbed, the window slightly ajar, curtains billowing inward with the breeze. Panic set in as we scoured the house, calling his name, our voices echoing in the empty spaces. Claire was frantic, tears streaming down her face, while I felt a cold, creeping fear that something had taken Ethan away. We found him in the backyard, standing in the early morning light, staring at a spot on the ground as if rooted there by some unseen force. As I approached, I saw what had captivated his attention: a circle of stones arranged with unsettling precision, in the center of which lay one of his toys, a soldier figurine, mutilated beyond recognition. "Ethan," I called softly, trying to keep my voice steady. He turned to me, eyes bright yet hollow. "He said it was a game," he replied, as if that was all the explanation the world needed. In the weeks that followed, we struggled to regain some semblance of normalcy. The event with the stones remained a forbidden topic, pushed into the periphery of our minds, though it lingered, a specter of fear that refused to dissipate. Ethan's behavior slowly returned to something resembling normal, the dark episodes becoming less frequent, but the memory of his words and the look in his eyes haunted me. The suburban idol we had so eagerly embraced now felt like a facade, the cracks in its surface revealing a reality we had not anticipated. I often found myself watching Ethan closely, searching for any sign of the child who had once filled our lives with light. Yet, there was always a part of me that remained vigilant, waiting for the shadows to return, for the specter of his friend to rise again. And so we continued, living in the shadow of an unseen horror, our hearts burdened by a fear that lay just beneath the surface. It was a fear that whispered of things unseen, of the sociopath within who wore the face of innocence, and of the darkness that could dwell in the heart of even the most idyllic suburban home. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow over our suburban neighborhood, each house nestled comfortably, like resting pieces on an immaculate chessboard. Our home, a modest two-story building with a big back garden for our new family, was the epitome of normalcy. The kind of place where dreams of family life materialized into reality. It was in this house that I intended to nurture the delicate threads of life around me, weaving them into a tapestry of love and warmth. Life had been quiet, the kind of quiet that allows your mind to wander into a hopeful future. My husband, Jack, and I had moved in nearly 2 years ago, expecting that our lives would soon be filled with the pitter-patter of tiny feet. Our wish was granted with the arrival of our son, Ethan. He was perfect in every conceivable way, a tiny bundle with bright eyes and a curious gaze that seemed to understand more than he should. At first, the days slipped by in a haze of diaper changes and lullabies. Nights were punctuated by Ethan's cries, demanding attention and the comfort only a mother could provide. It was exhausting but fulfilling, an experience shared by countless mothers before me. Yet, there was an unsettling feeling that I couldn't shake off. The first time I noticed something was off was on a typical Sunday afternoon. Jack was out mowing the lawn, his rhythmic movements visible from the nursery window. Ethan lay quietly in his crib, his eyes fixed on the rotating mobile above him. I had been folding laundry, humming a soft tune, when his laughter broke the silence. It wasn't the sweet coos of a contented baby, but a low, almost guttural chuckle that sent a chill down my spine. I paused, the laundry slipping from my hands, and turned towards the crib. Ethan stared back at me, his eyes gleaming with an intelligence far beyond his months. "Silly baby," I muttered to myself, dismissing the sensation that something was wrong. After all, babies often made strange sounds. It was normal, wasn't it? As weeks passed, the oddities increased with a frequency I could no longer ignore. Ethan's laughter, once sporadic, became a constant presence, echoing through the rooms, even when he was alone. The toys in his room seemed to move, ever so slightly, when I wasn't looking. I began to question myself, my sanity wavering like a fragile flame against the wind. Was this postpartum anxiety manifesting in strange ways, or was something truly amiss? Jack, ever the rationalist, brushed off my concerns with a reassuring smile. "Babies are weird, Anna," he'd say, pulling me into a comforting hug. "He's just discovering the world in his own way." But his words, soothing as they were meant to be, couldn't erase the growing unease in my heart. One evening, as we sat for dinner while Ethan slept, I brought up the idea of seeing a pediatric specialist. "Just to be sure," I suggested, my voice tinged with an anxiety I failed to mask. Jack looked at me, his fork pausing mid-air. "Do you really think that's necessary?" he asked, concern etching lines into his face. "He's healthy. The pediatrician said he's developing well." Perhaps it was a mother's intuition, or maybe just the overpowering need to protect my child. But I insisted. Reluctantly, Jack agreed, and the appointment was set for the following week. The night before the appointment, I awoke to a gentle creaking sound. I lay in bed, heart thudding in my chest, before I realized that the sound came from Ethan's room. Pushing aside the covers, I tiptoed down the hall, my bare feet silent against the wooden floor. The door to his nursery creaked open, revealing a scene that froze my blood. Ethan stood in his crib, his tiny hands gripping the wooden rails. His eyes, wide and dark, bore into mine with an intensity that seemed almost accusatory. The mobile above him rotated slowly, although the windows were firmly shut and the air was still. I took a hesitant step forward, compelled by a force beyond comprehension, and reached out to him. "Ethan," I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. His gaze met mine, and for a moment, I was entrapped in an unfathomable connection. Then he smiled, a twisted, knowing grin that had no place on the face of an infant. I stumbled back, clutching the doorframe for support. It was a smile I had seen on an old, faded photograph of my great-uncle, whose life had been shrouded in mystery and unspoken family secrets. Something unfurled inside me, a realization that what resided in the crib was not entirely my son. The pediatric specialist found nothing unusual. "He's perfectly healthy," she assured us, her voice a balm to Jack, but not to me. "Babies can have peculiar behaviors. They grow out of it." I nodded, my lips curving into a facsimile of a smile, but inside, a storm raged. Days turned into nights, and the cycle of unease continued. Ethan's room became a sanctuary of dread. I could no longer bear to be in there alone, opting instead to keep his crib in our bedroom. Jack, sensing my distress, tried his best to help, but even he couldn't deny the chilling atmosphere that cloaked our home. One afternoon, while Jack was at work, I decided to clear my mind with a walk in the garden. The sky stretched endlessly above, a canvas of blue unmarred by clouds. As I strolled past the flower beds, I noticed something buried in the soil. Kneeling down, I brushed away the earth to reveal an old rusted key. Its presence was both foreign and familiar, as though it had always been there, waiting for me. I couldn't shake the feeling that this discovery was significant, an unspoken part of the puzzle. But how could a key connect to the eerie aura surrounding Ethan? My thoughts were interrupted by a soft cry from inside the house. Ethan had woken up. The weeks that followed were a descent into a waking nightmare. Ethan's behavior became increasingly sinister. Once, while feeding him, I glanced away for a moment and returned to find his spoon hovering midair, the puree untouched. Another time, I found him in his crib, quietly babbling to the shadowy corners of the room, his words forming an indecipherable language that chilled me to the core. Jack finally witnessed something inexplicable one evening as we settled in the living room. Ethan was in his playpen, gurgling happily, when the lights flickered. The room was momentarily plunged into darkness, and when the lights returned, Ethan was standing outside the playpen, his eyes fixed on us with an unnerving calmness. Jack's face drained of color. "How did he began, but the words died in his throat. For the first time, he shared my fear. We knew we couldn't ignore it any longer. A sense of urgency propelled us to act. We contacted a local priest, hoping that his presence might bring some much-needed clarity or comfort. Father Matthews was an elderly man, his face creased with wisdom and kindness. As he entered our home, he paused, his eyes narrowing with an unseen perception. The blessing was a quiet affair, marked by whispered prayers and the gentle sprinkling of holy water. Ethan slept through it all, his presence paradoxically peaceful. Yet, as Father Matthews concluded, he turned to us with a grim expression. "There is a heaviness here," he said, his voice steady but grave. "Something lingers, but I cannot say what." His words offered no solace, only deepening the mystery that had begun to consume our lives. I watched Ethan, his cherubic face serene in slumber, and wondered how such innocence could harbor something so sinister. As the days wore on, the atmosphere in the house grew oppressive. Jack and I found ourselves trapped in a cycle of fear and helplessness. The laughter that once filled our home was replaced by whispered arguments and anxious silences. Even the garden, once a place of refuge, seemed to pulse with an unseen force, the rusted key a constant reminder of unanswered questions. The climax came one stormy night. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows as rain lashed against the glass. I lay in bed, unable to sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of Ethan, the key, and the unraveling threads of our once perfect life. A sound pierced the night, a soft melodic tune that floated through the air, drawing me from the edge of sleep. Sitting up, I realized it was the mobile in Ethan's room, spinning and playing its lullaby, despite being packed away days ago. Trembling, I crept down the hallway, my heart a wild drumbeat in my chest. As I pushed open the door, I saw Ethan standing in his crib, the mobile whirling above him in defiance of the laws of nature. His eyes met mine, and in that moment, I understood. This was not merely a haunting, it was Ethan, or rather, something within him, reaching out, seeking something. Driven by an unknown force, I fetched the rusted key from its hiding place and returned to the nursery. Ethan watched, an odd serenity on his face, as I held the key aloft, its weight heavy with unseen significance. "I don't know what you want," I whispered, tears blurring my vision. "But I can't let you have him." With a final, desperate plea, I placed the key on the floor between us. The air seemed to still, charged with anticipation, as if waiting for something to happen. Then, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and the key vanished, leaving behind only a whisper of its presence. Ethan's eyes fluttered closed, his breathing slow and steady. I scooped him into my arms, relief mingling with confusion and exhaustion. The storm outside subsided, leaving a profound silence in its wake. In the days that followed, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, leaving the house feeling lighter, almost normal. Ethan's laughter returned to its innocent cadence, and the inexplicable events ceased. Yet, the memory lingered, etched into my soul like a shadow that refuses to leave. Jack and I spoke little of that night, each content to let the past remain buried. But as I watched Ethan grow, I couldn't help but wonder if the darkness had truly left. or if it merely lay dormant, waiting for another moment when the past would cast its long shadow once more. And so, our lives continued, the semblance of normalcy restored. But in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the night crept in, the fear lingered, a reminder that even the most innocent of places can harbor the darkest of secrets.